Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cyberhero. Winter is coming. Cyberhero and Donatov.net. We're bringing you the playoffs here. It's me, Naisu, and Mirko to bring you guys the action here tonight. This is a tournament happening all the way over in St. Petersburg, Russia, but we're casting here from home, of course, to join our players for the matches. Mirko, how we doing, man?
Hey, doing great, man. It's really exciting to see again. You know, a tournament outside of Southeast Asia. Technically, we've seen that before, Naisu. We saw EWC held in Saudi, but other than that, it's quite rare that we get to see, international tournaments out there here, especially considering the fact that they actually have a whole qualifier for this before we got to the stage, right? Cyberhero and Versatime, the top two teams from the decider stage to make it here to the playoffs, who are going to be up against the third seed of both MPL Philippines and MPL ID. Onyx Philippines looking pretty strong, man. In form. They're going to be the Asian Games representatives for the Philippines. EVOS, they were third place. I feel like, again, in terms of form, they were really good in the MPLID playoffs. But after that, we have been seeing them kind of take a bit of a chill pill. They've been inactive for a bit. Hopefully, they've locked in enough to beat Versatime because, man, these EECA teams are great.
You know, I'm wondering exactly how these teams are prepared for this, getting over there, and not only for the game, of course, but also, man, for the weather, because as you mentioned, both our Philippine teams and, of course, the team from Indonesia. Very different weather over there. I think we've seen, maybe some of the fans out there too have seen the pictures going on from our players out there as they've been bundled up. But I know they've been having fun. I'm not sure if you've seen the same thing, specifically from the EVOS boys there, but that's for sure. I think for a lot of people that'll be tuning into this is a mixture of, learning, I guess, some of the players, some of the teams from the ECECA region, but also being very familiar with the teams that are there competing. Onyx Philippines, EVOS ID, like you mentioned. But then a lot of, I would say there's also some names here that are going to be familiar to the audience that tunes into this, because that's one of the main things. Again, it's always hard because I love that there is so many different MLBB tournaments to watch right now, but unless you have, like, I don't know, your own database of all the switching that's happening, all the different players transfers that are happening here, the different teams, a lot of different things can happen here. So this is definitely one of the things I think we need to look out for. But I'm excited to get our first match underway once we get to go ahead and introduce the teams and maybe get a glimpse of the stage as well. What's happening over there in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at the stage later on, it's going to be dope. Again, the weather thing is really true, right? Because, again, for a lot of these players, we're just used to heat, dude, in Southeast Asia. Yeah. We're not too used to the cold. Whoa. And just like the title, winter is coming. We're going to go straight on stage right now to welcome both the teams, it seems. And, hey, this is a dope stage. Naisu.
It is, man. I know we're not going to be able to completely understand what our hosts are saying over there, but we get a good glimpse of the stage here, and I'm sure they'll be inviting the teams out as well. But it looks like there's a good crowd there, to tune into this. And I don't know. I guess if they have walk-ins, we'll get to take a glimpse of that. But I know a lot of these, it's funny because when you look at the teams competing here, like I said, some familiar faces. We'll see the players walk out. I think one thing that always sticks out to me, though, Mirko, and when we've watched through the internationals, when we've got to see our teams, whether that's the wild cards or over in the official stages, of course, so if they make it through, they've got a very distinct play style that differs from the Southeast Asian teams that are there. So, maybe this is one of the things too, like, hey, maybe home court advantage, maybe the cold weather, the winter itself will help them out in this tournament here.
For sure. This is home court advantage for them, right? They got the crowd rooting for them as well. They've got that advantage for themselves. But I think when it comes to the gameplay as well, for a lot of the international viewers who maybe are, not too familiar with the teams, I'd like to say, especially for Versatime, this is a team that you probably have heard of his coach before, right? Coach Osprey, back in the day, was the coach for Fireflux, and MSC 2024 was the coach for the Turkish team. Yep. And he was the guy that we invited on the podcast for MSC to talk about, the Philippines and how dominant they've been. And he was the guy who came out saying, give us 6 months, we'll craft a way to beat them, right? So this is him now coaching Versotime. Together with a jungler that he's actually rated super highly as well. I remember talking to him at MSC 2024, and he said that he's a big fan of Justinian. He thinks in ECA there's a jungler that's just so good, and he would love to work with him. It's really cool to see that, you know, it came full circle. He's now with Justinian in his team. Barely made it, by the way, to the wildcard stage through the lower brackets. They almost beat Team Spirit. So it just goes to show you how strong Versotime and Cyberhero can be. We can, well, later on, you'll also see some pretty, I would say, familiar names here and there. We got Fangor and Cyberhero who's already had international experience as well.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few actually. Even over, I know we'll be watching them later, but for Versotime, you've got Black March. We've seen Black March before pop up. I think it's Castle as well. Castle, we've seen him perform. I think a Deus Volt. Is that correct? But again, it's one of those things where, you know, some of these players and what they've been able to do over the course of the seasons, or, you know, their own local tournaments, the regional tournaments that they have, is something that you always want to keep an eye on. And I feel like, you know, just like you mentioned with the podcast, they're asking about, you know, the dominance of the Philippines, for example, and, you know, with just on the horizon, you know, we've got the World Championship not too far from us, and part of that's always going to be, I feel like, a hot topic, is like, how do teams get to a point where they're potentially able to go ahead and, let's say, dethrone the Philippines as this MLBB powerhouse? Well, I don't know if that's ever going to happen like this in the sense of dethroning the Philippines. I think it's always just going to be one of those countries, just similar to Indonesia, where it's like you're going to have some of the best players, best coaches, you know, best everything from there. But definitely when you look at this, for example, winter is coming for Cyberhero. This is all where it starts. You know, the potential for that to happen, the potential for those things to kind of take place, happen in tournaments like this. And for a lot of our viewers that are so used to seeing and so used to watching from Southeast Asia, they might not even be aware that there are these types of tournaments going on. You know, sometimes for a lot of people, they're kind of tunnel visioned on just like these big international events. But you get a team, for example, like Onyx Philippines to fly out over here, St. Petersburg. You get a team like EVOS ID that's invited to go ahead and fly out. You get a lot of opportunity to go ahead and see this, and it opens that window up to you know, a big audience out there that's following these teams specifically. I think these must be our fellow casters on ground over there. I wonder if we get to see their names here pop up.
Online, me and Naisu, and we got the three dudes here. Yeah, I wonder if we are gonna get to see the name. There you go, Denzel, Trex Torino.
They got a
not
Trex.
To be confused by T-Rex from NA.
They got a Trex, man. That's cool. That's cool. Like, again, you know, they've got the TriCast setup going on as well. Again, just a reminder, this is their playoffs, so it'll be cool to see how the playoffs play out. I know it's only 2 days over here for the broadcast, though, so it's rather quick. But like Mirko mentioned earlier, you know, they've had a whole qualifier round really for these playoffs, and to basically go on from here. I mean, again, it's partly just pride of being that winner, the prize pool. I don't know if we'll see a graphic later on that we can go ahead and show to our viewers out there, but I know some of the posters have gone on, at least on social media, and a lot of the people that I've talked to about it have been pretty surprised as well. Like, this is a pretty hefty prize pool that our players will be playing for out there. I believe it's around $100,000 for the teams to compete for.
Yeah, quite big stakes, especially if you take into account the fact that there are only 4 teams here, right, to compete for that big prize pool. So it'll be split even better for a lot of these teams. And we really get to see how good ECA can be, because we've definitely, you know, seen glimpses of how good ECA can be with Team Spirit performing out of their minds, with Virtus Pro even making a statement at MSC 2025. But we haven't been able to really see the teams outside of the top 2 do too well internationally, right? Like, again, we've seen other events here and there, like GOTF, where again we've seen some of the teams go through and try their best to beat the Southeast Asian teams. But now having a year to prepare, having now a coach from Turkey, a lot of international experience, come back into ECA to work with this team. I really wonder how much Verso time has improved, how much Justinian, Fangor, these guys that we've seen from Brute Force, Incilio back in the days. Now, how are they going to do against a top 3 team from, again, both regions, Philippines and Indonesia? I think still regarded as the top 2 regions in the world. Philippines obviously being number 1, Indonesia currently being number 2. You know, hopefully we come back this M7 and it's our home ground as well. But
home ground advantage.
Home ground advantage. I don't know if you've seen like the midnight scrims, Naisu, but recently I got to cast Team Spirit and how, you know, good they have become. They're also currently boot camping in Indonesia. And looking back at the MCC, yeah, they are here. And looking back at the MCC, looking at how close the competition was between Team Spirit, between Verso Time, between Cyberhero and even Virtus Pro, I think, you know, thinking about it again, it's kind of like anyone could have made it to the M Series now from EECA. The top 4 is just that good.
I think that's the best way to put that is it's in a very healthy environment right now in terms of competitiveness, I would say, over there in EECA region. And, you know, like I said, I mean, even when we had Virtus Pro come out in the recent EWC, I think even through that, a lot of people that was, again, it's you got to think about the majority of the audience out there probably, again, doesn't know as much about these teams out there, or maybe some of the players, but then that opens up that opportunity, that window for them to go ahead and look into, right? And the same thing can be said with even in this case, and that's why I'm glad, I'm fortunate enough that we get to go ahead and be a part of this and bring the English broadcast for these 2 days of the playoffs here for the Cyberhero winner is coming, because again, it gives us an early look, at least, into what potentially could be the next teams or players that are competing on the biggest international stages, you know. And again, you think about, I think for a majority of people now, if you're like, all right, who are some of the players you know from that region? You know, most people, I think off the top of my head, would probably say Kid Bomba. Like if they had to say like one player, who else do you think would be on that list?
I think Sawo, Sunset Lover, the guys who've been playing from all the way from M1, representing ECA as well, deserve to be there.
Yeah, so it's just, and again, it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, this is the opportunity for a lot of these players to get to that platform, that grand stage. And, you know, I got to think when you look at tournaments like this is all reps. Like that repetition is something that we always kind of look forward to when we see the players get that repetition in on these tournaments, on these stages. And then you sprinkle in the fact that you get to go ahead and play against some of the stronger teams in the world out there, right? Again, Onyx Philippines and Evos might not have had the seasons that they were often, you know, looking for potentially in the last professional league seasons that they had. I know a lot of people too had a lot to say about Onyx Philippines, at least over here in the Philippines from the last season. But this is a, you know, one of those situations where it's like, well, if you want that experience, if you want that growth, that power level to go up, why not go against these teams like this, you know, these strong teams like this, and like Onyx Philippines and Evos. And so I think it's a good limit test in a way to see what happens in our 2 matches, well, our 3 matches eventually throughout today, but especially these 2 upper bracket matches that we have here.
Yeah, again, for the people back at home who don't know the format or who don't know what's going on, again, the schedule is going to be 3 best-of-3s today. So we're going to get through the 2 upper bracket semifinals, and later on, we're going to see one team get eliminated in the lower brackets as well. Then tomorrow, we'll have the final day of this tournament, where it's going to be a 1 best-of-3, 1 best-of-5 being the final lower brackets, and a best-of-7 in the grand finals. Recently, we've been seeing in a lot of tournaments, Naisu, grand finals be best of 5. So I'm glad that we're back to best of 7s. I'm glad that we get to, you know, squeeze the best MLBB out of these pro players for as much as we can. Hopefully we get a 7 series games because hey, we casted for MSL as well, nice, and it was a 4-0, man. Like, we've been seeing a lot of sweeps recently, but it seems like the boys in yellow are ready.
Hey, that's Guinevere. Oh, let's listen to their intros here, man.
Is.
And there we go. The Onyx Philippines roster, familiar names here. Great little intro video, too, for the teams. It's Kurt, King Kong, Super Prince, Calra, and Brusco. Again, the Super Fam still together here and walking up on stage. I love the way he's shouting it out, man. Are they doing individuals here? I thought I heard the Brusco, man.
I think they are. I think they're doing one by one, man. Oh, it seems like we're gonna get an interview as well. King Kong's on stage.
Oh. Unless okay, must be Cyberhero next. I was gonna say, is King Kong ready? But here we go. I think we're gonna see Cyberhero walk out. Okay, there's the. All right, here we go. Roll it again. All right. That was a lineup for Cyberhero. Whoa, let me just say that Mark Teasy is going to be playing. That's the jungler.
Yeah.
Here.
And Kimpo as well.
Yeah. So they've got two Filipino imports to play against the Philippine teams here. So for those that aren't familiar, it's so funny because Mark Teasy, the jungler, looks like a famous actor here in the Philippines. But yeah, he's from HusKKiee before. And so I guess I didn't really see his path after, he appeared in HusKKiee and everything else. But interesting to see that he's going to be playing here today with Cyberhero alongside Kimpo.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either. We were coming into this tournament thinking it's going to be the same roster as MCC. And just seeing the roster from MCC, I think these are two really good players that have upgraded their lineup even more. If we were already talking about how good they were in the top 4 in ECA, man, I don't know what's in store for us for this matchup. Onyx Philippines, obviously, I still think are the favorites coming into this, right? Especially after the recent form of their run to qualify for the Filipino reps for Asian games.
Yeah.
But it's sick to see Kimpo. It's sick to see some of these Filipino players now also not just moving to not MPLs around Southeast Asia, but all the way in ECA, man.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I feel like that's going to change the dynamic here. We're gonna have an interview though. It looks like here's King Kong. Let's go ahead and throw it over on the stage to hear what he has to say.
Где команды по большей части не гранды на мировой сцене. Нет ли какого-то давления, что андердоги могут так немножко пинка надавать?
Okay, so hello guys, thank you for coming to our tournament. And the question is, since you're like the big team, you're the legends, and the other teams, they don't have the name on the world arena yet, do you have like kind of pressure playing against them, like that the less popular team will beat you, maybe?
Oh yeah. Actually, we feel no pressure because every team we face, we just take every game and we treat every enemy in the same way so that we could focus on what we practice together, and we always enjoy the game, so we could feel no pressure.
Okay, thank you.
Да, рассказывают ребята, что вообще никакого давления на них абсолютно нет, потому что они фокусируются в основном на своей игре. Вообще стили есть разные. Кто-то смотрит на оппонентов и пытается сделать контрплей, кто-то смотрит на себя. В основном, конечно, Оники готовы смотреть на себя в первую очередь, и поэтому никакого давления на них нет. Но в целом это и видно, несмотря на то, что я как бы более-менее знаю английский и не владею никаким другим, кроме русского языка. Видно, что ребята расслаблены. То есть кто-то приходит на сцене в первый раз, начинает дрожать. Здесь вообще все спокойно. Роман, у нас нет давления, а у вас как там с давлением?
Фангор, есть ли у нас давление перед предстоящим матчем? Да нет, все спокойно, мы хотим как можно быстрее уже начать играть.
Как можно быстрее, Юрчик, имеем ли мы право, если ребята хотят как можно быстрее начать играть, их задерживать и еще мучить, или мы уже готовы их отправить на первую предстоящую дебютную игру?
Мы готовы их отправить сразу после того, как couple of words to your fans who came today to see you and your team.
For the fans who came, thank you so much for your time and your effort. We'll make sure that we'll give you guys a very fun match.
Поддержим!
Ну что, команды, занимайте тогда ваши места.
Okay.
Мы готовы.
Looks like it's always interesting to see King Kong in his interviews. I feel like he's one of the players out there, Mirko, that just has, you know, the charisma and the confidence to go ahead and be that spokesperson a lot of the times on these interviews. And yeah, I think that's a good question actually that was asked by him by Flash here. Was, you know, do you feel any pressure? I think a lot of teams that have eventually, like, if they've reached the highest level, which they've been world champions, right? They were the M6 world champions. I feel like a part of them at some point probably felt pressure, but then, you know, when you talk to them in the interviews or, you know, even off the game itself, they've always just kind of had this like nonchalant attitude. At least Onyx Philippines has, and it's gotten them to the highest heights of you know, the competitive scene for MLBB. And then it just, like for a lot of teams, sometimes after they hit that peak, they kind of fall off a little bit, you know? And I feel like that's been a big part of the discussion for a lot of people, a lot of the fans out there. And then recently, right, I think I'm sure you too, Miracle, were kind of shocked by the news of Coach Why Not kind of you know, and I know there's rumors. I know there's rumors going around, but we can't confirm anything. But you know, that's kind of a big move too. So I'm just really wondering, yeah, like where, you know, what how Onyx Philippines is feeling obviously for this. They're saying there's no pressure. They're just going to go ahead and respect Cyberhero just like they respect any team, any competitor they go against, and they want to put on a good match for the fans out there.
Yeah, again, always love to see the mentality of the boys here for Onyx Philippines, right? Like you mentioned, in M6 as well, it's always been kind of like that mentality that's brought them in. But it's also been, I would say, the drafts for Why Not, right? And to bring up that topic now, to like go into that topic a bit deeper, how is that going to affect the team's style, the drafting as well? Because even in the recent success qualifying for, you know, to represent Philippines in the Asian games, it was still with Why Not. I believe Why Not's still going to be the coach for the Asian Game C-Ball team. But without him here, it doesn't. Did Why Not fly out with them is the big question, right? Because if not, then they're gonna have to make some significant adjustments here and there. If they have a new coach, a new analyst that's gonna be stepping in as like an interim coach, I don't know. Well, I guess in this matchup against Cyberhero, it might be fair game. Cyberhero also have like two new recruits here that might change a lot of things for the team. So at least here it should be fine. But later on, say when they're up against Evos or Verso Time, teams that have stuck with the same lineup for such a long time, how's that gonna play out, right? Like, will they get the read? Will they have a little bit of that rust come through or not?
Yeah. That's one of the things that I was wondering as well. Like when I was looking at the, you know, the addition to Martesi and Kimpoi, like they just, I mean, according to our source online anyway, they joined just recently, you know, maybe a couple weeks ago. So it's like in my head, I'm also thinking when I saw that, it's like, and then we see them come here and play in action. It's like, okay, well, that changes the dynamic. As a whole, as the match as a whole, because of the fact that again, you get two players. This is typically what we see, by the way, like across the global competitive scene for MLBB. It's like the teams that have either picked up players or coaches from the Philippines, it changes that dynamic of that team. And then, you know, we've seen it happen before, where it takes some time for them to go ahead and adjust. Off the top of my head, I'm even thinking a team like SRG OG, where, you know, now you have, like, for example, Innocent and Cram making this huge impact, you know, and even for Coach Arcadia, for example, and that changes team's dynamic as we get again a look at the rosters here from both teams. It's one of those things where it's like you need some time for that to cook and come together, and find that perfect synergy that teams will look for. And I'm wondering again just how much time or how much practice Mark Teasy and Kim Poi have had with Cyberhero, because that could actually be a big component to them potentially winning the series, going the distance against a team like Onyx Philippines. And who knows what that means, because again, Mark Teasy in the jungle, again, he's got good experience, at least here on ground in the Philippines. He's gone through the ropes here. Kim Poi as well. And he's, like, does that turn into something where it's like these guys that have experience in Cyberhero, Fangor being one of them, how does that dynamic happen? That's what I'm wondering. Because even on the communication point, right, in game, how does that happen? How does that work out for them?
Yeah, I think a lot of big questions are going to be raised as well, especially considering, again, Onyx Philippines, when it comes to this meta, having Kelra not on an MM on a fighter is definitely a bit sus, right? We've heard a lot of criticism sent to Onyx Philippines' way. And by the way, I do want to talk about this as well. Renmar just pointed this out in the group chat as well, but hey, I like how their height is accurate, it's IRL accurate. I like that. Prince is the tallest guy. I think this is actually accurate though.
It has to be. Prince is definitely like 6 foot.
I think it is. Yeah. What?
Oh, he's maybe 5'10". Maybe he's 5'10".
Okay.
Maybe he's 5'10".
Okay.
He's pretty tall, man.
But yeah, pretty accurate. I like how that's accurate. It's kind of like a weird fun fact out there. If you guys want to know how tall they look, next to each other, that's facts. Kelra is a short king, man, but he's a god in the gold lane, even though he's short in real life, right? This guy is still amazing. And I think for me, what's really impressive about him is the fact that he's adapted now to the fighter gold lane really, really well, Naisu. Again, most people would think, yo, if it's Kelra, yes, it's a fighter gold lane meta, but you still want him on marksman. Just put him on the carries. But he's done so well, even on the fighters. And again, proof is in the Asian Games C-Ball qualifier.
Yeah, and I think it's funny because, like, I was wondering if by the time we got to the later portion of this year, how much that the game would change. Of course, we had the whole maps come into play. This is also this has, before I get to the point, this also this has to be the height accurate too. Are the gold laners all just short kings, man? Hey, you're a gold laner.
Okay, not all the teams have this. I mean, I think I'm pretty tall compared to the Indonesian, all my Indonesian team. So it's like, I think I wouldn't be the shortest one, but yes, right now the pattern is that way. Skyler is also the tallest guy in RQ. So hey, Onyx. Hey. So it's not every time, or it's not all the time that the gold lane is the shortest. Nice. So you don't have to group all his gold laners together, man.
we can get the hype max going. They create those shoes now for men, right? That have like the raising the heel.
They should make this a thing. There should be something that's not just winter is coming. There should be something all over, for MPLs as well, so that later on, people, when they go to media day, they're like, all right, let me get those shoes on. let me just stand on a stool or something so I look super tall. I wonder. Shout out to Renmar, yes. Also, I wonder if, like, later on, we get a player who's like 195 centimeters, if he's just going to be out of frame.
Yeah,
does that happen?
Hey, if that happens, they got to keep it real. That's basically what it is.
But, got to keep it real. I like that.
But, when going back to Cyberhero's lineup too, I know we talked a little bit about Mark Teasy, Fangor there too. I think Kim Poi, because if I saw right, Kim Poi is he is going to be their roamer, correct? Like, he should. I think he is still their roamer. So
he should be.
Yeah, Kim Poi, again, had some experience, of course, over here in the Philippines. He did play also on Kara Esports over in the Turkey Championship recently. But for a lot of the viewers that might have tuned into this, they'll recognize him on his time as with Blacklist International. And that was back in season 12, I think it was. Season 12, season 13. So it's been a bit. And I always wonder, for a lot of these players that get the opportunities like this to just kind of uproot themselves and travel to a different part of the world, how that whole conversation goes, not just with, of course, like them and their organization, but also like their family. It's like, you know, um, hey, I'm gonna go this part of the world. I'm gonna go compete. And it's great that they have the support to be able to do that. But I think even for Kim Poi, this is one of those things where it's like, all right, we have some of that history, some of that background of him. We didn't get to see too much of Kim Poi, but maybe this is his opportunity to go ahead and find a fitting in a team in a lineup like this and showcase
Yep.
his skills. Because even roamers right now, man, specifically, roamers are a huge impact. I mean, they
Yes,
always have
sir.
been, but now like the hero options and what you can actually bring to the table as a roamer has drastically changed in the last portion of this year.
Yeah, most definitely, man. We're gonna have to see again how good these roamers are, and like you said, Naisu, I will have to talk. See, a lot of people still forget how good players can be despite having a lackluster performance in their own MPLs, right? Like, again, we gotta bring in comparisons. Innocent, Cram, Arcadia. Well, Arcadia already found success, but more so for Cram and Innocent. They were part of like a team that's never made it to playoffs, right? They were a part of a team that was down there. King Kong even. You put them in a different team entirely, have that dynamic, and have the team play around them, and you will see a completely different performance individually and obviously as a team, together, as a whole, how they'll perform. So every time you see an import come through, obviously there's going to be that question, right? For most people, it's like, man, these players, in our domestic region, they're not that good. But you have to think about it that other way, where it's like, it could be a diamond in the rough situation. It could be someone who's just that good, but hasn't been able to find the right team, the right dynamics to make him fully pop off yet.
Something in the could be something in the food, something in the water, man. I don't know. Like it's crazy how you think about it. Like some of the players, they maybe they struggle in their own respective regions. They go somewhere across the world, and then boom, they're making a name for themselves. I think, gosh, I don't know. I don't even know if Innocent or Cram ever want to go home. I mean, like,
Probably
I know
not,
they
man.
visit. Jokes,
Just for the holidays.
yeah, just for the holidays. I know they visit and everything else, but that's the perfect example. Really, is just how you can take some of the players that maybe didn't have the best seasons or performances they wanted. In their regionals, but then they go to a different team. They perform like crazy. They become
Look at that
stars in
trophy.
those regions, and yeah, that's a good glimpse at the trophy that's up for grabs. Not to mention again the prize pool. I'm not sure if we'll see a graphic for that, but we mentioned this earlier. It is $100,000 that's going to be up for grabs here for the teams.
Damn.
And I would say now, because I know you and I talked about this a little bit before we went live, Mirko. It's like now with these two kind of curveballs, at least from what we expected with the lineup from Cyberhero, I don't know if this is going to be just an easy kind of take for Onyx Philippines. And that's not to say that it was going to be in the beginning, but now that you change this dynamic, that's what I was saying. I think I hope we potentially see the 3 games here for this first series.
I agree, man. I think it's going to be really, really tough for both teams to actually get a read on each other, knowing that, again, for both, they're trying to adjust to their new recruits, right? For Onyx Philippines, again, for the first time ever, playing without Why Not in International for Cyberhero, the 2 new recruits. So we'll see. It does look like both of them have joined in the drafts, Naisu. So it looks like we are going to be jumping into the draft very, very soon. So please do be patient with us, everybody here on the English stream. Now we finally have like a lot more viewers coming in over on the English stream. So shout outs to y'all who are watching here on the English stream for the Cyberhero X Donatov.net. Winter is coming LAN stage. It's sick, by the way, right? They're live in St. Petersburg, and the stage looks good. The setup looks amazing. And so far, I've been really, really impressed by how the scene is. Again, we've heard here and there, even from MSC, from Mr. Destroyer, that the scene is growing in ECA. But it really looks like it's growing by like quite a big margin, dude. Every single year, we just see them go even bigger and bigger with their events.
Yeah, it's only going to grow, man. I mean, that's one of the things that, like I said, is great about this, that Moonton and MLBB Esports has that initiative to go ahead and continue to help grow this, because you never know what you're going to find out there, man. Like some of the star players that have already appeared up in the internationals, who knows, one day we might have this star player from the EECA region pop up. And you know, I think eventually once we get into even who knows how many years for the esport here for MLBB, other teams might not just be recruiting, you know, from the typical regions that we see. I think there's so much potential and talent in many of the regions that compete. And I think, you know, as we look at, like, for example, the wild cards is like the perfect example, right? I mean, you and I have seen how many standout players have we seen from like wild cards of the M series, or even for the mid-season cup pop up, or you know, even in other tournaments that happen around here. Like, there's so many potential opportunities now, I feel like, for players out there, and it gives them that chance to go ahead and showcase like their skills. But then who knows, like maybe in something like this, another team from a different part of the world will see it and then gets interest in those players. I mean, that's the same thing that basically happened here with Martese and Kimpoi, for example, and it's happened many times in different parts. So, you know, for some people that look into this is just a tournament that's continuing to grow. That was a cool little shot of the banners, by the way. Little
that was
little
sick.
house banners that popped up.
All right, it looks like we're just gonna jump into the draft here for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Our first match of the day, 1 out of 3. We're gonna see 3 best of 3s today, and it will be Coach Hayes that'll be at the helms for Onyx Philippines. In case you guys were wondering, without Why Not, who's gonna be stepping up as interim coach? At least for now, it's interim, right? We don't know for sure if it's gonna be just Hayes for the later seasons, but for now, it will be him. Still with the main lineup, it won't be Ryota, it'll be Kirk, who will be playing here on blue side versus Cyberhero on red side. Again, Coach Self-Destruct here with Kimpoi and Mark Teasy. 2 new players in the lineup for Cyberhero.
Okay, I mean, Coach Yelly Hayes has been he's a veteran in his own right. He's been with Onyx Philippines and side by side with Coach Why Not for a long time. So I'm sure they're still in good hands. We got the bands coming out already too. Like we were saying, man, this is you know, there's so many roams that are potentially going to be taken out. Obviously, you still want to go ahead and focus on some of the jungler picks that King Kong could opt for, but I'm going to really keep my eyes on what junglers the jungle picks are going to be, the jungle matchup specifically for Martese, if he's confident too in going against someone like King Kong, if he's going to be supported by the rest of the team here from Cyberhero. But very quick coming out, another one, Hayabusa is going to be banned out, then the Eve for that last phase here for Onyx. So what is the priority? They'll take up the Lancelot. So one of the few last standing assassin junglers to pick up here.
Yeah, a really good pickup here for Onyx Philippines. Again, playing through the comfort and playing through the strengths of Onyx Philippines has been one of the biggest point of criticism towards the team. And they go for the Yu Zhong plus the Gatot Kacha. I'm a fan of the Yu Zhong Gatot Kacha, but the fact that they left the Lancelot up for grabs, Naisu, means that it should still be good for Onyx Philippines. Yu Zhong Gatot Kacha is really good at zoning, denying the neutral objective take. Usually you want to go up against the Hayabusa or the Yisun Shin, so in this case, they've technically given over a hero that can still have counterplay against the Yu Zhong and Gatot. And you can already see Onyx Philippines build towards that, right? They know, yes, there's a Yu Zhong on the other side, but we can definitely still contest for the neutral objective. That's why they got a utility mid. They want to try to get that mid prio plus the Lapu Lapu to go for those big plays later for neutral objective 1.
This is basically just standard Cyberhero, or standard Onyx Philippines with their first 3 picks. I think even for Cyberhero, these are picks that generally they're going to be happy with, that they've brought it in some of the qualifiers here. Very quick, by the way, second phase done. So bands already done, completed. A Cho right off the bat being picked up here now. Esmeralda, the response, hey, they're ready to get in, man. They're ready to get in game 1, I feel like. With these last picks, Khalid.
Wow.
This is, I think, everything except the Esmeralda, man. But hey, and there's a Selena last pick over here for Cyberhero.
Well, at least for Cyberhero, they got the mid prio that they wanted to go for, but I don't even know if it's guaranteed here. The Khalid, I think, is more of a guarantee in terms of mid prio, and the side lanes look good too. Cho's going to be going gold here with the Gatot and Selena going to mid lane. So, yeah, I think matchup-wise, I'm leaning towards Onyx Philippines, man. Despite the Yu Zhong, I think the Yu Zhong is a really good pick again when it comes to controlling neutral objectives. The thing is, though, with the mid prio of the Khalid plus the Juicin and the Lancelot on the hands of Onyx Philippines, I think they have enough outplay potential to beat Cyberhero in game number 1.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's one last look at the lineups here. Yes, Esmeralda gold for Kelra. We were just talking about this, but overall comfort for Onyx Philippines. So what we heard them say in the interview, basically there is no pressure. They're ready to go into this game and give a great matchup for the fans here. Cyberhero bringing out a little bit of a different draft, I feel like, than what some people would aim to see or expect. But already jumping in, game 1, welcome to the best of 3 here, the playoffs. It's the semi-finals between Onyx Philippines and Cyberhero. Again, we didn't get a glimpse of it. They're playing for 100,000 USD to go ahead and claim that prize. And again, the pride that comes with it. You can see Kimpoi getting quite low already. He's going to hold on to the Revitalize, doesn't use it. But this is the thing, man. We got to look at the early game. That we know that Onyx Philippines likes to play aggressively in the early into that first hurdle if they can. And I'm wondering if Cyberhero can match that potential, match that pace that we usually see from Onyx Philippines.
I mean, just looking at it now, Naisu, I love the way that the mid duo is playing this lane, man. The fact that they didn't go for the insta-clear to lethal because they know they're going to win in the matchup. So instead, they're just utilizing this mid prio to dominate the mid lane. As of right now, Fangor's already behind an XP. They're going to freeze the lane even more, so they're going to punish that hard coming into neutral objective 1. Cyberhero have a use on, which means they want to play for Turtle 1, but it doesn't look like Fangor's going to be in the right position. He gets lifted up there. Oh, Brusco flickers in, secures first blood for Onyx Philippines.
Hey, man, first blood on a Khalid. We've seen Brusco do this before. You've probably seen it with your own Khalids in the roam. And I'm wondering what build path he's going to go first off. With an early first blood for your roam, especially a Khalid, you know you can apply pressure now, like even more than he already can. And so that's something they're going to have to watch out for. Fangor throws out an arrow, but nothing to follow. They're all going to get in place, though, it looks like, for this first turtle already. Kimpoi's in position, but this could be a little risky.
Yep, they're going to go for the taunt there. Just give it the Thorn Rose. Oh, the taunt comes in, but there's no red tree to follow it up. King Kong securing it now. Kimpoi caught in the midst of it all. That's a Petrify, but it only lands over on the Lapu Lapu. Enough burst from the rest of the team. So it's a turtle for Kirk.
Turtle for Kirk. I think overall that's fine. Onyx Philippines knew that, hey, we don't have that level 4 just yet. When that fight broke out, oh, whoa, we're going to go for under the turret.
And they get it too. Brusco will fall, but I think that's worth it here. Hold on. Abyssal Arrow lands. Fangor going to go for some damage in the bottom lane. That's Crimson Beacon. Oh no, it's a flicker out from Super Prince. He's going to be able to lift Fangor back up. The stun lands, and the bravest fighter will slice him down. That's Onyx Philippines taking the kill lead in the game.
Yeah, like I was saying, man, Brusco earlier when he got that first blood, I kind of expected him to be a little aggressive, and I don't know if, you know, that aggressive under the first turret, but again, you're the roam, it's fine. You've already got those 2 kills. Kimpoi,
oh my lord,
should be fine. He is a Ganaconcha, so he gets on out of there. But that's the one thing, man. Cyberhero, you're seeing what's happening here. They do have a couple kills themselves. It's mostly on the Yuzhong for QLET here, but I wonder how they're going to respond with it, Kimpoi.
They're going to go all in on him. That's going to be the Lantern Flare knocking him up, and they burst through the Gatot Kacha. Through the Revitalize even. Mountain Shocker thrown. There's no neutral objective to contest, but Onyx Philippines are already pushing on the lead. Man, a bit of poke again as Mashiro tries his best to go for the lane. Will be able to, but will lose out on a lot of health there. Oh, falling Sarmu as well. That's away the dragon defensively to get Kelra off of him.
Okay. Kelra, how do we feel about the gold lane Esmeralda, man? Have we seen it like pop up too much? I feel like it's still one of those things that just, you know, gold lane itself has been in this kind of like transition ever since the whole patch and everything else. And like, how do you feel about it?
In Indonesia, we've been seeing a lot of the Esmeralda golds, man. We just really like brawly compositions, right? So yeah, it's all about that. We even saw the Uranus gold for Alter Ego. So nothing too crazy here for Onyx Philippines. Just from an Indonesian caster's eyes point of view. Kimpoi, though, knocked up. Just a bit of CC put on him. Kimpoi looking for the damage again, but Kelra's walking over from the gold lane. Brusco with a walk up too, doing some damage. Lantern Flare now into the Raging Sandstorm. and Kim Poi just does not know what hit him.
Oh!
That's almost a lock from Mr. Kirk there, but the Black Dragon Firm is timed really well. An all-in from Kill It. Now over to Kirk, who doesn't have Bravest Fighter. That's going to dive over to the back line. Oh, good petrify the Furious Dive. Able to catch him with the Weighted Dragon as well, and the Abyssal Arrow catches him right on time. Kill It still able to sustain with the DOT of the passive, but will finally be taken down as Martese claims the turtle.
There we go, Cyberhero. Whoop, mid lane still? Are they going to force a fight? Okay, they back off. I was going to say, the arrow earlier from Fangor was great in that turtle pit. Keeping Cyberhero in this game. Again, it's nothing too crazy. The lead that they have to work against is just, nearly a couple thousand gold here at this point, but they've got a pretty good pacing to go with, and it's more so of, are they going to be able to utilize Mashiro later on? I think that's one of the bigger questions is, this gold lane, Cho, for example, the kicks that he's going to be looking for, they have pick-off potential. Oh, Kirk. Okay. Brave Fighter out of there. Arrow thrown out. That's the thing, man. They have mainly pick-off potential with this lineup from Cyberhero.
Oh, my lord.
Shiro.
Get Purify out. They're going to go for the turret juggle, and they will get the kill under turret as Brusco Soul Lanes almost gets a solo kill on Fangor, who's going to have to back away now. Brusco rotating up top, and it should be a turret for Onyx Philippines up top. Prince picking that one up. Actually, the minion's doing it, but Prince was assisting.
That's what Super Prince does, man. That's what the captain does here. And again, this is one of his signature picks lately, ever since the Jushin came out. So allows him to go ahead and control the pace of the lane, really, on this pick. And it's one of the heroes that, you won't see Prince die too much on this Jushin pick. He does get out with the beacon.
Good flicker out there. He saves the beacon. That's going to be the all-in, but he saves the Crimson Beacon. Now Raging Sandstorm flicker, and Martese gets caught by the Raging Slash. Super Prince as well finally decides to go for the beacon, and this should be a free turtle for Onyx Philippines. Kirk trying to go for the cut in the lane. Kill It. Looking for the damage back, but Kirk is super strong right now. Dashes back in, forces out the Black Dragon, and he's going to be taken down from the skies, man. Turtle for free for sure now. Fangor and Kim Poi, no chance of walking in that turtle pit.
Ooh, man, talk about value on Brusco right now with the Khalid. Again, when this came up in the draft, it was all comfort that we saw here. Kelro putting some pressure between the turrets.
Oh, Purify out. That's gonna be the way the Dragon locking him down, and enough from Martese. A bit of a weird decision there from Kelra, but it will still be rewarded. They get some pressure in the bottom lane, a few good hits on that tier 2. And that's it. Okay. I think that should be the end of this invade, unless Kim Poi gets knocked up into the blades of Brusco. Raging Sandstorm to chain CC him. Kim Poi still has Revitalize and the AOG. Kirk looking for the cut in the bottom lane now, taking a bit of damage. We'll have to finally respect Kill It under that tier 2.
All right, let's take a look at Cyberhero specifically. I mean, I feel like this is, oh man, as Kill It goes down, King Kong just styling under the tier 2, man. This is the thing, they were holding on for a while, but now they're losing control.
Oh, Fangor's running away, but Brusco's waiting as he heals back up. That's Kelra cutting the wave, and King Kong now on Kim Poi. Yeah, he's gonna charge that Unbreakable. Kelra able to get a fadeaway kill on Mashiro as he flickers out. And now Martese has to respect this. Gonna go for the Traceless backwards. It's a Sky Piercer for Friends as his second item, I believe, here. 2-0 and 8. And that's gonna be racking up as Kirk jumps in. Gonna be taunted down, but has the Raging Slashes now to get back to full HP on the mini waves. Goes through with the Raging Slash into the disengage. He's gonna be taking low, flickers out the safety. Furious Dive answered by the Raging Storm in the back line. The AOG catches Kirk, but they get the kill on Martese.
Oh, Super Friend's gonna use the beacon. I don't know if King Kong wants to follow up. He sees the low health bars.
Oh, that's a dive in. Way the Dragon locking him down. King Kong, been a bit too much that he could chew, but it's the dive again with the Sky Piercer. Friends picks up a kill on Mashiro. He's finally on the board. Make it 10 on the Sky Piercer.
Oh man, it's just, you didn't think Onyx Philippines might go for it, but they knew they wanted the limit test here. Like, we see Kelra just dancing on the Esmeralda, taking shots from the turret. Doesn't matter because he has the shields too. But that's the thing, they can test the limits with this kind of lineup, and that's what we see them doing. The Lord is up now. Kelra will go ahead and keep Cyberhero in the base, basically, at this point, while that Lord is started up now by Kirk. Brusco there. King Kong will just have all the time in the world. He's going to grab his orange first and then make his way there. There doesn't seem to be much that can happen for Cyberhero unless they force this fight, and I'm worried if they do, man. If they force a fight around this Lord, they could find themselves here getting wiped out potentially. They've got to go ahead and go about this very carefully. King Kong already grabbing his buff, making his way for that Lord that was held there. And again, this is the Broken Walls map. I know we didn't get to see the roulette that we're used to seeing, but that it will take into consideration for our next maps coming up here. But that's pretty much going to be a free Lord. Objective secured here for Onyx Philippines.
Well played from Onyx Philippines. At this point, right, they've taken enough risks in the early game. They've won out on most of the gambles that they really just can play it safe all the way to the end now. They got a pretty big gold lead already. They have a Lord coming in as well, so that's going to build up the gold lead even more. And we've only just gone through the first 10 minutes of the game. So in terms of scaling as well, we have to talk about it, Naisu. Onyx Philippines definitely have the upper edge, man. The Esmeralda, already unkillable. Once she gets more items, I don't really see anyone on Cyberhero going through the health bar of the Esmeralda, unless maybe he's under turret, right? Then maybe it's going to be possible for them to get the kill. King Kong actually going to be knocked up. Whoa, way too aggressive with the throw. Rose gets pulled back. Kirk goes in and gets the stun under the base turret. They get a kill on Mashiro as well. Kirk over for the stun again. Kimpo able to get out just barely, but Prince goes in. Now the Sky Piercer able to pick up the stack. That's a furious dive from Killer over to Kirk, but he's healing a bit too much. And Prince with the Sky Piercer now puts the Lantern Flare over to kill it, slams him down to the ground, and surely we'll be able to pick up yet another stack here. It's gonna take a bit longer as Fangor deals with the Lord, but Prince wants that final Sky Piercer stack, and he'll get it. That's an 11-minute end for Onyx Philippines as Mashiro tries his best to walk up. He gets away the dragon, but Onyx Philippines will just lock in that win.
Game one, going Onyx Philippines there, and I don't know, man. I said it. I was like, you see that first blood that Brusco got? The man with HusKKiee, basically. He's got to be MVP. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to do the MVP here, but just absolutely insane game for Brusco specifically, and then of course for Onyx Philippines, really taking their sweet time, really, just to go ahead and once that power spike happened, which happened really early on, they're like, you know what, we'll go ahead and just fight between the turrets, tier 1, tier 2. Very standard, like I was saying, from Onyx Philippines, if they get that lead early on. Like, that's kind of what we were so used to seeing. I mean, even when they went on their whole world championship tour and run through, that kind of look like that, you know. And so those shades of that Onyx Philippines is obviously, it's still there, and it's just kind of when you look at the changes that has happened here in the meta itself and how good the competition has gotten in other parts of the world, especially regionally here in the Philippines, it's crazy to think that, yeah, there's still this version of Onyx Philippines that just goes you know, locked in, ends it in a quick manner, you know. And I feel like even in the sense, King Kong just kind of on the landslide, he's like, well, if he gets kicked or if he gets taken out, it's not that big of a deal, because even our roam is packing damage, man.
There's just too much to handle, dude, especially with the Sky Piercer towards the end. Maybe they were lacking, you know, that execution power, right? They had a lot of damage throughout, but getting to execute on some of the members, especially the sustainable ones like the Yuzong, would be a bit tough as we get into that portion of the game. But that's where the Sky Piercer came in, right? Yep. I'm curious as to why they didn't build it up earlier. Maybe just a bit more respect over. But looking at how the game was played and how snowbally it looked for the Jusin, usually you would see the Sky Piercer much earlier. I'm glad to see it though. At the end of the day, even if it was a bit late, the Sky Piercer really turned out to be a massive factor to get the game down in under 12 minutes, on the 11-minute mark, and it was just clean, really. The rotations, the draft. Like I said, Naisu, the Esmeralda, there was no one there on Cyberhero's lineup that could really deal with the Esmeralda. No one that can really shred. That's why you saw the Lunox ban from Onyx Philippines. Yeah. It was odd that Cyberhero didn't pick it up themselves, and that's why Onyx Philippines didn't hesitate, not even a second, right? They went straight for the Esmeralda as they saw it open, and it was as easy as that for them.
It was, man. And so, there was a moment. I feel like it was very brief. Unfortunately, there was a moment there where I feel like Cyberhero was in a position to at least go ahead and fight. Not to say that they were able to turn the game over or anything like that, but and that was the base off of basically a couple arrows. There's abyssal arrows, and that seems to be the case. Like when you have a Selena on your team, that's kind of the case. Like you play around that arrow timing, and unfortunately, when you've got Super Prince over there and he's a master Selena himself, they know how to go ahead and counter plan to that. And it's just one of those things where one of your biggest problems with Cyberhero was like, dude, their roam is destroying us. Like, because you mentioned it, it's like even the Esmeralda from Kelra, like you're not worrying about it in the early game too much. But then like mid-late, because this is mainly a mid-game, it's like mid-game, he's kind of unkillable, and then you just have too many things to worry about. And I feel like that's why I was saying like Cyberhero got to a point where too much was just happening for them to kind of catch up. It almost felt like, yeah, they needed to catch their breath or, something needed to happen there to turn that game around. And there was a very small window where they were at least able to go kind of toe-to-toe based off of an arrow landing. But that was about it. So I think our whole discussion, Mirko, about how would this like the two players that came into this lineup for Cyberhero, Marktezi and Kimpoy, change that dynamic. And I think, even in this case, it like obviously it was one game, but it's like that game alone, it kind of showed us that they weren't really able to do much as a team. Like that synergy just wasn't there that's needed to face off against a team like Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, I think a few things to criticize for sure, right? The Yu Zhong pick, leaving the Lancelot open after banning the Fanny and the Hayabusa. I thought, especially after seeing the Lancelot, you wouldn't really go for the Yu Zhong. But again, if you guys are out there and you're wondering, right, the Yu Zhong is a great way to secure neutral objectives if you're up against a Hayabusa, Isu, and Shin. Notably, those heroes that really want to go in, but has a very one-dimensional entrance towards Turtle, that's where the Yu Zhong, really comes in to stop him. But Lancelot, on the other hand, with two abilities that make him untargetable, with a billion unlimited dashes, really depends on how good the user is. And in this case, it's King Kong. So I think you should be expecting the unleashed dashes to be coming through. And plus, you add onto the fact that he's playing with that dual mid who's always looking for prio, right? The Jusin and the Khalid. The Khalid was the cherry on top. The Jusin is already a really good pick for mid prio, but then you put in the Khalid and it's almost just guaranteed. Again, Naisu, I pointed this out early on in the game, but I want to point it out again. What they did in the mid lane was something that I actually didn't expect. I thought they were just going to be clearing the wave, rotating over, and utilizing a classic Jusin and Khalid clearing the wave, clearing the mid lane. But they instead just zoned their opponents completely. So they didn't use their resources to clear. They instead used the concussive blast, pickups, all to zone and to make sure that Fangor was under level for Turtle 1.
Yeah, so like looking at that, I'm trying to think too where Cyberhero can change things up to have a better chance in game 2, because otherwise, like based off game 1, you can go back to kind of what maybe some people were thinking originally, like this is going to be an easy series for Onyx Philippines to go ahead and take. Again, like we heard from the interview earlier on, like even the hosts were mentioning, like you guys are that team, like they're like they even have a lot of fans over there in St. Petersburg, Russia. So I think a lot of people have seen Onyx Philippines just kind of, especially in the run back in the World Championship for M6, like they were just so dominant that so many people were, I think, just they were amazed at how easy it looked for Onyx Philippines. Like if you think about the teams out there that have like that golden, and not to say this about their colors, but it's like the golden synergy locked in. Like for a run for an international. I don't know if there's been a team that's had it more than Onyx Philippines. The only team I can think off the top of my head would be like the old, now Echo. Team Falcons, but like AP brand or Echo, like those two, because again, same thing. Yeah. And it's funny because all those teams live together. So maybe that's the secret sauce. I don't know.
Right? Maybe there's a secret to it.
Maybe there is, man. You know, live together, stay together, win championships together. I don't know. But we are going to be taking a short break, guys, before we jump into game two to give our players a chance to go ahead and get reset because Cyberhero needs that to go ahead and get a better game too. So sit tight. We'll be back after the break. It's me, Nisu, and Mirko. We'll be back after this. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a short break here. It's me, Naisu, and Mirko, once again, to bring you the playoffs. Day number 1 here for the Cyberhero. Winner is coming, and that it is right now.
Right, Naisu. You gotta do it the Jon Snow way, man.
All right,
you gotta do it right.
Man.
You know how Jon Snow does it?
How does he do it?
All right, wait. I'll try. All right, I'll try.
All right, you try.
Winter is coming. Is that it? Is that it?
with the accent,
you
man.
gotta do it right, man. That's how the Starks do it. All right.
Winter's coming. I can't do the accent. Coming.
Yeah. It takes a while, you know. It takes a while of watching GOT.
Yeah, I can't wait for January. You know, if you know, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Here we are, jumping to the draft here, guys. Game 2. If you missed game 1, it was rather quick. It was very dominant for Onyx Philippines. And it seems to be blitzing through the draft again. It looks like we're doing a little switcheroo though, because you got at least the Yu Zhong anyway, and the Ganakacha over here for Onyx Philippines this time. They'll pick up the Kimmy. Cyberhero went and took the Jushin, and they still have the YSS, and of course they go the Hylos this time. So maybe they can have a better time. I just, again, when you break down game 1 and what was going wrong there, it's just like they didn't find in their windows to utilize the lineup that they really had. It was an early kill for Brusco, and his Khalid just went rampant. I think he finished around 8-1 or 9-1. Also, this looks like, is this, yeah, we're getting Flying Clowns. Is that correct? Yeah, Flying Clowns for map 2.
Yeah. I like how we instantly get this, by the way. Like, you heard the theory. You heard the theory in game number 1, right? When you want to go for the Yu Zhong and the Ganakacha, you want to zone people away, you ban the Lancelot. And that's exactly what Onyx Philippines do. So they ban the Lancelot. They know the Yi Sun-shin's coming on the other side. And now they're going to have to play the mind games, right? Knowing the Suyo has just been buffed recently, and it's King Kong on that side, it really can still be a Suyo. But with the Hylos and the Jushin, I'm not too sure. We're going to have to find out about that later. But so far, they're doing a really good job. Again, they forced the Yi Sun-shin to go up against the Yu Zhong, which means any jungle you go for, you should have already a good route to secure Turtle 1 at least, right? So that's a snowball, and that's why maybe they went for the Kimmy as well instead of the Jushin. They think it's already enough with just the Yu Zhong and they got the Kacha the zone, and they'll go from there. Good Arlet, good Lapu Lapu ban here, just taking out the XP laners that can bring some trouble against the Philippines, Onyx Philippines front to back composition they're building right now with the Kimmy, Gata, Yu Zhong.
Okay. Yeah,
Chat is saying Balmond, by the way. Do you agree, Naisu? Do you think Balmond's going to show up for
Balmond? I think they were watching the videos in between the matches here. That's why chat's saying Balmond, bro. You know, they saw him spin in the animation, and they're like, yeah, might as well just, hey, bring out the Balmond. I don't think we're going to see that. Cyberhero's bringing out what Onyx brought out, though, for the most part.
Yep.
You know, they've got, now they got themselves the Esmeralda to put in the gold lane, so this will be interesting to see how, whoa, okay, no, so obviously, obviously, that's probably an API.
It's either we're in blind pick or that ain't right.
That can't be right.
I don't think that's right.
All right, we're gonna see exactly what that pick for Onyx Philippines actually is, but I'm assuming, yeah, is that gold lane CC then? And then this would have been the jungle. I'm wondering what jungle they actually picked up. Maybe we get to see it when we get the roster look here. But Ruby was the last pick for Cyberhero, so their lineup looks basically pretty solid, I would say. It covers a lot of grounds. You've got a lot of crowd control. You've got some of that sustainability, of course, with the Hylos and then the Esmeralda, if they are the ones that took it. But, you know, overall, the damage and the durability is there. The revitalize from the Hylos, and also being able to escape if you need to with the pathway should work too. Now, I'm just curious because whatever jungler pick this is, I was trying to like peek in on stage. Oh, it's a Joy. I think I peek a Joy there.
All right.
I think it's
the
a Joy.
Makes way more sense. Yeah, way more sense compared to anything else, I feel, right? Like, the Joy is really, really good. I'm a fan of the Joy. The thing is, the Ruby pick is really, really good as well. Oh, wait. It's a Joy, right?
I mean, the Lancelot was banned out.
I'm going to trust you, Naisu.
Yeah.
I'm going to trust you on that, all right?
I got that 2020 vision, man.
Let's jump in.
Okay, we're right. Here we go. All
right.
right.
So it is a Joy. All right.
It is a Joy. All right. So welcome to game 2, guys. We just got thrown off a little bit there, but yeah, good thing we were able to peek behind the casters out there. Shout out to them over on grounds in St. Petersburg, Russia. But yeah, so Onyx Philippines. Whoa, Kimboy.
Yeah, that's a good hit. Oh my lord, that's gonna be the bring back under turn. Brusco will fall first blood. Friends knocked up again. Oh, Friends, he's in big trouble. He's still able to get away. Martese walks up. King Kong able to go for it. Flicker out. Does the arrow land? Martese barely out of range. But look at King Kong. He wants to go for more now. Jumps in over to Fangor. Might have to burn. Oh, he just went for Mark. Amazing targeting, knowing that Fangor still has Flicker. He goes straight for Mark, and now he's going to take the green cap away.
Oh, man. I could hear the Sigma Boy song as that popped up. Now they're going to be going for Kimboy again. He got away just briefly with a sliver of HP. But you know, popping that Revitalize earlier on, too. And one of the things is you know, you don't want to overstep because potentially if they didn't die there or just kind of overstep that, then they would have been okay. But with Mark Teasy going down early on and you're going against King Kong's Joy, who's already sitting at 2-0, that's not where you want to be, man. And this first turtle is most likely just going to go in the hands of Onyx Philippines because of that last exchange.
Not even the Black Dragon form necessary there, to be fair. It was just a formality for Kirk to be on the Black Dragon form in case Martese tried to go for a cheeky little traceless, but the Mountain Shocker will reveal that setup that Onyx Philippines were looking to get onto Cyberhero. So I don't think there's going to be much action in the next few minutes, or the next few seconds rather. King Kong is going to be invading as he likes to do on the Joy. They have enough of a lead to really just put in the pressure here. Again, Brusco walking up just so that the green cap can be taken away as Brusco charges up that Unbreakable, gets away. And it's the XP Crab too. King Kong, I think by the time Turtle 2 spawns, will be 2 levels ahead of Mark Teasy.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, you know, America, I was like, man, it's unfortunate that Mark Teasy died in the early game right there, because as a YSS especially, you know, you don't want to fall behind. Oh, Kimboy?
Okay, that's going to be Kimboy Kong. Glorious Pathway already used up. Brusco walks back in with Revitalize. Now gets caught by the Falling Star when it gets knocked out by the Lantern Flare. But it's a GK. It's kind of broken, man. Crazy sustain. Everybody going on him. And it's him. Oh, man. Crimson Beacon baited out. Curtain Call, though, is also going to be used up. Kelra taking a beating. Pops into Vengeance. Brusco making sure he body blocks a bit of those shots.
Wow, I'm actually surprised, you know, on either side, all that kind of fighting, no one went down on either side, so that's good. Better for Cyberhero here, though, too, but King Kong doing his thing.
Oh, man. Solo kill from King Kong is going to be looking for it. Oh, he dodges away from the Dobro Wolf King. Signature King Kong. Going to get out, though. Flicker, Lancer Flare, Glorious Pathway. Even though he went through all that, man, there's still flickers, there's still beacons, there's still pathways, but at least he's baited out another few, like Battle Spell plus Ultimate.
You know, I think he's really going with the line of what he said during the interview, man. Like, you know, he wants to go ahead and give them a good game, have fun, and it seems to be he's doing that from game 1 now on, from the Lancelot, now on game 2 on the Joy. This is a window, though, of opportunity for Cyberhero. Let them see if they can lock in a turtle. Of course, Mark Teasy's not there yet. He's grabbing his orange buff. You know he has to catch up here against King Kong. He just picks up the Genius Wand, so this is going to be a little dicey now. Onyx Philippines in position for this turtle. Relatively still a close game in terms of economy, though. And we'll see how they find it out. Beacon already going to be used, but Onyx Philippines takes control now of the turtle pit. Marquisi's making his way. They're going to have to fight.
Yeah, Black Dragon form as well. King Point looking for stun now as King Kong builds up on the stacks, pops in Electrifying Beast, Flicker, and don't roll Wolf King, but King Kong still finds it. 2-man Petrify and Furious Dive, locking them down. Now the AOG to isolate Mark Teasy as Super Friends deals out damage, kill it. Goes in back for the Falling Star Moon. But this is a big win for Onyx Philippines as they look to go for the turret in the bottom lane. It'll be King Kong to siege it down as Cyberhero will play inside their jungle.
This is about the same timing from the previous game that we saw where, you know, Onyx Philippines will start to go ahead and kind of press on the gas. And it's going to be tough for Cyberhero to go ahead and stop that from snowballing out of control. You know, they're doing what they can to hold on to these lanes, these tier 1 turrets. Onyx Philippines is really trying to put pressure to get that first turret down. But if the team fights break out, that's where again we have to kind of dissect those things happening. And Cyberhero just unfortunately hasn't been able to do much against that. I mean, even the double petrify earlier on from Kirk, the setup potential, even the utilization of Brusco this time around, completely different game, by the way, for him on this Ganaconcha, where he is that initiator and taking much of this damage instead of the Khalid like we saw him on the 9-1 or 8-1 Khalid he had previously.
Yeah, it's a brutal game for the Ganaconcha, but I mean, a good thing about Ganaconcha is he likes the pain, right? He likes to take damage. It's all good whenever he's that low even. It's a bait. It's always a bait when it's a Ganaconcha, you know? You get him that low. Good take from Kirk, man. They're not really... Dude, Onyx Philippines are taking everything away. Traction Pulse again baiting out the Crimson Beacon. And I think a lot of people would probably think, you know, that's ult for ult, but the ult Traction Pulse compared to Crimson Beacon is so much more expensive to burn here. So for Cyberhero, every time they look for these trades, every time the ults are traded like that, it's worth it for Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, I guess one of the good things out of this, Cyberhero Marquise caught up a little bit. He's still about 11.5 behind. They're going to force a fight in the mid.
Yeah, that was a questionable engage from Mashiro. Electrifying beats in the back line now as Kelra runs them down with the yo-yos. The Black Dragon from the AOG takes Marquise out, and now it's Kimboy caught in the traction pulls and caught in the bullets of Super Frizz. A free turtle into the hands of Onyx Philippines, and they'll also get a free tier 1 in the mid lane.
Man, Mirko, that's exactly what I was saying, you know, like replicated from game 1. There's this window of opportunity for Cyberhero, and they took a chance that they necessarily didn't have to, and then what ended up happening is now they're losing objectives, turrets across the board. Those tier 1s that were worked on to be held on to for so long, they're falling now. That's 2 that Onyx Philippines has, plus the objectives, and leading into that first Lord once it comes up in about a minute and a half. The unfortunate thing here is you're now 4-ish 5,000 gold behind. King Kong is scaled like crazy with the Holy Crystal now too, and this is just going to help him out even further. There's 1 HP on this turret. We'll see if Prince does get it as it's locked in. So now Cyberhero has to make a decision on how they approach this. You know, it's trying to put basically a small band-aid on a gushing wound, because what are they going to go for here? I mean, they're going for Kalra. He's just knocking on that tier 2 turret on the bottom side, but really, it's more of a come fight me. Is basically what's happening here for Onyx Philippines.
King Kong just walking up there, zoning kill it so that Prince gets some easy hits on the turret.
Oh, they want to fight.
Petrify the Furious Dive onto 2. Right on with the curtain call from Kelra, and they're just going through the health bars. Mashio running away, popping the I'm offended. Kirk still tanking it up, going for a kill it. Very, very low. Kelra gets away. That's going to be the Furious Dive again to knock Kimboy up. Mashiro locked down as well, but they get away. Onyx Philippines are just brutal with it. They cannot stop looking for these sets.
Hey man, when you got a Kirk in the bush with a petrify, that's all you need, you know. And it was a setup from Onyx Philippines in between the tier 2 and tier 3 turret is exactly how they pulled that off. Something that Cyberhero wasn't expecting, and again, it just furthers that snowball, now ballooning up to 7,000 gold in the hands of Onyx Philippines over Cyberhero, and they're going to make their way for the Lord. This could be a disaster. This could be a game-winning or game-ending disaster for Cyberhero. There's a traction pulse.
All right, Brusco. Gonna hold on to this position now. Again, he's just a bait. Every time you see it, that's gonna be a flicker. I'm offended. Over to Super Frizz. He's still able to get out. That's a Crimson Beacon flicking from Fangor. Finally getting the pick onto Super Frizz. But look at the back line, and King Kong as well with the electrifying beats earlier. Now with just the bad dashes. AOG onto Fangor. Nothing they can do about it. They just gotta take it. And it's a free Lord to Onyx Philippines, man. The Yi Sun Shin so far back. Kill it. You can still walk up here, but King Kong's not gonna let that happen. He's gonna walk up, electrifying beats, going through the health bar. Nothing he can do. Can't even tank up that damage. And it's free. Bottom lane Kelra! Solo kill against Marquise.
Oh man. Kelra saying hi. A fellow Filipino to Marquise is just not having the game he wanted. on the YSS. Again, it all started to go downhill right as that early death came in that mid lane, and it just hasn't let up since then. Now 10,000 gold for Onyx Philippines. Very peculiar in the way that they went about this game. It took them a little bit longer to flip that switch, but they did it just like they did in game one. Whoa!
Current call, traction pulse, diving in. Brusco getting the taunt as well, but there's not enough damage here. Gonna get out with AOG. Yes, he can. No way. He gets away. Now it's King Kong walking up, a black dragon in the air as well. So tough for Cyberhero. Kirk finally going back on ground, gets a petrified furious dive on two. It's all in. Mark gets away with the traceless. Now will dive as Kelra takes in a few of the turret shots. Will be taken down. Brusco knocked out a Lancer Flare as well now, but it's gonna be again Kirk jumping to the midst of it all, doing damage. DOT. They take 2 base turrets in the end, and it's worth it for Kelra and Brusco.
Man, it looked like they wanted to just go ahead and try to end it there. And they wanted to see if they could. They end up fighting a little bit too much, and 2 go down. But again, Onyx Philippines can afford that. They were 10,000 plus gold ahead, and they knew that they had that advantage in terms of itemization. It looks like Cyberhero just wants to go ahead, tried to catch Super Friends, but even with the conceal, they weren't able to go ahead and catch anybody. So they lose 2 base turrets. They gain themselves a little bit of gold. But they still have so much ground to cover, man. I mean, you're still quite a ways behind where you need to be. And your carries, specifically on this lineup here for Cyberhero, just isn't there. I mean, especially even the YSS in the hands of Mark Teasy needs plenty of more time to go ahead and catch up in itemization. And even over here for, Mashiro, again, this lineup, because you have a Ruby Gold.
Man.
Oh, Mashiro, as I was mentioning.
What a flank. Mashiro trying to go for I'm offended. Oh, commits the flicker as well. Now it's King Kong in the back line. Population Fight beats over on the Crimson Beacon. Meanwhile, the rest of the team getting dismantled by Friends and Kelra. AOG! That's a traceless out. And Kelra wants to go for a bit more here. Gets knocked up. Will be fine. As Killer tries to run away as well. Brusco right there with Unbreakable.
Oof.
It's going to be the dive in. Furious dive over. They're going to go straight for the base to make it quick. 13 minutes in game number 2, and Onyx Philippines seal their win as they move on to the upper bracket finals.
And they put on a game for the fans, like we mentioned, or like they mentioned during the interview there. Again, you can see smiles on the face here for Onyx Philippines. Pretty standard stuff that we see here from them. Again, this is our winner. Once again, Kirk, King Kong, Super Friends, Kelra, and Brusco. Everybody's familiar with these names. This team, the Super Fam, and Onyx Philippines has been, I feel like, ever since they had a bit of time to readjust. That picture, man, still, I think Kelra is just trying to reach over the banner, man. Like, it throws me off. But, they've had the time to go ahead and resettle back into what made them such a strong team and a dominant team to, be a world championship and a world championship team. And it's looking like that shades of that family, that Super Fam team is there. And it just was a little bit too much power for Cyberhero to handle.
Yeah, way too much, man. And again, this is the classic game of Yu Zhong up against Yi Sun-shin, right? This is why they banned out the Lancelot as well. They knew that in the end, any jungler they get, whether it be a Joy, a Suyo, whatever they'll get, it's already guaranteed Turtle 1. So whatever you wanna go for, like a scaling pick in the end, they went for the Joy, right? Someone that isn't really that strong early on anymore, but is super strong as he gets her items, becomes automatically, you kind of skip the early game with Yu Zhong against Yi Sun-shin. Because the turtle's already guaranteed. He gets a turtle, he gets that snowball, so you get an easy road to your item power spike in that mid game. And then you saw King Kong just style on him, man. I gotta give props to Kirk though. Like, those Furious Dive Petrifies were clean. Brusco as well, both games. I think the XP and the roam were just spot on.
It's the Yu Zhong, it's kind of funny how he took like some time to be out of the meta. Now he's back.
Yeah.
And he's devastating, especially when you can utilize not just the dragon form, but the petrify. I think honestly, the petrify is almost more valuable than the ultimate. I think a lot of times, man. So it's just one of those things where, again, the lineup that we saw here was utilized so well from Onyx Philippines, and it'll be interesting to see if there's going to be a team that can actually go ahead and take them distance in one of these series. Again, I know for some of the viewers that might be just catching up with us, this is a best of 3. Technically it's day 5 of the tournament as a whole, but for the playoffs it's day 1 for the playoffs here, and then of course we have a day 2 tomorrow. We still have games, by the way, so I know it's late on our part of the world. We still have 2 series for you guys today, so I know we got a lot of people jumping around, man. Like some people probably have like 10 tabs open, different tournaments to watch.
Yeah, there are a lot of tournaments going on.
There's so many tournaments going on, but we're glad you guys get to join us here and tune in with us, because that was Onyx Philippines, and next up we do have another best of 3 that is going to be a team that Mirko's also familiar with, of course. So you have EVOS, of course, their EVOS ID, they were invited as well. So Onyx Philippines and EVOS ID were invited. They're going to be going against Verso Time, and we'll talk more about that once we get to that matchup for you guys tuning in with us. But familiar faces there too. And I think if we conclude this, it's like, again, a lot of our discussion leading into this was how these changes would happen for Cyberhero. The addition of the 2 Filipino teammates, it didn't work out too much. But I think we're going to be hearing an interview with King Kong over on stage. So let's go ahead and throw it over on stage, and let's see what King Kong has to say. It must be cold over there, man. He's rubbing his hands. Winter really is there. But let's go ahead and throw it over on stage to hear from King Kong.
Исправить эту ситуацию, они пойдут дальше через нижнюю сетку. Понравилась ли тебе, Юрий? Это замечательная игра.
Мне понравилось ровно, что самое главное, можно у представителя команды Оников спросить сейчас как раз-таки насчет этого результата, и был ли ожидаем таковой результат. Роман уступит микрофон нашему переводчику. Был ли ожидаем такой результат? Может, было проще, чем предполагали, или сложнее, или все шло как по маслу?
So, did you expect this result? Was it maybe easier than you expected or harder? What's your opinion?
Actually, we're not used to expecting anything because we just respect everyone we face in the same level.
Они обычно не строят ожиданий от игры, они уважают каждого соперника одинаково.
Вы продолжаете этот путь в верхней сетке. На твой взгляд, с кем бы хотелось бы сыграть больше всего, а может быть, с кем бы хотелось сыграть меньше всего из тех команд, которые, соответственно, у нас еще остались и будут продолжать бороться в турнире?
So, who do you want to play most with and who do you want to play least with?
I'll go with EVOS.
For most.
Yeah, for the most.
Okay. So, они хотят сыграть больше всего с командой EVOS.
Предсказуемый на самом деле ответ, но тем не менее это вполне возможно еще. Естественно, если будет такой вот гранд-финал,
Да,
у нас
сейчас
это
глянем.
будет. Глянем.
Спорт такое дело. Здесь всегда победителя предсказать не так просто, как кажется, потому что кто как встал с утра, у кого какое настроение, кто в форме сейчас находится, это все трудно спрогнозировать, трудно определить. А по результатам предыдущих турниров иногда бывает такое, что команда, которая очень сильна сегодня, не очень сильна завтра. Поэтому будем смотреть. И следующее БО3 не за горами. Но и финальный вопрос Кинг-Конгу мы хотим поинтересоваться. Может ли произойти ситуация, что на этом турнире команда HusKKiee не проиграет ни одной карты? Есть ли уверенность такая?
Do you think that it's possible that the Onyx team won't lose any game?
Actually, it's... sorry, what's the question again? I think no matter what, it's still possible to lose in any kind of game.
Окей, он считает, что неважно, что происходит, всегда есть вероятность проигрыша.
И это правильно, это то, Роман, о чем мы говорили с тобой только что. Но карта не матч, а серии далее будут больше. Спасибо большое, Кинг-Конг.
Спасибо. Thank you very much.
Удачи. Good luck.
And there we go. That's the interview with King Kong over on stage with our hosts over there. Again, they're live in St. Petersburg, Russia right now. He must be cold, man. Keeps rubbing his hands. But I don't know. That's got to be humble King. Humble King Kong.
Humble King.
Yeah, dude. Like he's... Again, and I'm sure knowing the guys, I know you know them really well too. I'm sure like Kelra and them are probably watching over there, being like, "Man, I'm glad that's not me." You know, it's always King Kong doing the English interviews, but
Yeah.
you know, I think that's true. Like, you never know. They wanted to ask him, "Hey, do you think you guys will go basically undefeated for the tournament to the championship?" And of course, being humble he is, says it's always possible to lose, man.
Hey, I like that, right? I like that mentality because, again, with that mentality, you're always going to have to improve. You're going to think, all right, if we make a mistake, if we do something wrong, someone's going to capitalize, right? And I like the fact that, you know, they put some respect on Evos as well, dude. They were like, oh, he was like, yeah, I want to meet Evos the most out of all the teams here. So, again, I think that's going to be tough because Versatile Time will definitely not make it easy for Evos to go up and meet up against Onyx Philippines. Versatile Time looking really, really good. 3rd place in the MCC Season 6, and they took Spirit, the champs, to a full 5-game series in the lower bracket. So I'm really excited to see how Versatile Time performs here, how much they've improved from the previous MCC.
I can't wait to see it, man. I think that series is definitely going to be. Hopefully, we get the 3-game series there. But again, guys, we're going to be taking a break before we get prepped and ready for our 2nd series. Once again, we still have 2 series for you guys to watch with us tonight or today, wherever you guys are watching from. Again, I'm Naisu. This is Mirko, and we'll be back for Series 2 after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Cyberhero Winter is Coming tournament. Here for match number 2, I'm with Naisu, I'm Mirko, and we're going to bring you guys match number 2. We saw how Onyx Philippines were able to, I'll say, dominate in their first match against Cyberhero. Now we get to see Evos up against Verso Time. How you doing, Naisu?
I'm doing good, man. Match 1, rather quick, I would say. I went into the idea of not saying that this was that was gonna be a sweep, especially with the switch up and the roster that we spent some time talking about for Cyberhero with the 2 additional Filipino members coming in, Martizi and Kimboy. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. They couldn't keep up with the pressure and that synergy that we've seen from Onyx Philippines so many times in the past. And they're looking like they're definitely ready to claim a potential championship here. But we heard it from King Kong in the interview too. He's looking forward to playing against Evos ID, the next team that we're actually going to get to watch to play up against Verso Time. But this time, man, I think this one, if we're going to see 3 games, there's a potential for that to happen here because you probably can share some insights about Evos specifically, especially their run through the last MPL Indonesia, of course, and then Verso Time themselves. Again, these are some familiar names of players that we've seen even in the past, and maybe in some different teams and whatnot. But a team that has given some of the more notable or known teams from this region, speaking of Team Spirit being one of them, a pretty good run in their previous matches.
Yeah, Versatime again. If you guys don't know, if you guys didn't catch up to MCC, and if you didn't watch MCC, Versatime were actually the top 3. They made it to top 3. They were almost able to beat Team Spirit. It was a full 5-game series in the lower bracket finals there to make it all the way. And yes, Spirit got dropped by Virtus Pro, so they were in the lower brackets. It just goes to show you how intense it is here for ECA and the MCC. And it already is kind of visible earlier as well. You saw from Cyberhero, they're still testing out their new lineup, with a few new members here and there. And they were able to, I think, show us a few little good things here and there, right? It wasn't obviously the Cyberhero performance we were expecting, because coming into this, we were expecting also a different lineup, the lineup that they utilized in MCC. But Verso Time, I think one of the most recognizable figures on that team is the coach, Coach Osprey. If you guys don't know, the guy who said, give us 6 months, we'll be able to beat the Philippines, right? We'll craft something to beat the Philippines, a strategy. So that's where he is now. He's now in Verso Time, and he's teamed up with a guy he had a lot of respect for the longest time already, Justinian, who was part of Incilio back in the day. So again, a team that you guys probably have seen in the M6 wildcard. And it's going to be really, really cool to see how they'll perform against Evos, who are also on the rise right now. Evos regular season, they're kind of bad, like they were so inconsistent. They just didn't know what their strengths were. They were still rotating different lineups. They were also testing out their new head coach plus analyst. Now it really seems like they've already figured out the correct pieces of the puzzle here and there. They slotted it in, and in the playoffs, they shocked a lot of people. They took Onyx ID
didn't they?
to full 5 games. They shocked me. They shocked me for sure, especially when they won against my goats. BTR knocking them out 3-0. That was kind of sad, man. But there is, there's something good about Evos that I would like to say. They have 2 ex-BTR players, actually 3 ex-BTR players, Naisu. They got Bravo, the coach or the analyst, Vin, the head coach, and Key. One of my goats, ex-BTR, by the way. And also my boys in there, Erlan. You probably know him too. His name was Doma back in the day when he was still playing for like SPS and all that. Doma.
Yeah. So I was gonna ask you that, with Evos ID specifically, because I remember obviously tuning into the MPL ID playoffs and everything, and I guess I was kind of surprised with just how well they played in specific of the matches. I mean, even with the BTR one, I thought BTR would even get 1 game there, but unfortunately they didn't. I feel sorry for you, man, but it's one of those things where I don't know what made them. I just feel like better, because the jump from regular season to when I was sifting through some of the games and then the stats that they had from the regular season and then the way that they performed in the playoffs, they didn't technically probably go as far as they wanted to, but I think even if you look at their overall performance in playoffs compared to their regular season, EVOS ID, you could say that they improved quite a bit in the playoffs, you know. And so, what was like that biggest thing that changed for EVOS ID specifically in the playoffs that made them that much better?
I think it's just playing through their strengths. It's so simple, right? It sounds so simple, but it's something that they've just kind of stayed away from in the regular season and even the first few days of playoffs. They just didn't want to play towards their own strengths. Erlan is really good on the Granger. I've heard a lot of people say he might be the best Granger in Indonesia, right? On the Harrods, on the Natans as well. Those are the heroes that we saw him get a lot of wins in MPLID playoffs. So when he's put on the marksman, he does really well. But when he's put on those fighter golds, which is unfortunately the meta for EVOs, right? That's something that they'll have to adapt to it, whether they like it or not, whether it's their comfort or not. So this is talking about pre-winter is coming EVOs. Back in the playoffs, that's how they were able to get the wins and how they were able to shock a lot of people. It just through playing their strengths. And it's not just that, but it's also Sway Low in the mid lane, a guy who wasn't even the main choice in the regular season. They decided to finally deploy him in the playoffs, and he was a much better choice compared to Roundel, the actual main mid laner. Just because in the playoffs, it's different. Roundel just didn't perform. Swaylo did, but it's also kind of the same situation. Swaylo has a very limited hero pool, dude. He's really good on Yve and Lunox, and that's it. That's where you draw the line. After that, it's kind of like, all right. And that's why they ultimately lost and, you know, fell short against Alter Ego, against Onyx ID, but they're still really good. And fun fact, we've gone past, like, I think 2 months from playoffs, so they should have already fixed a lot of the errors, a lot of the hero pool issues that they had in MPL ID. And I'm really looking forward to how much they've improved, because Albert is still Albert. The guy is ridiculous. Rendy, the rookie, he's looking amazing as well. I think one of the best rookies for sure in MPL Indonesia.
Yeah, and that's you know, specifically that's what I thought at the top of my head too. Like look at, because like I know we talk a lot about roams, jungles, and you know how much the gold lane and the gold laners have had to adapt. But I think when we look at the team's mid laners too, like Suelo in this instance here, and even previously, like the last series, you look at Super Friends, again, they're captain of Onyx Philippines. You look at the impact that these mid laners have is quite intense, because again, it kind of depends on what they decide to play. And we have seen Eve actually banned out now a couple times. Just because for the mid laners out there that do like to go ahead and kind of sit back on more of those control mages, to kind of have the lay of the land, you know, when the team fights break out, is something to always keep an eye out for. So we're gonna have the introductions here, I believe, for our teams coming to play. And once again, this is going to be a matchup. It's a best of 3 that we have here in store for us. Once again, it is going to be Verso Time versus EVOS ID.
Yes, sir. First, it's going to be Verso Time, making their way on stage, I believe, here. So, hey, let's see how their lineup is going to look like. All right, still the main lineup, so nothing changing at all. Welcome them up on stage.
Love the introductions.
There go the boys. Verso Time, man. They look confident, Naisu. I mean, walking up on stage, the crowd, by the way, we got a lot more people now that it's late.
It's filled, man.
Now we're just going to be looking at the intro for EVOS. There you go. The lineup for EVOS, also just their main 5 as they walk up on stage. It is the boys. Same lineup as the playoffs for MPLID.
The boys. Man, yeah, that place filled up. You know, and there's
stacked.
They're over there, of course, too, for EVOS. I feel like, you know, everybody had their hands out there again. it's almost a similar thing, but I feel like maybe a lot more fans out there over in St. Petersburg, Russia right now currently are have been rooting for Verso time, especially probably after what they did previously against like Team Spirit, like we mentioned, and MCC. So I think for the most part, it's this is going to be an intense match. In a way, I want to say very similar to Cyberhero earlier. It's like, can they be tested? Is this going to be a big test for them for if facing off against EVOS ID? I think we're going to have an interview, though, so maybe we have some English translation over on stage, too. Let's go ahead and throw it over on stage to see what they have to say. Hopefully, they're able to translate as well.
За свой регион в том числе, потому что как бы турнир международный, да, это все-таки не только СНГ баталия. Сказывается ли на тебе это вообще и на ребятах, на твой взгляд, в отличие от игр, например, в онлайне, где сидишь дома и спокойно шпилишь?
Без разницы.
Спасибо большое, Коджи.
Коротко, но емко, самое главное. Тем не менее, Ки, вопрос к тебе такой. Ты играешь против хозяев этого турнира. Команда все-таки для нее это родная страна. Ты сюда приехал выступать. Есть ли, может быть, у тебя тоже какое-то давление, что ты все-таки выступаешь уже в гостях, испытываешь ли дополнительно, или у тебя все под контролем, ты вообще полностью владеешь ситуацией?
So, do you have any pressure because you're performing in another country, not in your homeland, and you competing against the team who holds the tournament?
For me, no pressure for me. Yes, because we very excited to fight this team in Russia. So we very confident to beat them.
Никакого давления абсолютно. Они очень ждут матча с этой командой. И на этом все.
У меня чуть пообширнее получилось, Юрий, но предлагаю тебе тоже спросить что-то еще у команды Верса.
Да, ну, ребят, смотрите, Верс только приехали, пока еще не сыграли, сейчас только первый матч будет, поэтому хотелось бы буквально пару слов, может, какой-то привет кому-то передать ребятам в зале, кто приходил. Здесь в первых рядах есть люди, которые, когда выходили, орали так, что мне казалось, что у них глаза сейчас лопнут, поддерживая вас, поэтому в честь этих ребят пару слов, пожалуйста, им.
Все, кто пришли за нас болеть, спасибо большое. Спасибо большое и...
Вот это зал у нас сегодня отзывчивый!
Болейте за нас, и мы покажем красивую игру.
Спасибо, Коджик, удачи! Приглашаю тебя за твое игровое место.
Заключительный вопрос. Я бы на самом деле хотел бы немножко отойти от игры. Опять же, возвращаясь к своему предыдущему вопросу, я бы хотел бы его закончить. Как тебе Россия? Как тебе Санкт-Петербург?
So, how do you like Russia? How do you like St. Petersburg?
It's very cold here.
Очень холодно здесь, ребят.
Но это еще не самое, на самом деле, холодное место на территории Российской Федерации. Тем не менее, спасибо большое, thank you very much. Тогда приглашаем на позиции. И ребята уже готовы, ребята уже заряжены. Я, честно говоря, ни разу не выступал как киберспортсмен. Я не знаю, что это такое, особенно когда ты выступаешь на огромной лан-арене. Но, ребята, я смотрю им в глаза, там нету ни страха, ни боли.
Okay.
Well, there you go, Iso.
There we go.
I guess it's just very cold for Key. It's just very cold. That's his answer to like, hey, how do you like Russia? It's very cold.
It's cold.
Which is probably true, man. It's winter there. I don't know exactly like what the temperature is like.
Wait.
But knowing the event is called Winter is Coming, yeah. I think we already have we know just we have a tease or like a hint of how cold it is there.
-6, bro. -5,
-6.
sorry.
All right. I've actually never been to a country where it snows before. Well, not that I remember. Maybe when I was a kid, I was out and about. But
so
I wonder how it is playing inside. Is it warm inside? Is there like it should still be warm, right? They're not wearing jackets or anything.
I mean, even their casters have long sleeves on, right? So it's like, and I don't know, is winter there already or is it still coming? Like how how cold does it get? I need to look. I have to look because now this is gonna bother me. Coldest temp. -41?
Nah, that's at Fahrenheit or something. No.
Oh, that's
There's
the
no what?
coldest. That's the recorded. That's the
The coldest
the coldest.
Okay, I mean, if that's the coldest, winter is still coming. Nice, all right? -5 is nothing compared to -40. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
crazy.
it does look like for both the teams, they're looking confident. Again, hey, did you see the walkout from Versatime? I don't understand Russian, but it sounded like the player was very, very confident, right? Versatime sounded very confident already as well. They're playing in their hometown. They got nothing to lose technically, right? They're up against an MPL ID team, a region that a lot of people consider to be the second best region in the world. And it's third place versus third place, Naisu. This is fair ground, fair play. And it's both of the lineups, by the way. They are the same, exact same from MCC, exact same for MPL ID. So I don't think there's going to be any excuses here. Last time, or previous match, we can see, all right, why not isn't there? So that might, affect some of the play styles or some of the picks. Didn't really happen, by the way. And there were also 2 new recruits for Cyberhero. But for Versatime and for EVOS, nothing has changed. They're sticking with the same lineups. It's the best version of EVOS versus the best version of Versatime.
That makes me wonder. Before we go focus on this matchup, it makes me wonder if Mark Teasy and Kimboy will still play with Cyberhero for anything coming up, like if they're there for a while, or if it was just for this tournament specifically. But yeah, shifting over here once again to this matchup, I think that's a good way to put it. Third place versus third place, but then at the same time, it's like you have this opportunity in this best of 3 to move forward and then face off against the waiting Onyx Philippines. And I think like we heard King Kong say earlier, they're willing and ready to go up against EVOS ID, I think. But who's to say that it's not going to be Verso here? Because like you mentioned, I think even the crowd out there is so much more electrified to see Versatime play. I mean, I think it was Kodjik that was actually the one doing the interview there. And yeah, they seem very confident. I think that's one of the big things. And, going back to the whole thing we talked about before our first matchup, it was like, that's kind of the main thing here. These players who, again, worldwide might not know so much about, this is their time to go ahead and showcase in this tournament, to go ahead and see if they have what it takes to, I mean, potentially, if you really think about it, Mirko, it's like if Versatime happens to beat EVOS ID here, like that's a statement in itself. They already made a statement in MCC going the distance with Team Spirit, who is naturally the team and the players that a lot of international viewers out there are so used to seeing, and represent the ECA region over in the internationals. So Versatime is one of those teams that's like it's nearly there. Now they have one of these bigger tests ahead of them. I think even this could potentially be one of their biggest tests as a team to play against a team like EVOS ID that has gone through the ringer, over there in Indonesia. Like we briefly spoke about earlier on, their runs through the playoffs and everything else. And I think if Versatime, a team that should have the whole synergy thing locked in, it's a very different story. That's why we keep mentioning this, because it is a very different story from what we saw in the first matchup with Cyber there. Just because, again, for Versatime, they've been playing like this style for a while now. They have quite a bit of experience. I mean, even if you go ahead and look at what they've been competing in just this year alone, there's multiple tournaments that they've played in. And they've had a pretty formidable opponents too. Virtus Pro, of course, Team Spirit. They have played against Cyberhero a couple times as well. So it's just one of those things where it's, again, all those repetitions that they've had this year alone should lead them to hopefully a 3-game series against a team like EVOS ID.
Absolutely. And again, the achievements that they were able to get, right? Third place in MCC was with global ban, Naisu. And I've spoken to Kid Bomba even about this global ban thing that they have in MCC, right? Again, grand finals they actually didn't play. So I know for most of us, we're actually against global ban, right? Like most of us don't really like global ban. He likes it.
Wait, what do you like?
I don't like global ban. I like just normal bans, global ban? No, do you like global ban?
I think I could be accustomed to global ban, man. I like,
well, okay,
eventually, not right now, but like eventually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for Bomba, he just likes global ban because he feels like you're as a pro player, you're forced into different sorts of scenarios, different positions that you'll never find yourself in, and you just have to grind out these games. His hero pool has improved so much because of global ban, and he has had to play like I think 10 hours a day on each hero that he wants to learn. So it's like it's a lot of training, and again, basically a lot more effort put into the game with the global ban system. And I think that should actually benefit a lot of the ECA teams coming into the M series and even here for Verso time as well, right?
So why do you not like it?
I don't like it because I want to see peak level MLBB in its purest form, right? And here, Naisu, like the way I put it, it's like, all right, if someone, let's say Kelra, right, gets on the Beatrix 5 games in a row, there's something going on in the strat department, right? There's no way you would let that go if it keeps on winning the games. You have to then change the draft. You have to change your bans. You have to take that away. You have to deny it, ban it away, or something, right? If not, then there's something wrong. If it's a global ban system, you're not going to see that. You're not going to see the peak of what that team has to offer. You're going to see, all right, him play one game of his peak, and then the other games will kind of be like, all right, filler games in a way, right?
Yeah.
To put it in like sports terms, Naisu, imagine Curry drops a 3-pointer. Like, how many points? Let's say he gets like 3 3-pointers in a row, and you're like, nope, that's banned now. You can't do 3 points. You can only dunk. You can only go for like the normal shots. See, like
You can only free
like
throw
that.
by the end of it.
Exactly.
Only free throws.
Exactly. So that's why I don't like global ban. I still want to see if the guy's a one trick, you have to switch things up in your draft to take that away from him, right? And I think that's also the case for a lot of teams who've won international tournaments before as well, like the Yaoi Cho, right? If it wasn't for that, and if it was global ban, would it be as legendary? The Joy Suyo of King Kong, would it be as legendary? Now Erlan on Granger.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's tough because
it's a fun debate, really, right? Because like there are points for both sides, for sure.
And I think it's more fun though for the viewers, because like the viewers get to see. Well, it depends where you put yourself in as a viewer, right? But I think like a lot of viewers out there, they also would like to see different heroes pop up, different combinations, because that's what global ban does. I mean, we've seen it even over in our MDLs, right? Like we've seen the effect that it can have, and it like from a viewer perspective, let's just say some people are more like on a casual viewer side or anything. Like I think they get more enjoyment of seeing that mix of heroes, and so what we're basically seeing is like different regions and different levels of competition test out global ban. That's why I think like there's some data collection happening here around the world, and maybe eventually, who knows when, it'll fit in the highest competitiveness of MLBB. Maybe. I don't know what exactly is needed for that to happen. Man, I don't even know. I think at some point too, we might even need a couple more bans. Like
Maybe.
I
It's
I
either that
think,
or we adopt one of the ban systems, right? Like global, fearless, whatever. At this point, there's so many as well, by the way, right? Like we've gone through, I think a lot of different games have already gone through like so many different bans, even like Game 7 blind pick, stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool. It's just, for me, I don't like it,
How about this? We actually had this discussion over in the in MPL Philippines playoffs.
Okay.
What if at some point, because we have the 4 changing maps now, what if they add more changing maps and then those are
bans.
like banned out? Yeah.
See, exactly. Like there's going to be so many ways to like think of what's going to happen, what's going to be banned, stuff like that. We're going to be entering the drafting phase, by the way, for game number 1 of match number 2 out of 3. We're going to see one more best of 3 after this, and it'll be the loser of match 1 going up against the loser of match 2 here. So it's going to be an elimination match later on. Now, it's still upper brackets, so even if one of these teams loses, they'll just be dropped down. Hayabusa, Grok, and Afani banned out, as Coach Osprey with Verso Time will be on the blue side, with Coach Vin and Evos standing on red with Yuzong, Baksha, and Glue ban. Whoa. Interesting.
Where are they going with these bans, man? Again, these are we saw a whole lot of the Yuzhong previously, and the Baksha, we know it likes to get picked up by quite a few teams. Glue's a great pick as well, very durable. And there's the answer. So Kalea first pick. This is not Cyberhero. This is Verso
that takes up the Kalia. And then over on the other side, we have the Eve and, of course, the Alice. So the Eve was
Wow.
open. You already mentioned this for Suelo, so he gets his Eve.
Yeah. It's also classic Rendy, by the way, right? I mean, Rendy, I forgot about Rendy as well. Like Rendy, Suelo, and Erlan, all of them have very specific picks. For Rendy, it's just the Alice and the Uranus. For Suelo, it's Yve and the Lunox. For Erlan, it's just the Marksman. But maybe that's something they want to play into right now because they picked up the Lancelot and they've actually left Erlan's hero for the second phase. Something we don't really see too often. But maybe in this case, they noticed how much Verso time have actually put respect-wise on towards Albert. They've actually, you know, let go of Erlan. So they're going to give Erlan a little bit more space later in the second phase.
Yeah, the Alice is I feel like for a while teams like figured it out, you know, because when she went through that whole kind of rework, revamp, and then she popped up a lot towards the later professional seasons across the globe, and she's still quite devastating. Like she still can be very useful in a lot of different kind of lineups. And so, you know, with that in mind, and then you have this kind of control mage in the hands of a specialist like Suelo that has that Eve kind of pocket pick that works so well for him. You get a lot of control around objectives. And I feel like that's one thing that Verso's really going to have to showcase, like their fighting potential around these objectives. We see this so much too. You know, again, it's the YSS Lancelot matchup. The YSS didn't work out too well for Martesi in the previous series, so maybe this time around it can work better here for Verso because you know the ability to go ahead and set things up with a Kalea, obviously a Lapu Lapu 2 will go ahead and help you, but it's about maintaining that kind of heat check from teams like in EVOS or even from the Philippines. Like they like to just go ahead and battle it out. More so EVOS, you know, more so Indonesian teams that just brawl it all out throughout the entirety of the game and they'll take it to you. Hilda is going to help them do that even more now to go ahead and put pressure. I almost expect that Hilda to go ahead and put pressure, you know, of course, in the side of the jungle if they want to make it a little bit harder or make Verso basically respond to early game pressure to see if they can handle that.
I like the bans coming in from both these teams, right? For Verso time, really good respect. The Granger that we were talking about for Erlan and the Gatot Kacha in respects to the pick that they've gone for early, Kalea. Usually you see the Gatot Kacha as a response instantly to the Kalea, but this time around, EVOS have taken a different route, you know? Like they noticed that, again, Verso did not go for any of the combos. It's just the Yi Sun Shin. So in terms of the one-shot, insta one-shot you're looking for the Kalea, you don't really have it on Verso time unless you snowball early with the Yi Sun Shin. But in that case, I think EVOS have already kind of gotten that part. Wait. Yeah, I don't know if the heroes that we saw in the draft should be what comes into the Land of Dawn, so don't get confused by that. Back to my point, though, I think EVOS already have a way to deal with what Verso time is looking for right now, which is the snowball early on. So Alice for Rendy, Yve in the mid lane against the Juicen as well. EVOS, personally, I'm going to go with EVOS for draft game number 1. Nice. So what about you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm just wondering if this is if this is like the portraits again, like the portraits, or was it the draft? But
it's a Hilda and an Alice, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay, the switches are coming through. So yeah, I'm gonna have to say the same thing. I think EVOS just has the game plan is what they have. They've got the 2 purifies, which we typically see to deal with the Kalea too. So I think this is something that we have to keep an eye on how well Verso can execute against this combination, this team comp.
Yep. We're going to get straight into game number 1, into the Land of Dawn. And as we were saying earlier, mid-prio for the Eve against the Juicen. Definitely in favor of EVOS here. We do get a pause so we can stay on the draft, stay on what we expect in the first few neutral objective battles. And yeah, I think I was going to have to reiterate, right? Yeah. Alice, super good to zone the Yi Sun Shin. I think they kind of baited Verso time into picking it up very, very early on.
I think, you know, that's basically what I was saying in the draft is the objective control for EVOS ID is kind of out of control. Like, it's going to be a lot to deal with, I feel like, for Verso. Like you mentioned, the Alice zoning potential alone with the hero Alice is quite insane. But then like you can protect the objective take too if you really want to with an Eve, just setting up that real world manipulation. And then if you notice, like when we got that glimpse there loading in too, they've, like I said, they've got the 2 purifies, they've got a couple Brave Smite emblems too, and a lot of sustainability and healing capabilities between their own individual heroes that will keep them in fighting form, for the, especially if we get to like early skirmishes. Like if we just look at turtle takes alone, I have to see if Verso Time is capable of going ahead and dealing with that, because one setup with the throne from an Alice and fighting into a box is not where you want to be, especially as a YSS. Like it gets a little more difficult. I mean, YSS is still good. He went through his own thing when the patches hit before, but it's one of those things where I feel like it's just, you need a little more of that finesse to work on the YSS in comparison to a Lancelot. Like Lancelot just has so much innate like mobility between his kit that more often than not, you can usually get out of sticky situations, if you have to, or secure these objectives if you have to, as the Lancelot. And again, this is Albert we're talking about, right? So like an OG and just like, a mechanical player himself, with his own accolades and everything else. So I think that once again, it's going to be up to Verso Time to be able to go ahead and contest early on, even as we get a glimpse once again of these trophies here. And again, for everyone that might be just tuning in, that prize pool for these players, that $100,000 prize pool that they're going to be fighting for. And this game alone will go ahead and start to decide potentially, some of that placing, of course, for the top 4 up here.
Okay. I do believe, I'm not too sure here. I'm looking at the lineup again for Verso Time. Well, I guess.
Do you like it?
I mean, I like it. Personally, I like it. I like the lineups looking at it. It's just
what map are we on? I didn't get a chance to. Did you get to see?
I believe we're on Broken Walls. I believe we are on Broken Walls. Yes, sir. I remember seeing the logo of Broken Walls up there. By the way, we got a PC set up right there as well, in case you know. I don't know. Hey, maybe some of the players want to play on the emulator. Who knows? Like, I mean,
have you ever tried?
I actually started playing MLBB with an emulator because I came from PC, right? So I'm used to clicking. I'm not used to moving with an analog. So I actually played on a PC on an emulator when I first started.
Some of those games, if you know, they've now got AWSD.
That's true. They are, yes, sir. Initially, it was MOBA analog, and then now it's, everybody's jumping on the boat. That's my boy Erlan, by the way. You can see Erlan on CC. So that's also something that you can be concerned about if you're an EVOS fan here. Not too sure about whether he's already adapted to the Fighter Gold meta. But here's the team comparison for both these teams, EVOS and Verso Time. Counter Index and the lineup rating both favor EVOS. And I gotta agree. I think EVOS have the better, more well-rounded composition.
Yeah. It's like when you break it down by numbers, it's not anything crazy. Again, it's not this drastic advantage that they have. It's more so, again, how do they utilize the kit that they have, this composition? You can say that on both sides, but EVOS, I would say objectively, if you really want to consider the objectives, which again is a lot of the times what you really want to focus on is like those objectives, is a little bit higher for them, and I would say for Verso Time, it's like they're gonna kind of need EVOS to not really they don't want them to get that early lead, because again, we saw this happen in the previous series where once a lead was established, Onyx Philippines took away with it. EVOS is going to be the same way. They're a team that plays in literally the region known for its fighting capabilities. Like I think that's the way, and sometimes it might not be the cleanest. It might not be the cleanest, but what it does, it's a little brawly. Think a little crazy things can happen. But this lineup is a utility lineup. Like it's built on timings and windows that should necessarily be kind of clean, quote unquote. Like the timing on them should be clean. But I think the way that EVOS ID or ID teams in general play those quote unquote clean lineups, even if it's chaotic, they can still make it work in those situations. So That's why again that even the index is showing us that it gives them that little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, it's a strength of the Indonesian teams to just go at it, brawl it with the mechanics, and especially when you have players as mechanically gifted as the ones you see on Evos here, it's just a shame to see if you put them on heroes that are just, you know, not mechanically, doesn't really give them the advantage, or doesn't really give them the position to show their potential on the mechanically tough heroes. So again, Albert on the Lancelot. I think if we look at it, man, Albert's up there in terms of like junglers in MPL ID, despite the fact that he didn't make it to top 2. I think he's up there together with HusKKiee when it comes to actually talking about the best jungle in Indonesia. When it comes to the gold lane as well, I think Erlan on certain picks, he makes it there. And all of them on Evos make it to the conversation. So that's why I'm really interested to see how good Versotime is. Like you said early on, this is going to be one of the biggest tests for them, or maybe the biggest test that we've seen for them, right? We haven't seen them in the international stage just yet. We will be able to see them later on, I believe, in the GOTF tournament as well. But this is the time for them to prove that they can stand toe-to-toe with one of the world's best, number 3 in the second best region in the world.
Yeah, and you know, when you like look at this, I think again, Versotime, and maybe this is also partly why you know, even the crowd there is really amped up to see them play, because you got players like Castle, for example. You know, the Castle has been around for, gosh, the longest time. I think he was part of MCC season 1 even, and then he was back on the team like for some of us, and I know at least in my case, and I know we casted this when he was under Umbrella Squad. And you know, Umbrella Squad competed, which one was that M5, I think that was back in the M5. They were part of the group stages, you know, and you know, back then too, you had HusKKiee, for example. HusKKiee was on Umbrella Squad with Castle, or no, Castle wasn't on the lineup then, but he was on that lineup with Black March and Fangor, you know. And so that's what I'm saying. Oh, it looks like we had a redraft,
maybe an emblem bug
picks, though.
Yeah, should be the same picks.
Yeah, it should be the same picks. Yeah, it looks like it is. Must have just been an in-game bug that they had to go ahead and reset. But, you know, my point here is, before we jump into that game, is, again, Versotime has that experience. They have that veterancy on some of these players, and hopefully we get to see it showcased here within this game against a team like Evos ID, because, you know, there was always impressive things. Like I said, HusKKiee, for example, is someone that really stood out for a lot of people on the international stage when we got to see him, even back in M6, right? HusKKiee Mania was the whole thing started up. So again, you see these opportunities for some of these players to go ahead and make their names on a international level, and you know, things can start here. But it looks like we're going to be jumping into the game.
Here we go. Again, we're going to jump into the game here for game number 1 of match number 2, already mid-prio. He's looking for that early, and it's looking good. AFK is going to have to recall early, and for Evos, it's all about building their lead straight from the get-go, stopping this Yusun Shin from snowballing and stopping from that combo to have a wait. They're going to go straight for the invade here on green camp with the Hilda and the Eve.
Yeah, Key's taking some damage. I think they're going to be forced out of there. Oh, there's the setup from AFK. Randy dealing with some damage too on the Alice. He should be able to get out, as he does with the Gleam. So potentially could have been a first blood there. Neither team grabs it, and they go for the reset. There's some information too for some of the picks. I know some of this is throwing us off with the portraits here. I was also wondering the emblems. I know we got a glimpse at the emblems. Now for Key running the flicker on this Hilda, do you think that's the best? Do you think best battle spell for the Hilda here, the flicker?
I think in this case it should be. Suelo in the mid lane though.
Oh, he's gonna get hit under the turret. First blood going to the hands of Versotime. So Suelo not having that purifier on, but here comes Key. I don't think he's gonna be able to capitalize on anything. Just controls that lane. But yeah, first blood in the hands of Justinian is great to set things up. Now Rendy might be the focus. He has to burn the flicker too. So Versotime right now is making things happen into the first hurdle.
And this is the snowball that they were looking for, man. If they can get this, it'll be big. Tsunami Slam.
Albert secures the turtle. Now Key, he's going for Justinian. Justinian's still going to be alive, charging up. There's the Throne of Ruin. Rendy just helping them out. I don't think he's going to be able to capitalize on a kill. They got the objective, and Evos gets out. So they control the damage going further. Again, Verso Time was ready to go ahead and capitalize on the objective, and they didn't get it because of Albert.
Yeah, really good move by Albert. Again, this is why we rate them so highly. Why we rate him so highly in Indonesia. The Tsunami Slam was used, I think, a bit premature there over the Key. Good peel in the end, but you gotta respect Albert in the end of the day. If you want to go for the neutral objectives, you still have to lock him down, especially when he's on a Lancelot. I'd say, you know, again, good read from Verso. That looked to be an amazing engage for Evos, but Verso Time read it, went back. AFK gonna go for it against Tsunami Slam.
Tsunami Slam, the RWM's dropped down a Key. We'll go ahead and flicker on out. So good thing he does have that. He's not level 4 just yet. He's going to be eating these Tsunami Slams from AFK just because, again, you have the Purify over there. So that's what they did change. It looks like, again, we had, I think, originally 2 Purifies earlier on. So, but yeah, for Suelo, he's got it. So he's going to need that to deal with. So AFK, honestly, at some point, too, even if he just Tsunami Slams Key and gets the battle spell down, gets that flicker out, that's actually still a little minor win that they can deal with because they've still got good potential to set things up. Again, it's between, having the crowd control available through a Ruby, but also a Lapu Lapu. Like, we've seen Lapu Lapus alone on different players go ahead and start fights up, right? Just by the mere fact of using the stun that comes with him along with the flicker. So that's something that can be utilized. They have so many options to deal with setup if they want to.
Okay. Better rotation for Evos. Good rotation by Key earlier to get Prio. They're gonna go for the turtle right now. Good setup. Key already in the back line, jumping on Kojic.
Oh, there he is. He's just going to be a distraction. Key might go down here, but RWM setup too. Key doesn't get away. He finally goes down. Albert will get the turtle again, but now Rendy taking a couple shots. They're looking for Castle. Castle will fall to Suelo. So the 1-for-1 trade, but the objective once again going to Evos. They keep the economy pretty much even. Just a couple hundred gold for Verso Time.
Yeah, this time the trade is pretty good for Evos, though, right? They lose their roamer, but they get a kill over on Castle plus the turtle. So Evos should be able to actually translate this to a bigger win. You can see in the bottom lane already, Rendy picking up the XP crab, making Castle miss. As Albert jumping with the puncture. Don't think it's going to be going all the way here. Key just hovering over as well. And yeah, so it's a lead in the bottom lane for Rendy and XP. He should be able to get level 8 quicker. And really, Erlan gets caught up top.
Ooh. Gets caught up top, man. It's that, again, the crowd control available. There's a Tsunami Slam too, bringing Key down. And again, a battle spell burnt. The flicker gone for Key. That might be AFK's job. If AFK just kind of AFK does that all game, I think you can still consider it a win for them. Albert's jumping in. Thorn Rose jumping in. Gets the beacon dropped down. RWM to help fight him out. Goes back to that. Key could be in trouble now, but AFK is the one that follows, and now Key taking a couple shots from Justinian. He gets the shield, though, and Rendy jumps in with a flicker. Throne of Ruin, and now looking for Justinian. Justinian burning, but will still survive. So, Evos fighting back in the exchange of the mid lane.
It's messy, but it's what the Brawl server is known for, man. Evos just love to fight. Verso Time are doing a good job at matching the fight, matching the aggression, but also getting objectives on the board. Look at the conversion up top. March was able to pick up a turret. This is going to be really good for Verso Time as they set up for the next turtle. And for Evos, it's going to get quite tough here if they get locked down like that. Again, Tsunami Slam!
Tsunami Slam again. It's Erlan. Erlan in trouble. Now 0-2. Even using the Vengeance earlier on, but not enough to survive that setup potential from Verso Time. This turtle is up. Evos is going to be starting up. Albert relying on the zoning from Key and Rendy. He should be able to secure it as he does. Albert goes for it. AFK is going to be the target as he falls next in the backside. Castle jumps on to Suelo. Can't get him with that land shaker, but Rendy falls anyway. So a good pickup for Verso Time, at least in a response against the objectives that Evos has been able to secure.
Yeah, for sure a dub for Verso Time, man. Evos, they've claimed the turtle. Oh, that's going to be an all-in over to Castle. Don't know if it's going to be a kill. Castle gets away. But yeah, they got to start respecting Albert. He's doing quite a bit of damage. 003 itemization. I think it's all right. It's nothing too crazy. He's on par with Justinian. So right now for Evos, it's just how do they get a big fight together, right? How do they play around the box? Versatile has been able to catch them off guard so many times that has led to them winning the team fights or taking the team fight with an advantage. It's always a one-level lead. AFK!
Uh-oh. Once again, AFK has to burn his own flicker, but they're going to force a fight in the mid anyway. They're forced into the RWM.
Oh.
Albert jumps in the backside. There's so many low health bars. Justinian's going to fall, and March falls as well. AFK and Castle just getting away barely. So Evos, I think they answered the question there, Mirko. They were looking for how can they find a win in a fight, and they just found it in the mid lane.
Again, the Brawl server does what the Brawl server does best, man, and it's Brawl. They love team fighting. They know exactly how to utilize these abilities to get the most out of it. And AFK was caught by the Tsunami Slam, or was caught by the RWM as he went in for the Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, they're making moves now here. They're on this side of the jungle. Justinian should be able to grab this. Oh, Albert takes it away with the retribution, so he'll take his buff. It's interesting when you look at Albert's Lancelot, right? Like, it's not like he's stacking up on kills and he's just making the moves here, but he's making moves in a different way. You know, he might have all assists, but it's more so an objective Albert. Like, I'm just going to go objectives. I'm going to go ahead and take your buffs if I can. And now the Lord is up. He did just get the Endless Battle, I believe. So now they're going to start this up. He's got a pretty big power spike available now. So we could see him potentially start to stack up on some of the kills. But Albert initially is just relying on his team to set up the box, you know, set up the zoning and just kind of follow through from there. Kojic could be in trouble. Key's actually doing quite a bit of damage too on this Hilda.
Yeah, and that's why he went for Flicker. He knows that he technically wants to be the guy who the Tsunami Slam gets targeted on, right? So if he's able to bait out that big resource, that means Albert, Erlan, and Rendy can all just re-engage forward and look for the play. Up top, again, it's Key forcing the initiation, and it'll be the initiation on him.
Oh, they're going to go for the fight instead. Lord still pulled. There's the Tsunami Slam, bringing Key back down, and Key will have to burn the Flicker, goes to the bush. AFK is going to fall down, and now Albert picks up a kill on Justinian. This is going to give them the green light to go ahead and start up the Lord. They got 2 down with their full force still up for Evos. And now Verso Time has no choice but to just back off and let them take this objective. March is still there, but as he sees Albert already securing the Lord and the purple buff as well. They're continuing on. We're going to see, I don't know if he wants to delay this. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be taken. So Evos now flipping the switch, gets things in their favor after the objective take.
Beautifully done by Evos, man. The way they approach these team fights. Again, yes, Albert, he's not really like the flashy kind of Lancelot, not the guy who gets all the kills, but it's just so efficient how he's able to dish out the damage, right? The damage output over the Verso time, the timing of when they go in, and I think the opening, again, crafted by Key in a lot of these team fights. Walking up, just putting on the aggression to force out the Tsunami Slams, to force out these big resources that are used to peel, that are supposed to be used to peel for the Lancelot, but ends up getting used up just for Key. That opens up Rendy's initiation, and again, he's going to be looking for a Tsunami Slam over.
Oh, again, they'll take out Albert, but going to be forced to fight in the RWM. Meanwhile, the Lord took down the tier 2 turret. Verso Time still good in fighting position. Erlan's going to be in trouble, even with the Vengeance popped. So they're still fighting for Justinian. Firing off the backside, he's going to be able to take out Key. A great team fight for Verso Time. What happened to Evos there?
Great position by AFK. He was waiting in that bush, and Albert was not ready. He walked up, and he got caught by the Tsunami Slam. You can already see the adaptations being made by Verso Time in real time here. After losing out the Lord, a lot of teams would just turtle inside their base, look for the clear, but they wanted to go for the fight. They knew that if they get Albert, they take away the main damage dealer from Evos right now. It may look like Suelo's dealing a lot of damage. It may look like Erlan's there too, but the main damage dealer, the guy who's been able to execute, again, most of the members from Verso Time has been Albert. He's been able to get them so low to a point where Erlan just gets the final hit. Suelo as well.
Yeah, good adjustment from Verso Time. Like, they needed that to happen, and you know, even taking a look at the items, they're getting to where they need to be. Skypiercer there too. Not sure how many stacks Kojic has, but he's 6-0 right now. I'm not sure when he picked it up exactly, but definitely the fighting capabilities, now that you have, like, again, this crowd control, it's not even an amazing amount of burst. It's more so like we're able to go ahead and control one member from Evos, and that's mainly with the Tsunami Slam for a lot of the time, to be able to get a kill. And Justinian himself is actually pumping out a lot of damage on the YSS here. So Evos is now in the ones that have to make that adjustments on how they approach these fights. The next Lord in 20 seconds is not going to be as easy as it was in the previous one. And you see Versotime now making some of the macro plays across the map as they take that tier 2 turret down on the bottom side. So Versotime has put themselves in a better position for this next objective.
Good control by Versotime, man. They know that they have the map control here with the Kalea as well as the Sun Shin, right? They still have that pick-off potential. That's why Evos have been very scared. Wait, that bottom lane is looking so low. They're just gonna go for the Lord here. Base turret almost taken out of the bottom lane. Key still trying to bait out the resources, and Evos are forced back. Dude, that base turret down below is so low. I think a hit away.
It's a hit away. They could have gotten it with the minions. They're going to fight for the Lord. Albert will get it. Now AFK goes down too. Even with that, now Evos looking to fight for more. They're going to get another target as Castle falls. 2 down for Verso. They're going to fight under the tier 2. They want to fight it out. Albert's going to fall onto the Throne of Ruin. Erlin's still up. They're fighting for March. March finally gets picked up by Suelo as 3 fall for Verso. So that's a 3-for-1 trade, and Lord secured for Evos.
Well played, dude. It looked like it was going to be a forced error by Versotime over on Evos, but they stood their ground. They just went for the decisive decision, and it was to go for the Lord. They know they were in a bad spot. If they waited any longer, the macro control from Versotime would have eaten them up. So they went straight for it. Great zoning, and that current call really stopped the threat from Albert being picked up by AFK. This dive, though, it was very, very ambitious, right? Albert just got locked up by the Donra Wolf King, and I'm offended. But right now, it looks like it's going to be another siege in the mid lane. Evos don't have all their members here yet. Albert's still on the purple buff. That's going to be the bravest fighter over to Suelo.
Oh, he's going to jump in. There's Tsunami Slam again. They're going to go for him. Kojic falls out from Rendy. Key traded into that. But Versotime, with everything, will still hold on to the base turret despite that Lord push, unless Evos continues to put pressure here in the mid lane. Albert knocking on that turret. Rennie just trying to zone out. He's going to get dragged into the base, though. Taking a couple shots, he'll be just fine. No Throne of Ruin just yet.
Albert.
But Evos looking to potentially take more if they can. Trying to do the work, clear out the minions, but that might be all they get as the rest of Versotime defends into the base. They still hold on to this bottom base turret, and that's all that Evos gets.
And it couldn't be better, really, for Evos. It couldn't be worse for Versotime. Their only advantage coming into the late game earlier was the fact that they were able to play around the parts of the map where Evos had no vision, right? Evos were forced to clump up together just because Versotime have such a good pick-off composition with the Kalea, and, you know, at this point, the combo with the Yi Sun Shin. They also have that map control because of the Mountain Shocker. But at this point, with the far lane turret being taken out like this and the Lord spawning in the bottom lane, it's looking really good for Evos to just stick together. There's no reason for them to split up. Earlier, Versotime could create a slow push down below and, you know, try to force those mistakes out from Evos, but now it's looking tough. AFK is going to have to go for it. Oh, he finds Tsunami Slam on Suelo.
Oh, a huge setup again, but Erlin jumping off in the backside too. Albert still able to get away. Thorn Rose, 1 HP away. March on the hunt, but Versotime turning the fight around. And now Albert, the only one left alive. What happened to Evos? Versotime will march down the mid, taking the tier 1, potentially taking all the way to the base turret. They still have plenty of time to make their way, potentially to go further. Albert staying alive, trying to stay alive, does with the Thorn Rose. Kojic just holding him there. He's going to have to use a puncher to go ahead and heal up, but they get the base turret in the mid lane. A couple seconds for Key to come up. Albert, all he has to do is clear out the minions. He does. He gets pulled, though, with the I'm offended. Thorn Rose gets back to the base, and Albert's still alive. And now Key leading the charge with Suelo. They're going to go for Castle as Castle falls. Versotime might have just spent a little bit too much time in the base.
Albert's too clutch. That mistake already. Versotime were able to push it all the way from Evos, man. Again, it's AFK with a Tsunami Slam. This time it's on Suelo, though, to start that fight. Now Justinian trying to create an angle to enter the Lord Pit, but won't be able to. And Evos, despite all that, will still be able to claim the Lord. He's going to go in. Tsunami Slam baited.
He's going to get thrown again. He still has
Oh.
health. They jump into, they're going to force the fight anyway. Justinian falls, another does as well. Finding another turret, but Albert goes down, taking too many shots. HusKKiee jumping in with a beacon. He's still going to be able to survive with the flicker himself, and AFK is there to help him out. Lord will now make its way down the mid, but without Albert. Evos still in a good fighting position. 20 plus seconds for March and Justinian to be up. Can Evos end the game with the 4 members without Albert? We'll go ahead and grab this in. HusKKiee, Castle, and AFK on the defense against 4. They're going to find it out. Suelo doesn't have the RWM just yet. AFK taking some damage. He's taking the brunt of it. He's going to use the Tsunami Slam right on HusKKiee. HusKKiee falls, and now Castle fighting up in the front side with the Bravest Finder. They're going to keep them together. Rendy gleams on out, and Evos can't end it without Albert.
But they get the base turret in the end in the bottom lane, so that means Verso time. Even if the Lord spawns up top, they'll still have the far lane to deal with. Item-wise, we're looking at a full item game right now, right? 18 minutes in, and thankfully for Verso time, that was still not the Evolve Lord. Had it been the Evolve Lord, the front to back would just be would just be perfect for Evos to look for the end there. But again, they're able to prolong the game. These creative angles from AFK has really saved them games, man, and it has really turned the tides of the game a few times here and there. Here as well. Right as HusKKiee took turret aggro, he went straight in. Oh my god, it's gonna be the all-in over on Rendy!
Oh, he's going for him again. Rendy could be in trouble. He's trying to get out. He already used the Throne of Ruin too. He's not able to as he falls. You mentioned AFK. He does it again with the Tsunami Slam.
AFK, if they win this game, has got to be MVP. I mean, it's either him or HusKKiee, but I feel like AFK has been the guy to make the crucial plays happen to turn the game around, right? Initially, it was the Albert lock for the Tsunami Slam on tier 2. Then we saw the Tsunami Slam on Suelo before Suelo could even react to it with the RWM. And then earlier, well, I think a couple of times, just the pickoffs here and there have been great. The turret aggro for HusKKiee instantly into Tsunami Slam. Rendy walking up too aggressively and getting caught. AFK again looking for the angle here. Doesn't have the flicker, but is able to force Albert back for the tier 2 take for Verso time. And now they are in prime position to set up for the Lord. It's just unfortunate that the timing isn't that perfect for them for Rendy's respawn, right? He's back up. Lancelot will be able to shove the wave up top, so it's going to be a slow push towards Verso. At this point, Verso have to go for a decisive pickoff if they want to try to win this game.
I think, you know, with Flicker now available for AFK across the board, they're able to do that. Suelo's got his Purify. Pretty much everybody has the battle spells they need, but this is probably one of the better opportunities that Verso time has had to go ahead and start up this Lord. But it's a little bit more difficult now, especially 20-minute mark into the game. You know, you're gonna have to go ahead and be a little more calculated, and that's exactly what to go for. Into it they go. The Purify is going to be popped. Suelo is gone. Again, a great setup here. HusKKii's going to just back off as Rendy falls too. They just watched 2 members of Evos fall. Verso time made the play, made the decision, and that'll get them the Lord as well as they started up. And I'm not sure if Evos can really do anything. They're zoned out.
I think that might be game, Naisu. Verso time all this, I mean, so far in this game, they've been able to win out the team fights 5v5 again through the pickoffs of AFK again. They just, firstly, let's talk about how crazy the initiation was from Verso time. AFK went in, he was able to bait out the Purify, and he staggered the timing of his Tsunami Slam. Then you saw the all-in from the Juicin. HusKKiee, man, crazy timing as well to walk up and follow AFK's engagement. And now they find themselves with an Evolved Lord. With this composition, with the Yi Sun-shin, with the Juicin as well, fully stacked up, Naisu. They have enough damage. The only question was, do they have enough sustainability? With the Evolved Lord, that is a guaranteed check, and HusKKiee, oh, he's actually able to buy a little bit more time here. He flickered out. He will still be stunned up. I really don't think chasing the Hilda is the right move for Verso time. They're going to completely lose out on the Lord. It's cleared out by Evos. He got the value out of that.
Unless they set it up. AFK doesn't have the flicker, so I'm not sure how they're going to pull this off. Lord was dealt with. They still have that wave pushing in mid, but that's it. That's all they have. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything more off of it. There's the Tsunami Slam. RWM, they choose to fight into the base. Castle, using the Bravest Finder, he's going to be cleared out. He has to go ahead and back off, but ultimately Evos will survive, stay in the game against that powered-up Evolved Lord.
That was their shot to end the game, man. That was their shot to actually look for the siege. I think this is just classic Hilda though, right? Classic Hilda wants to run around and bait people to chase you. But Versatile fell for it. They just went forward to the Hilda instead of going for their main goal with the Evolved Lord. I don't think that was worth it.
Hard not to chase Hilda, man.
You don't chase a Hilda. You really just don't. That's one of like the top. That's like the early game rules of MLBB, man. You don't chase the Hilda. And now
it's hard to say
again,
no, man.
Naisu, it's tough because the slow push will always be built up for Evos on the far lane. They still have the base turret advantage up top. Oh, AFK!
You're gonna force a fight again? Tsunami Slam, AFK, going for Rendy. Rendy still has the flicker, but he already used the Throne of Ruin too, but the backside's gonna be worked on, and Rendy finally falls. Castle's still gonna be alive for a little bit longer. Have the immortality is gonna be popped. They're gonna force the fight in a little bit further. March still alive, but a huge pull with the I'm offended, and he heals back up. What a fight for Verso Time. They take out 4 members of EVOS. Wow. Man, that came in clutch with the Ruby there.
Well played, dude. March stealing the highlight away from AFK with what, a 4-man? No, that was 3-man. I'm offended. I don't think they can defend, man. I don't think Suelo has it in him.
Yeah, he doesn't. Suelo's just gonna have to watch this as they go and clean up. They get the wipeout, and Verso Time will take game number 1 against EVOS ID.
An impressive performance for Verso Time, and Kajik was 18-1-5 at the end of the game. A statement performance from one of the hometown heroes here at the Cyberhero Winter is Coming tournament. What a comeback. What a play, the macro, everything. I mean, we saw it. It was beautifully done by Verso Time. Yes, a lot of mistakes from the side of EVOS here and there, but it was through AFK's clutch maneuvers. It was through the consistency and the stability that they had in the mid lane for Verso Time and the clutch factor. Brother, March, Ruby, what was that? The I'm offended towards the end, man. That literally won them the game.
Yeah, I thought that team fight was actually going for EVOS, and then because you saw so many low health bars, you know, and especially with March there, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's like full health. Like those little compartments around the jungle is not where you want to fight, you know. And I was saying, like, yeah, EVOS's lineup is one that has control around objectives, you know, specifically around like the Turtle Pit and Lorn Pit. But if you get caught in those sides of the jungle, especially later in the game, and then Suelo half the time can't even use his RWM to like its full value because he's just worried about like, okay, I'm probably gonna have to purify like even before I even think I need to. Like I'm probably gonna need to. And like you mentioned, sometimes AFK just baited the purify out, so it wasn't there, and then you had all this other crowd control to worry about. So, but again, Verso Time, it took them literal time to get there. You know, they were holding on. They had to, because there was a lot of moments, and I know we got a glimpse of the graph there in the game, that EVOS was just in control. And then for some reason, like they took a couple fights where it was like, and maybe it's that brawl mentality, like it, you know, either Albert got caught or someone got caught, or it was Key dealing with AFK. And those losses and those team fights just continued to compound and compound and compound until eventually Verso Time, mind you, had an exposed base. Their base towers were gone for a while, and they still maintained the defense. Like that takes quite a bit amount of synergy and work to be able to do against a team who technically was at one point, you know, ahead of you, like by a couple thousand gold when EVOS had that lead. But it was just really great time, really great defense from Verso Time, and knowing that, you know, as long as we're able to go ahead and fight around, for example, the beacon, also having the I'm offended to catch people, or the Tsunami Slam, if it happened to be one of those setups where we just wait in a bush and we Tsunami Slam who we can, that seemed to be enough for Verso Time to buy the time that they need to get this victory and turn things around.
He constantly took the gambles, I think, for EVOs, right? I believe we are going to be heading to a break here before we get into game number 2. So short break, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for EVOS and Verso Time to go back to the drawing boards, more so on EVOS. And we're back, boys, for Cyberhero. Winter is coming. For game number 2, this time for EVOS versus Versotime. Versotime took game number 1. It was a very long game, man. We had to go through Evolve Lord. It wasn't actually the Evolve Lord that got them the win, though. It was a final, last call team fight from EVOS, where Mr. March from Versotime outplayed 3 members by catching them in an I'm offended. That's a mouthful, man.
He was offended.
Back. Mirko with Naisu. He was offended. March was very offended. And let's see if Versotime can actually get a clean sweep over EVOS.
Yeah, it's again, I think part of that too. If you guys missed game 1, it was just Versotime was able to go ahead and hold in. Like they had to dig down basically with an exposed base against a team like EVOS. Because our part of our discussion leading into the matchup was again like Versotime has been very impressive in their own regional tournaments. This is probably one of their bigger tests ahead of them as a team against a team that is known to that did really well in their playoffs over there in Indonesia and is a force to be reckoned with. But they held their own, man. And look at it, looks like they got the Kalea again. Are these? Yeah, these are the same bands.
Wow. No changes at all for EVOS. Okay, there you go. That's the change, right? At least there is a change from them. They're not going to go for the same exact strat again. They won't go for the Yves and the Yuzong. Or sorry, Yves and the Alice.
Alice, yep.
The Lancelot comes over with the Arlet, and it's with the Kalea too. Right now, I think the Gatot Kacha has to come through. EVOS kind of disrespected the Kalea in game number 1 by not having something to retaliate against it. But they go for the Hilda again. No reaction towards the Kalea. And I honestly feel like this is, game 1, I still stand by my point. I think Evo still had the better composition there. But this time, first phase goes to Versotime.
That's interesting. Is it? Do they just plan to take the Jushin if it's open, or is it going to be banned out? Because I also feel like that was a big problem. That was, you know, the thorn in the side basically of EVOS to deal with. And so, you know, like you mentioned, the Kalea being one of them for AFK was just phenomenal. So I'm wondering what the adjustment's going to be here in the second phase of picks. We're nearly there through the ban, so the Ruby actually gets banned out. The Exborg over here by EVOS. What else do they decide to go with? I almost just think they're probably just going to take the Jushin here, man, unless it's banned out. Like they might just take it for themselves. Can Suelo play it? Does have you seen Suelo play much Jushin? Like, is it
yes, he does play the Jushin. I think for the Jushin, it's kind of like a anyone plays it hero, right? It doesn't really need that level of mastery. But maybe if you want to play to the level of Kojic, you do need a crazy level of skill. He was 18-1, nice.
18-1.
Bro had a fully stacked up Sky Piercer in the mid game when the team was losing. So again, very stable mid laner for Versotime here. For EVOS, it does look like that's what they're setting up for, right? They've already banned out the Yves. They banned out the Exborg as well. So it looks like they're actually setting up for a composition with no marksman. So it's going to be very similar. Though, if I have to say, looking at this composition, I would want a marksman. I would want like a Harith right now in the gold lane for EVOS.
What else could they take if I guess like because the CC is still there. Esmeralda we've seen pop up a couple times. Some of the options here, I guess, really is just going to be interesting to see what they go with. I think on the flip side too, you have Versus Verso thinking about what they want to do against this. You know, they've already got great tools between the crowd control again that we just saw from the Kalea, but now you have the final slash available with the Arlot. They're the ones to take the Harith. So we might actually see does the Granger come through? Is this just going to be the Granger Harith matchup? And I know you mentioned, you know, Granger being a big pick, but hey, they actually go the Claude for the last pick here for EVOS.
The Granger would be kind of tough, right? Because you have an Arlet and a Lancelot diving towards you. So it's going to be quite difficult knowing that technically in your lineup, you don't really have a lot of peel anyways, right? So I understand the Claude. It's also really good against the Harith. But I think I would have preferred a Lunox here in the gold lane over the Harith. Did they ban it out? I forgot what came through in the bans there. But if the Lunox was still up, I wonder why they didn't go for that. Because looking at the composition now, EVOS, they're very physical damage reliant, dude. Very easy for Versatile to go and itemize here, especially considering they already have a lot of damage. Plus, they have a lot of good sustain coming in from the Arlet and the Kalea. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are 5 seconds away. Go leave your predictions in the comment section down below. Is it going to be Evos making it a game 3, forcing a 3rd game of the series, or will it be a clean sweep for Versatile? We're going to enter the Land of Dawn for game number 2 to find out the answer for that question.
Yeah, we'll see. I think, if Evos wants to make this work, they've got a couple things that they have to really pull off, and one of them is dealing with AFK. AFK, obviously, he's just gonna, mainly wait for that level 4 available, and once he has it, Tsunami Slam, he'll be able to go ahead and make plays. And I'm even worried because Justinian did a good job in the previous game. Oh, they're gonna go for Key. It looks like they already get the flicker out too. AFK burns his in response. Not sure if they're going to go for more. A little bit of good damage coming through already with a puncture. But, that's the thing. I think, in terms of the jungle, like when we saw Justinian on the YSS, he did relatively well on it. And now I think with his, maybe that was like a warm-up for him, Now he's warmed up to go ahead and make this land slot work.
Yeah. In the mid lane, Suelo was forced to burn the Purifier earlier. Oh, my lord, he survives.
Wow. I'm surprised Suelo survived, and it was AFK that went down. Albert is going to look for more Justinians here to help him out, so he's able to go ahead and disengage there. But yeah, that's a good early pickup for Evos.
Yeah, taking a look at the emblems here, nothing too crazy. Everything does look in order. Erlan? Okay, earlier I saw the Brave Smite in the emblem department. He's going to be picked off here, but it is a QC, so it isn't the Brave Smite. I thought for a second it was Brave Smite flawed again, back to when the patch just dropped for the emblems. By the way, that was back in the day meta. Rendy's looking for the opening, goes in with the Bravest Fighter.
Oh, Rendy's gonna jump in, a little title strike there. Justinian gets the turtle. Rendy flickers not the way that he wanted to. He's still gonna be able to jump in, but they're gonna look to capitalize the kill, and Rendy will fall to castle. So Versatile again, capitalizing on some of the mistakes from Evos here.
Again, for Evos, it just looks like they're miscommunicating hard as well. Obviously, a big misplay from Rendy hit the wall there.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna hurt. But also, it didn't look like the rest of the team wanted to go in. It was just Rendy all alone jumping with the Bravest Fighter. Now, Castle caught.
Oh, Castle's gonna go down here. I think he was just trying to buy a little bit more time for that rotation for Verso to come through. Traction Pulse gonna be used. Justinian going to set up, gets in with the puncture and the Thorn Rose. Suelo to fall. Kojic goes down though too. Key picking up a kill himself. Should be fine in the 1v2 here. He is tanky enough to deal with it, even with the sustain coming out from AFK. So again, it's looking to be a similar situation here, Mirko, where Evos is brawling it out with Versatile, but Versatile, what we're seeing is them matching it. They're able to go ahead and match that aggression and that fighting style from Evos, and half the time they're the ones to start it up. And now that you have to consider the fact that AFK has the Tsunami Slam, they can either use that to set things up, or the Final Slash, or even a Traction Pulse. Like, they have so many options, and we all have seen it before. Like that Harith, that power spike that the Harith gets, that power spike, it comes faster than that Claude power spike. Like, that's going to be a while, So that's something that definitely Evos is going to have to look out for.
Definitely, man. If you, there you go. You have the statistics here. 0 wins and 1 loss for Suelo on the Juicin, and the Hilda as well. 0 wins, 1 loss. We just saw it earlier. Right now, listen, from all the way from the first fight for the Lethal Wanderer, Evos have not been able to get a good trade. It's always been bad trades. Rendy's going to be caught here. AFK, Tsunami Slam locking him down.
Tsunami Slam, look at that, overloading the damage. Rendy does get out, though, with a flicker. Has the shields, too, with the Bravest Fighter. He's still going to be okay. He's juggling between the turret. They might be able to cap this out. He goes in, gets the stun off the shield. He's actually, Rendy buys so much time. But finally, Kojic picks up a kill. They're going to get some extra gold off of this turret. They traded it for the objective up top and a turret potentially being taken down by Evos, too. So Evos playing the macro style. They'll get what they wanted up top, but Versatile not going to go empty-handed.
They went for the gamble strat in game 1, man. Even when they were leading, they would just constantly dive, fight, 50-50 with the advantage on the map as well. And looks like in this game, they're going to be much more willing to trade. They know that their tournament lives are at stake here. If they lose, they're going to be dropped down. And it's not up against, easy opponents down there. It's Cyberhero. Onyx might have made it look easy, but they're definitely not easy at all. They're there sitting, waiting for who's going to be dropping next as well. And by the way, for you guys watching, whoever loses here will have to play in the next match instantly, all right? So there'll be a small break, but they're going to have to play today as well. So I don't think for any of these teams, for Verso and Evos, they want to drop down there to the lower brackets. It's not going to be a fun time.
Yeah, and again, there's 4 teams here, so they're all fighting for a different portion of that $100,000 prize pool. And right now, Verso Time looking to potentially bring Evos to facing against a potential sweep with the way things are going, unless Evos is able to go ahead and kind of reel in on some of the mistakes that they've made even back from game 1. There's the final slash from Castle. They're gonna go for the fight on the backside. Swalo could be in trouble too. March joins in. Here's Rendy, bravest fighter, comes down on Castle, able to take him out. And now AFK could be in trouble. Key taking the brunt of the damage. Now Albert on the defense. Rendy trying to get away, but AFK jumps in, finally goes down. He getting zoned out from the team. He flickered forward, but he's fast enough to get away. So it's Evos that wins that trade there, the 2-for-1.
Oh, but that was, again, the resources spent. It's weird to see from Evos, man. Not clinical at all. Key with the flicker there. Awkward. They'll still get the turtle. Key still gets the job done here. He's able to go and zone Kajik away. But you have to think about it this way, man. Verso Time will scale really good into the late game. The fact that they're already doing this well in the early game, like up against Evos' composition that by all means should be the ones leading at this point of the game, it's scary. Take a look at the Harith. Like you said, Naisu earlier, he's going to hit that power spike way earlier. And at this point for the Claude, when you're up against this kind of composition, you'll get your main power spike when you get Winter Crown, because that's when you can actually outplay the Harith. Before that though, the Harith, when he puts in Zaman Force and you go in on the Claude against him, you're basically giving him free hits. You're basically giving him free resets on the dashes.
Yeah, part of that too is, Evo's just playing into this next Lord. I think that's where I'm saying, like, they got to go ahead and tighten things up. It's been a little bit too kind of crazy, chaotic, and taking that into consideration. One thing that Verso Time wants to do is go ahead and not get too distracted by Key. Key's been doing a pretty good job on that. I mean, we saw glimpses of that in the previous game, and that's what you kind of want to do on the hill anyway. But some of these items being picked up now before this Lord fight is going to be big. There's that Feather of Heaven, the Starlium Scythe, like we mentioned for Verso. March, so on that Harith, he's got pretty good damage output too. Key, once again, being brought down so low.
Wow.
AFK, wow, he actually gets the flicker out from Rendy. I think Rendy was thinking that he was going to get slammed in the team, but look at the push up top on that tier 2 turret.
This trade is so good, but he's got to be careful here. Did he use the Mon Force? Well, he did.
Oh, he did.
That ended up being really bad. Yeah. You can get damage over on tier 2, but he should know that, calculation-wise, he shouldn't be able to get that down. It still has like that outer shield type of deal, so you can't really take it down as easy as that. That's a big blunder by March, and it's right as the Lord spawns too, Naisu. This looks like a free one for Evos, but Swalo!
Oh, Swalo still going to be alive. Not able to get that Tsunami Slam this time. So a good pickup once again. They're trying to make work. They're trying to secure this Lord. Albert does it. There's the final slash. It's a little bit too much. Verso Time just throwing everything off the timing. Even with that, they're quite low. They're still going to be in trouble. Verso March trying to get away. Gets 1 kill. Looking for Albert. That's his. Even with the Zaman Force, can't pick off Albert. Just completely off timing, though, for Verso Time to fight into that fight. Justinian going to be forced off. Tier 1 going to be the focus now with the Lord marching up top. They will get back again. It's a Flying Clouds map. So that's one thing that this map does have for them. On the defense, you can get back to the fight, but oh
my Lord.
Key doing work. Good pickup, even though he goes down.
That's the power of the Hilda right there, man. Last game we didn't get to see it because they were up against the Juicin. This time it's up against a very squishy backliner that can really get blasted by the Hilda. And that's exactly what we saw. We saw HusKKiee get blasted by the Hilda, man. One combo was all it took. Item-wise, again, it's just a Fury Hammer. It's just how broken the Hilda is. Erlen on the bottom lane, sieging it down. He's got to be careful here. It's going to be an all-in over to him.
Ooh. Big final slash. Picking off Erlen. So they dealt with the Lauren. They got Erlen. Versotime still in a relatively decent position. Evos hold on to that lead, though, still. But Versotime, they're getting to where they need to be. Part of it, what we haven't seen yet is... Oh, hold on. AFK could be in trouble here. Right into the bush of death. Tsunami Slam does get away, though. So now they're going to force the fight. Justinian joining the fight, too. Bravest Fighter was already used as Castle falls. And now they pick up another. This is not the fight Versotime wanted to take. Even with that, as they lose multiple members, it's only HusKKiee left alive.
Well played, Rendy. I think the MVP for that fight has to go to Rendy. Game number 1 was so close, 20 minutes in. Evo's game number 2. Looks like something's turned... I mean, they turned something around. The strategy completely changed. And it looks like they're going to be able to take this game to force out a game number 3. That's HusKKiee flickering out. But Evos levels the board 1-1.
Hey, man, we called it. We called it earlier on. This is most likely going to be a 3-game series. And after a game 1, a 20-plus minute game 1, you've got Evos taking a quick one, man. What was it, 11? 11 minutes? Under 11:30?
13, I believe it was. Was it 11, actually? Because they did get a Lord. So I think it is 11. You're right. It's 11.
Yeah, super
just
quick
Lord
game,
1,
man.
not second.
Yeah, very, very quick game for Evos. I feel like, you know, they... As messy as some of the early fights were, because, you know, some of the early fights were messy, they just knew that, hey, this time around, we're going to fix up some of the mistakes and be a little patient sometimes. Like, that's what happened, especially in that last Bush play where they're like, all right, let's be a little patient. AFK, we see him. And then they forced that fight, you know, and I was thinking that... I thought that they would pull back. I didn't think they would actually initiate that fight, but Versotime decided to fight it anyway after some of those defensive battle spells and everything else were used up, and then they just got caught in a bad team fight. And Evos knows that. Like, that's one thing that I'll say, especially about Evos or many of the Indonesian teams out there that are, you know, part of those top of the standings that you usually see. Like, if they punish a mistake, or if they catch you out on a mistake, they will normally punish that. And, you know, if they can end the game in the first Lord and quickly like that, they'll do it. And that's what happened to Versotime. I think it was also a note in their book. They were like, yeah, we're not going to let that happen like game 1, you know, where we go 20 plus minutes and trying to make our not so many mistakes and fix up on them.
Definitely, dude. Again, I think for game number 1 as well, nice. So Evos were the ones leading, right? They held the early game. They were able to get all the turtles, Albert, some clutch moments here and there. It was just that they lacked the discipline to take them all the way to getting the win. Instead of utilizing the advantages that they've been building up from the early game, they instead looked for those gambly fights. They just went for the 50-50s constantly, and that's why we call it a 50-50. It's never guaranteed if you just go for a full-on team fight, even if you are ahead. Some, I mean, little things here and there, mechanical gifts from AFK, those pickoffs can turn things around. And in game 2, it was just solid stuff from Evos. Let's see what happens in game number 3, but we are going to get a short break. Me and Naisu off for a bit. Welcome to game number 3 of Evos versus Verso time here at the Cyberhero. Winter is coming. Tournament. Hey guys, we're in game number 3, 1-1 right now. Naisu, it looks like we're already in the drafts. Evos on blue side this time around. Verso time finally for the first time in this series will be on red side. So Lapu Lapu first pick. I'd say that's an odd one. We don't usually see that.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say, because the Kalea is open too, and it's not going to be picked up, at least even by Verso time. So they get the YSS, they get the Eve. Interesting too that they decided to go that, but I think these are already some pretty strong picks over on the other side for Verso time. You know, at Jushin, they're going to give the Arlot a go again. I don't think it was necessarily like a bad pick in the previous game. It was just like they really didn't have any noticeable or notable final slashes, you know, like and that could be a problem. But now that you pair it up with the Gatakacha and Jushin, maybe it's going to be a little bit better for them. I'm still wondering too what they'll be picking up in the gold lane. There's potential that you know, again, the Harith should have been fine, but it's like they just weren't able to go ahead and win some of those crucial fights from game 2. And it was just, again, if you guys missed it, it was a very quick game. It was about a 11 or 12-minute game.
That's true. Fovia's going to be banned out as well here, knowing that they are building for a composition that has a lot of dashes right now. It's, despite the Fovia's ban, you would instantly expect Evos to actually, you know, respect the Lancelot, but it's the Guinevere with the Akai banned out. Lancelot's still up for grabs right now. The Fredrin as well, if they want to look for a combo for the Arlet. But I think it'll be a bit too one-dimensional, no? Like, it looks like right now, Verso already have enough CC for the Gata, with the Gatakacha and the Jushin for the Arlet. They should be building for more damage here in the jungle. And then, I believe a Harith pick in the gold lane again. It wasn't like the Harith was bad last game. I just felt like the execution could have been better. A couple of times, right? The trades were just not that good for Verso. It looked good initially, like the macro control, the fact that the Harith was up top, but the fact that he utilized Zaman Force, yeah, basically gave away the entire advantage back to Evos. So right now, it will be the Fredrin. So despite the fact that we think it's actually going to be one-dimensional with the Fredrin, they still go for it, which means they need a hyper carry in gold lane now, Naisu.
So what would that be? Hyper, like...
I think it should still be Harith. Harith Natan, maybe Granger, those, one of those.
Say maybe Granger this time. I don't know. I think part of this too is, again, you've got yourself like so much... There's so much durability here for Verso, especially now that they picked up the Fredrin. The Harith is taken. So they're going to go with the Claude this time. So a little bit of trading happening here. But yeah, you have so much durability. You have a lot of utility yourself. Okay, it wasn't locked in yet. So it looks like it is going. Is that locked in? Is the Bruno locked in?
If it's the Bruno, I'm not a fan, man. I would much rather be on the Claude.
Exactly, especially with the Hylos over there. Like Hylos and just like the crowd control potential. But even as Zaman Force, like, is he just going to be forced to even have like a Purify, and then all he's got is basically his slide, right? So it's like, I'm a little worried here if this is going to be that Bruno.
Me too. It's going to be so difficult to go, to bypass the Lapu Lapu, Hylos, and the Eve right now, right? Like the front to back, it looks cleaner for Evos. And on top of the front to back, they actually dive really, really well too.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I don't know if that's like enough of a hyper carry for me to be like, all right, you know, this is enough for him to deal more damage. Because I think it's the same problem that Evos had in game number 2 that I pointed out. Verso only have physical damage right now. The Jushin, unless he gets like crazy stacks on Skypiercer like he did in game number 1, is going to struggle to deal damage later on or to be a threat to Evos. It'll most likely be a very easy itemization, a very easy time for itemization for Key and the boys.
Oof.
All right.
Let's find out, man. Again, it's down to this. It's down to game 3 between Evos and Verso time. Which one is going to go ahead and get that victory? Again, very different game 1 and game 2. Game 1.
Wait, it's Granger, not Harith.
Yeah, it is Granger.
Okay.
I was wondering. Okay, so we had a little switcheroo. at least with the graphics, but oh man, that's fine. Rendy's actually going to burn the flicker. So I don't know. The fact that it's a Granger instead of the Harith, I think, is still rather. It's better for the Bruno now. Like I think, but still, I think March is still going to have trouble dealing with some of this setup that can come from Evos, and he's going to have to rely on the tackle and then having that purify. But look at this. AFK's got the purple buff.
Mm-hmm. He
AFK's got the
stole it
purple
away.
buff.
Was it on his own purple? Was it Albert's purple? Yustinin's level 4, so I think he stole Albert's purple.
He stole Albert's purple
Off camera.
off cam. How it?
I have no idea,
man.
but it's so value, bro. Verso time are on some demon timing right now. Albert's still going to be able to get level 4, though, however. This is the problem with Fredgen. You don't really clear too fast to invade enemy territory. Rendy, he's not going to get level 4. I think it's better off for Evos to give Turtle 1. Wait, Castle?
Ooh. Castle taking a ton of damage, but here you go. AFK helping out with the fight. They're going to drag him back. The Revitalize is going to be popped too. Swalo joining the fight, dropping down the RWM. A good Earth Shaker already landed down. Land Shaker. Now, Rendy joining the fight too. This is going to be an extended one. Albert taking the long way around. Not much he can do, even using that Mountain Shocker. There's a final slash. AFK drops down Key as well. So it's a trade right now, the 1-for-1. A whole lot expended on both sides in terms of battle spells and ultimates.
With Versatime's lead in the early game, you would expect Versatime to just get an objective for free without any fight. So the fact that it's 1-to-1 right now, I feel like it's actually beneficial for Evos, right? Because like they've denied the instant take for the turtle. Now that the turtle is going to be started, Rendy's going to be walking up, and finally Justinian gets it. So this makes it a big win for Versatime. As Key gets locked in, oh man, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. He can't get away from that.
No.
Key, whoa. No, the flicker, bro. Kojic was saying the same thing. Like, no. He's not getting away. Flickers for take him out with the lantern, and now they're going to force a fight on this side of the river. AFK could be in trouble. Swalo going to be the one to fall down. AFK survives with 1 HP. Man, Verso time is still on that demon time.
And now it's all away. It's a massive win for Versatime now. Early on, again, they could have gone for the free objective, but Evos were able to force out the fight. But Versatime still got the turtle, and now they've got so much more. This is a debut pick for Erlan on the Granger here. You can see it. This is what he's known for in MPO Indonesia. So, again, a lot of pressure for the guy to perform on the Granger. Usually in MPL ID, Naisu, it's gotten to a point where you see the Granger on him, and you're like, game's done. Game's over. But right now, it's looking kind of over for Evos, right? Swalo's been mispositioning. That's a Sky Piercer early for Erlan, so he's going to be looking to be active on the map as he gets that right on. Albert, still ahead of Justinian, but not by a lot. See, by the time you reach the 4th minute, usually for the Eastern Shin, you should be ahead by a bigger amount. But the fact that the purple buff got stolen, it has stopped that snowball for the Eastern Shin by just a bit.
That basically slowed them down enough, and I think in a way Evos is just gonna have to kind of rely on the time, like to build up on Erlan. He's gonna have to go ahead and scale up here, but this is also a Bruno in comparison. So we do know, I mean, there was a time when Bruno was just like the pick in the gold lane. I think they're gonna go for Key here. Gonna drop down the Glorious Pathway. Erlan joining the fight to try and help Key out. He's gonna be fine though. Heals back up with a Revitalize, but utilizing the ultimate as well. Swalo had the flicker. So Versatime gets some key resources out leading into this turtle take. They should be able to go ahead and just grab this. A little bit too many things were expended by Evos in that fight. Unless they want to go ahead and go for it. Oh, this has already started up. Rendy jumping in. Bravest fighter, Justinian, the one to go down. A great response from Evos, and now they're going to push Versatime off of it. Rendy, half health on the back front. Final slash going to be used. Key, brunt of the damage will fall to Castle, and now Erlan trying to get some distance from Castle and Kojic. Verso March just around the corner. It's Versatime actually on the fight. Albert joining the fight himself. He's going to go for the Castle. A couple hits, and we'll clean it up. They lost 3, but hey, Evos trying to fight back, but Versatime, I think they're just showing that they're ready to fight.
These fights have been crazy from Versatime, man. Initially, again, it was them starting things up on the turtle, but it was stolen away as Justinian was picked off. but the recovery is phenomenal by Versatime. Let's take a look at the replay again. It started off with Justinian getting picked off by the RWM instantly into the bravest fighter, but the overchase came through from Evos here. There was absolutely no reason for them to push it forward after getting the turtle. They got to remember that at this point, they're the ones behind. They're the ones that need to build up the lead, and they put Erlan in a very uncomfortable spot. You have a Yve and the Granger. You need to play it clean. You can't be the ones chasing and forgetting the front to back completely. They forgot about it, and they got punished hard by Verso. And for Evos, they're going to hope that that's not enough to give Verso the game already. Because usually with a composition like this, and with it being so messy, it gets really tough for the Granger to get Skypiercer.
Yeah, it does. And I think, you know, even if you look at the gold, it's not anything big in terms of difference, but it's just Versatime's composition that's allowing them to go ahead and win these fights. You know, I said it earlier in the draft. I was like, man, we saw the R-Lot earlier on, and there wasn't really any key final slashes being utilized there. Well, now Castle has been able to go ahead and lock in and make it happen. You know, these final slashes that he's been landing throughout this game 3 have been great and on point and allowing Versatime to capitalize on it. So they're going to wait patiently here for this objective to come up. This turtle, the last one of the game, will be started up now by Justinian. Also, oh, they're going to force the fight anyway. Castle, final slash. There's the RWM. A good setup once again, but can they turn the tide? A stunt. Rendy trying to run away. And now Verso March joining the fight. There's 2 cut off. Evos falling apart here on the top side as Versatime once again baits them into a fight and now is potentially looking for more. Kojic, quarter the health. He's going to go for the purple buff. They get the tier 2 turret up top. What else does Versatime want?
Castle is crazy. Versatime can get anything, everything they want right now, Naisu. They don't care. They're not even gonna go for Turtle 3. It's straight up Lord 1 at 8 minutes. This is phenomenal. Castle just outplayed them in so many levels twice. Lord's Pathway sent down. They want to go for the desperate move.
Oh, Kojic gets the Lord, and now Evo's just falling apart in the fight.
Oh my God.
They forced this one. He's going to have to flicker out Erlan, the Avatar of the Guardian, AFK, now looking for Swalo. Swalo has a flicker. He's going to have to burn it too. Into the turret, they go on the defense. Kojic could be in trouble. He gets out himself with his own flicker, but Versatime completely happy with that. They get the objective. They get a couple resources out. A whole lot of flickers were burned in that last exchange, and now they can walk with this Lord towards the base of Evos here.
Again, Naisu, it's Castle. What a final slash. Brother, I don't know what Castle's on, man, but the Castle we saw in game 1, game 2 was definitely not the Castle we're seeing here in game 3. There's something happened in the break. I don't know what Coach Osprey did in the back rooms, but he woke up a demon. Castle, these final slashes have been game-changing, game-breaking, I would say. 12-3, all because of Castle, I would say.
Yeah, man, and he doesn't have the flicker just yet, but he's gonna have it in a bit. So they might get some of these holy shields down. He might actually, if he wants to, if he sees an opening, and he's been seeing those openings, he can actually force a reaction with that flicker final slash combination, even into a base. And that's one of the scary things about going against an R-Lot. So the shields are gonna pop up top, mid lane, and they get prepped in location, in position, to see if they can get more. A Malefic Gun popped up by March, going to force the fight under this top turret into the base. Rendy, solo, March just deletes him. He's gone, and now Key, half health, has to go ahead and retreat. Does Versatime take more? So far, so good for Versatime. Staring down a potential win here in this best of 3 against Evos. They jump in with the Avatar of the Guardian from AFK just to go ahead and zone them out. They just want this turret. Do they go for more? That top wave's going to be pushing in. They could potentially get another base turret. That they do. And now Verso will go ahead and retreat. Happy with 2 base turrets of Evos.
And this is just so good, nice. So I really feel like at this point, game's over, right? Versatime has gotten everything they wanted, man. The initial snowball that they've been looking for, the resets that they've got for the Arlet being massive right now, and even the Bruno scaling up to be a monster. We expected, all right, the Bruno to be in, well, honestly, we expected the Harith matchup, so that's already completely different. But here, we expected him to at least lose out in gold against the Granger. The Granger is going to be so much more active in the early game. He's going to have a chance to actually snowball way harder compared to the Bruno. But if the game becomes even, or if Bruno gets a few more kills, game's kind of gone here, man. Like, March is going to deal so much more damage than the Granger. And like I already said, in these messy team fights at the 4th minute mark of the game, with him being so far behind Erlan, it'll be tough for him to get Sky Piercer stacks. And that's what we're seeing. 0 kills on a signature Erlan pick. The Granger that was feared in Indonesia. In St. Petersburg in Russia, they don't fear this. This is normal. This is... The Bruno's more scary.
Hey, man. Winter's coming right now in the Western accent. Right? Oh, Kojic still surviving. Rendy jump forward for that. They're going to force the fight in the jungle. Anyway, Key falls, and they're falling apart once again. Castle on the hunt. He's going to go for Albert. He goes in under the turret. He doesn't care. Castle is here. They take out 4, and that's all Verso needed. They've got a wave up top they can push in, and Erlan can't do anything but just shoot off some shots to try to defend. Castle will bring them out of the fountain to clean them up, and Verso Time will do it in Game 3 as they take down Evos.
Winter is coming, and so are Verso Time. They are coming to steal the show here. They're gonna win against Evos, stomping them. This wasn't just a game win, this was a statement.
Man, they it's Miracle. I gotta say, it's crazy when you think about the progression that we saw here from Verso Time, from game 1 all the way to game 3. I think again, hats off to them. Congratulations, because going into the matchup, we were saying, hey, that's going to be a test. And I think they passed the test with flying colors. Aside from game 2 being a quick game, you know, it just wasn't their game. The composition got demolished. But, you know, in this case, from their amazing defense in game 1 to turn things around to then this in game 3, just kind of showcases how good of a team they are and why they've gone like the distance against teams like, hey, Team Spirit, who a lot of our viewers out there are recognize, you know? So I think it's time now to start recognizing Verso Time here, man.
Absolutely, man. I mean, Verso Time, basically, with this win, the top 3, the number 3 seed from MCC just beat the number 3, the 3rd place team in Indonesia. If this isn't a sign, or if this isn't proof that ECA is rising and ECA teams can go toe-to-toe with the very best, I don't know what's going to be, what more proof we need here, Naisu, because this is going to ask, I mean, a lot of people are going to ask the question now, how good are Team Spirit? How good are Virtus Pro and Team Spirit? And how much will they like show us later on at M7 that, you know, maybe ECA is going to be the next powerhouse?
I don't know, man. I you know, seeing Verso Time in action here, see it, and it's crazy because like you got to give, you know, MVP. Like if you think about the MVPs, like you had AFK there on the Kalea earlier, and
this game was Castle.
You know, here you have Castle, right? Castle was just, like I said, I was like, man, I don't know about the Arlot in the draft and everything, you know, because last time you picked it up, you weren't able to do anything. Well, Castle was like, Coach, give me another shot, or you know, whatever that conversation was. Castle was the castle, like he was the building in game 3, man. Like he was him. He was me. And you know, it's you don't, because like you don't see the Arlot be too successful these in the
Not
current
anymore,
meta.
yeah.
Like it's really difficult to make him work, just because again, like the Final Slash has always kind of been like this. It's almost like this Hail Mary thing. It's like you got to make it work. If you don't have it, then like a
Very
big
early game
part
centric.
of what makes a big part of what makes XP laners very valuable in the current meta. Like once Final Slash is gone, you lose a lot of the value until it's back up. Like if you think about all the XP laners we have right now, like Arlot is one of those guys that's like, it's one of those heroes that's like you have that, and if it's gone, it's gone. You have to wait for it to be up. You might be able to go ahead and stun someone with a vengeance, or you know, make things work here and there, but ultimately it's the Final Slash. Like that's why you have it, you know. And so hats off to Castle, man, to be able to go ahead and make this work better right after a game when he didn't make it work, you know. So again, his team trusted him to go ahead and do that too, and I think they all just capitalized off of it. So very hard fought series as a whole. Like just Verso time here.
Absolutely. And if you guys are still watching here and you guys are thinking, all right, that's it for today. No, we still have one more match to go, and that's going to be the lower bracket match. So Evo's just lost. They're going to be down in the lower brackets, and they'll be playing up against Cyberhero. And this is going to be crazy, folks, because it's a best of 3 elimination match. We've seen 2 upper bracket matches. Yes, you know, obviously there are stakes there. It was hype, especially this one going all the way to 3 games. But hey, there's a chance that Cyberhero knocks Evos out early, and they're going to have to say goodbye to Russia quick. They might have to go back home to Indonesia before they want to, man. I think they want to, you know... Key did say it's cold, but I think he wants to be in the cold weather for a bit longer, right? This is definitely not the plan.
I was gonna say they did say it was cold, so maybe, you know, maybe
you get the
maybe
model, man. Winter is coming.
Winter is coming. What's another? What do they say to winter is coming? What do they say to Mr. Snow?
They don't say anything, right? Like, I mean,
they don't.
Like, winter is coming. It's just like
know.
their tagline.
They just know the weight of it, man.
Yeah.
They just know the weight of it, you know, and
it's like the sigil. It's like the house words, you know.
The House of Stark words.
Yeah, like the Targaryen is fire and blood. I forgot the Lannister one. I think what is the Lannister words?
What is the Lannister? Yeah. I just say, like, we have the house flags here, like, for the team, so I think that's really cool. But so a big shout out to the production for having their own house flags.
So they all have to have lines, right? Like this is the Winter is Coming tournament. They're gonna have lines. What is Evos?
They should have lines.
You know what? By tomorrow, production should ask them, like, give us a line. You know, Evos are probably gonna
give
say
us the line of your house.
Yeah, Onyx is probably it's Onyx time, right? Verso and Cyberhero need a line.
They probably have one. Man.
Yeah. I believe that's it for today, by the way, for me and Naisu. But for you guys back at home, don't worry. You still have one more best of 3 elimination match with HusKKiee and Renmar. They're going to be here to accompany you for that matchup. Amazing elimination. Naisu, any last words?
No last words. Amazing series that we had. And winter's coming.
Winter is coming. We'll see.
We're going to be closing out the very first day of the playoffs of Cyberhero Winter is Coming with a match that no one expected would be happening. Cyberhero, tournament namesakes, going up against EVOS, who dropped their series against Verso Time earlier in an incredible performance by one of the top teams in the region. It's Renmar and HusKKiee for the very final series of the day. And are we on the same boat, brother? Did you also not expect this to happen?
Yeah, we are on the same boat because we had this chat yesterday with the rest of the boys, and we came. Well, Mirko gave us his prediction, right? He gave us a 60-40 odds in favor of EVOS, but the 40% struck really hard because I gotta say, Verso Time, Castle, Mars, AFK, they all gave us like one hell of a series. But for EVOS, the job is not done yet, right? There's no rest for the wicked. Yeah. They got another best of 3 to fight for.
Yeah, and they are going to be going up against this squad. They're going to be going up against each other. EVOS right now. Let's see if the 30 minutes and with some spare change too was enough to recover, because pretty sure they do not want to go home right away. Despite no matter what Key said, with how cold it would be even colder going back home without a victory. They do not want to lose this one. Though I have to say, this time around, I'm leaning a little bit more. Actually, no, I'm not going to tweet in my words. I'm leaning more towards EVOS here, considering the fact that Cyberhero is working with 2 Filipino, and chemistry is still going to be a big question, which I feel like we saw a lot of questions in that series against Onyx earlier today. It just didn't feel like the same Cyberhero that we saw in MD, the same Cyberhero that has solidified themselves as one of the top 4 teams in EECA.
That I would have to agree, but I would also say to a certain degree, seeing how like Onyx Philippines sort of dominated their series, it to a certain extent for me harder to gauge where Cyberheroes truly are. I feel like against EVOS it would be a better way to kind of measure that benchmark, right? Where does Cyberhero stand and how close it's gonna be against EVOS.
Yeah, we're going to be hearing words from Cyberhero about what they're going to be feeling heading into this one. EVOS, though, pretty sure hell-bent on getting a win here. But Cyberhero, of course, namesake tournament, they are going to want to play for the pride of the region, as well as Versatile Time has already showed off an incredible performance earlier against EVOS. And considering the fact that, remember, EVOS and Onyx PH were 2 teams that were invited into this tournament, while the like of a Cyberhero, I'm actually going to have to double check because I know there were also some invited teams from the region as well. Cyberhero was also invited. There you go.
Yeah.
But they still want to off a really good showing, especially with Kimpoy. Maybe there is a chance that they're going to be using this as a gauge to see whether or not Kimpoy and Mark Teasy slot in well with the squad for the upcoming tournaments in the region.
Yeah, and usually when we see Filipino players kind of get exported out to other teams that is outside of Philippines, it's always a good sight to see, right? There's so many different talents out there, and I think in this case, even for EVOS, looking kind of shaky, at least in that series against Verso Time. Definitely a lot of moments that you can look back on and felt like EVOS could have had slightly better execution in a certain way. But I would say that in the past, 2 weeks or so, Indonesian teams have been having it rough, right? There are so many different tournaments and divisions happening concurrently, and even prior to this tournament itself, that EVOS now, I think they're going to have a lot of eyes on them based on the results of the series.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that, because earlier Mirko and I were talking about how if Verso Time could perform this well and then they got that win over EVOS in the series, and what does that say not only for Verso Time but with the rest of the region? Of course, we're not going to be seeing Cyberhero as we saw them in EECA, but then the questions for Virtus Pro and Team Spirit, who are going to be competing in the upcoming M7 World Championship. If Verso Time can do, what can those other teams? Now then, yes, I agree with you. The eyes are going to be on EVOS now, because now the question is, if they fall here, won't that bring up questions for what Alter Ego and potentially Onyx can bring in for the upcoming M7 World Championship. But tonight it is all about winter is coming. It's about this tournament to see who is going to be moving forward. So now let's just wait up for the draft to show up as we are getting an interview with the players on the stage right now. HusKKiee.
Don't forget to support us again.
Они надеются, что они выиграют этот матч, они думают, они могут это сделать. И спасибо фанатам за то, что поддерживаете команду Evos, и продолжайте, пожалуйста, поддерживать ее дальше.
А давайте наш зал еще раз покажет. Аплодисменты команде Team Evos! Наши капитаны готовы или нет?
Я предполагаю, что... А давай мы просто спросим у Фангора. Фангор, я готов тебя отпустить. Буквально крайний вопрос тебе, если можно, еще буквально 30 секунд твоего времени. Фангор, мы узнали практически в режиме реального времени, что у нас будет БО5. Хотя утром была информация, что будет БО3. В этом нет никаких проблем, абсолютно. Но, тем не менее, тебе более комфортнее вот с этими ребятами, с оппонентами. БО3 или БО5?
Больше шансов показать красивую игру от меня, поэтому я...
Right now we're hearing from the players of Cyberhero sharing their thoughts. Of course, good luck to both. And we did get some news to reconfirm, folks, this is not just gonna be a BO3. We're in eliminations. It's special. It's a best of 5 series. That is a surprise for all of us. But hell, let's go for it. I'd want to see Cyberhero be able to show off more. While of course, EVOS, I'm pretty sure they're gonna want more chances to make sure that they're gonna be moving forward.
You know, to say, no one's willing to go quietly into the night. I mean, where they are right now is St. Petersburg. It's right. What? It's like 8 p.m. right? 8:30 p.m. there. You know, just ripe for a best of 5. But even where we are right now, even though it's late into the night, but you know what they say, night is still young, and I'm dying for some more MLBB action. So EVOS and Cyber Heroes, they got more chances to prove their worth, and a winner, you know, survives until tomorrow and see if they face off against either Onyx, PH, or Versal Time.
Yeah. So for this matchup, Cyberhero, as much as possible, I really thought that they'd be going up against Versal Time, but of course, Versal Time surprising us. Cyberhero, though, again with two Filipino imports, and Kimpoy and Mark Teasy have their work cut out for them up against a squad from Indonesia that did end the playoffs 3rd overall in the standings in the region. They're so close to being able to make it back to the world stage, although they fell to Alter Ego in the lower bracket final. Cyberhero, they ended around 4th, 5th, if I'm not mistaken, in MCC Season 6. They got swept by Versal Time there. Now, though, I first talk about the meta because we shared a few words with each other leading up to this one, especially with the patch that came out at around late November, if I'm not mistaken. After the big patch that came in at November 17, there was a little bit of a change about how the fighter emblem works, how it's no longer spell vamp, it's now hybrid lifesteal. We thought that meant that we should be seeing less fighters in the gold lane, right? But with some fighter gold lanes getting picked up today, I think we just really have to accept that this is where we are right now, that they are going to be a more common reoccurrence. Or did you see something that has changed a little bit, that maybe we're going back to the old marksman lifestyle in the gold lane?
Probably not. I think we still are in the fighter meta, unfortunately. But there are a few options of marksman options that I've seen popped up in the last 2 weeks. You know, Bruno, we literally saw just now Bruno from Versal Time. Claude has been picked a couple of times in at least the recent tournaments that I had the pleasure of watching. So I think there are more openings for marksman, but the economy in the gold lane is pretty abysmal for marksman to really scale. So that's what makes fighters so much better, I think. And not to mention that most of the maps just encourages people to fight 2 minutes at the objective, and fighters are just a lot better than, you know, at starting those fights than marksmen that generally wants to scale. Doesn't help that they also sort of butchered Iratel in the recent patches, so she is sort of out of the picture as well. I'm sticking with fighters. You know, Ruby X Borg. Interestingly enough, today in a different tournament, the Southeast Asian Games, we actually saw Indonesia. They picked up the Gold Lane Valentina quite a classic, but into a export gold lane. So that's something to look forward to too.
Yeah, let's see if we're gonna be seeing more of those unique options that we saw in the gold lane pop up even more. So now, as we're getting closer and closer to the draft of this game, I'm wondering if we're gonna be seeing a little bit more of the unique non-fighter options in the gold lane, as we have seen Bruno pop up earlier, or Bruno showing up more in other tournaments. I know Nathan also became a popular option, even in the EECA region. Beatrix hotly contested as well. So despite us still being in the realm of like when you think about the two best marksmen in the game or two best gold laners, there's really just two. It's Granger and Earth because of their raw damage output and how good they're scaling. But then suddenly Claude has risen as well. So do you think we're going to be seeing those pop up more often, or should, as much as possible, let's look at Cyberhero here, should they try to lean a little bit more in what's dependable in the Granger and the Harith?
I think if you're confident in it, just go for it, right? I feel like it's pretty hard to go wrong with Granger and Harith in most composition. The only thing that you have to remember is at least for Granger, is to get the Sky Piercer stacks going, right? But aside from that, it's generally, like you said, the most common picks in the gold lane right now, just because they are not as dependable on economy as those late game scaling heroes like Claude or Nathan. Sadly, I think it takes too long for them to come online. Even better yet, against fighters, there's actually ways to maneuver around that. You're pretty darn good against beefy heroes. One does true damage with his items and abilities. The other one basically executes you at a certain threshold with the Sky Piercer. I think it's going to be the way this for now. I personally miss the marksman meta. I feel like after dipping my foot deep into the ocean of this fighter meta, I start to see some of the I wouldn't say negative things, but some of the things that really grinds my gears, just because of how the economy works in that gold lane.
Yeah, with the adjustments over there, of course, one of the biggest things is that they also readjusted some of the item pathing, changed some of the items, especially for the roamers, which also has affected a little bit of the selection in the gold lane. Although for the top teams, it seems like they can still brute force it. Of course, as we all know, in the world of MLBB, you still also just have the Southeast Asian games happening as well. We're also fresh off of a major country internationals as well. So with that in mind, I think that we should still see pretty much of what we've been used to. Although I would like if they lean a little bit more towards, if Beatrix is a strength, why the heck not? If you can get her, get the ball rolling with her, she does get that really fast damage spike, almost similar to what Granger and Harith can bring. And then for the likes of the Nathan, especially, I feel like Nathan is a pick that I hope teams could lean a little bit more into. So let's see if that's actually what we're going to be seeing here, as now we are in the draft. Cyberhero versus EVOS. And of course, with no surprise here, Cyberhero has decided to take out some of the biggest comforts from a team that hails from the Brawl server. Fanny getting taken out, and of course, Hilda taken out as well, who has risen to be one of the best roamers to pick up right now with how good it is with mid lane prio.
So much damage from the Hilda. Even if you throw her into the XP lane, her level 1 trait is insane. Right? She out trades, I think, almost all matchups. And the Eve also ban out too. So I think Cyberheroes, they definitely were watching how EVOs were approaching their earlier series. But I gotta say, taking out that Hilda, it probably is one of the best. I feel it's one of the best bans right now if you want to run a draft that doesn't like these kind of pressure. Although they do go for the Kimmy first pick, despite having, I think, for me, slightly better choices. I personally feel like you should go, something like a Grok opening. I think Grok is one of the best first pick options right now that would easily go over to the side of Vivos. But Cyberhero, they do trade with the Lancelot and Gatot Kaja, so there is some give and take between both teams. But we see the impact of Grok even again in recent tournaments, like the ongoing one, the Southeast Asian Games or the WEC. Grok is one of the most powerful roamers right now. immune to crowd control, pretty tanky, insane AoE crowd control, great setup. The only hero that can manipulate minion waves, manipulate terrain, and has many ways to cancel out enemy abilities. And one of it is against the Gadot. You want to charge up your taunt. He swipes you with a mighty swing. He puts a rampart on top of you, cancels it completely. His tectonic charge is a big deterrent to any sort of engages. Great counter engage too as well. It's an all-in-one roamer, in my opinion. The Phovis goes over to the side of Evos too, so they have some pretty nasty dive.
Yeah. So with the lineup that Evos has, I think it's very clear that they want to be aggressive with this. You really see that with a lot of teams that decide to pick up Grok and the Hayabusa early. Grok also one of the most feared picks actually in the EECA region and MCC, hotly contested. If you can take it out or if it does show up, teams that do go up against it struggle because of all of the factors that you brought up. Now for Cyberhero, the fact that they have the Gata Kacha, then they're really going to be hoping that they're going to have someone to dive on because if somehow Evos ends up with a mobile lineup, mobile gold laner that would be difficult to catch, if they end up with a mid laner that has a pretty strong mobility and avoidance, which is why they take out the Lunox, great ban, then that Gata Kacha is not going to be worth so much. It's the Valentina that shows up in the mid lane, so they really don't want to end up with a slower backline focused mid lane. They want to make it as hard as possible for the Gata Kacha to be worth anything here because now the value of the AOG has down quite a bit. You give an AOG to the Valentina who could potentially be using that for setup for the Kimmy. Then more importantly now, with all the mobility and all of the die that you have on Evos, how difficult is to actually land a taunt onto a high profile target? It's gonna be really hard.
Yeah, it is. Like if there's the definition of how to make a Gatot's life hard, if we are looking at dead in the eye, 3 out of the 4 heroes that Evos has basically tells Gatot that you are not going to be able to do anything. Uh, I I I really do struggle to find a justification for this Gatot to perform well because of all the obstacles in front of him, right? Like he has to play the game of his life, and that still hasn't included like this goal lane pick, which is going to be the Harif that solves the problem of melting through tanks. You ban the Lunox, sure, but Harif is also a pretty good replacement to that, with high mobility, just has shield to defend himself, but more so when he gets enough items, he just eats through tanks.
Yeah. So now we're going to be seeing here from Cyberhero, one of the tendencies of the region of EECA is to put a lot of importance in the performance of the EXP laner and mid laner to ensure that their jungler actually can pop off. Besides junglers and gold laners, the highest in terms of total MVP counts for MCC Season 6 actually fell into the hands of EXP laners and mid laners. So let's see if Cyberhero can actually do that here because their Gatakacha is going to be struggling. Fangor, though, in the center of the map. Yes, he's going to be going up against the Grok and the Hayabusa to deal with. That is the silver lining and the light at the end of the tunnel for Cyberhero for this game number 1 up against Evos. Of course, no surprise with what the Kimmy does, her basic attack profile, and of course, the concussive blast and the fast clearing that you get through the Gatakacha. They will get mid-prio for now.
And I think that's always the upside of having that Gatot Kimmy. But then again, if there's a Grok on Evo's side, they're not too bothered about it. That is a 4-man rotation from both ends just for this little. The Grok is going to pick everything up. Kimpoido has to use the Revitalize, and Albert forced to run away. That was pretty dicey, and I think the little did end up getting killed by Albert. So Evos did walk away with a very tiny win.
Yeah, Evo still needs to be a little bit more careful taking those engagements early on, because yes, they do have the great crowd control available for them with the Grog and the Valentina at the center. But Mashiro in trouble here. Kimpoi is going to be able to help him and stop Key from chasing him anymore. Evo still needs to be a little bit more careful. It isn't up until the first item of a Valentina that you can really start feeling the value besides the Terrify that she can dish out. Majority of the game, they're just going to be getting peppered with damage by that Kimmy that, if left unchecked, even Albert's going to have problems with it. Because of the rotations, it seems like EVOS is going to get an advantage for the turtle, but Cyberhero is healthy enough to be able to contest this. Their mid trio is going to be getting their first after clearing this mid lane.
I like the classic Harrison to Granger. Actually, when they showed the final roster, I saw the high-lows and I was like, wait a minute, this should not be a high-lows. Thankfully, it isn't. Look at Kimboy, he just cannot move at all. Traction pulse does come in, Kimboy. Revitalize goes back up. The passive enough to keep it up alive, but Albert does take a turtle away, and Randy is just hopping. This is bounce house for him, but the AOG does go off, and Randy ends up going down. They trade one back. But this is not too bad for Cyberheroes.
Even though they lost that turtle, still a hot hand on that red tree for Albert. He's been doing this with MPL Indonesia Season 16, one of the best red trees in the game. Cyberhero minimized their losses there. I feel like that actually could have been a more devastating loss for them if not careful. But as we saw, because of the damage getting dished out for Cyberhero in this early portions of the game, of course, with the HusKKiee in the land slot in the center of the map. And yes, even the Gacha, don't forget, once he gets his enhanced basic attacks, those hurt as well. But Kimboy spots Key. Bit of a fight here for the Litho. No one's going to be overcommitting though, but Key setting the tempo a little bit more, fighting back.
And Albert actually missing the quad shadows a little bit. The distance gains wasn't enough. Small matter there. Evo should be the ones getting mid prio from this point onwards, as Kimboy has more business to attend to Erlan. Easy dodge on the taunt. And now Albert has an angle in. Thinking about it, he does have Tectonic Charge, but without the shadows, Evo's can't full commit.
Yeah, I think he also realized that the minion waves were going to be coming in. Mashiro was there. That would have been a wasted shadow kill if he decided to use it. Cyberhero now, though, slowing down just a little bit. They're actually sending Fangor a little bit more back towards their side of the jungle to ensure that you just getting a little bit of a leash as well onto Mark-Tz to make sure that it speeds up his farm somewhat, and staying away from what could be a dangerous, precarious scenario in the center of the map. 10 seconds before the next turtle spawns, and they're getting a little bit more aggro in the center.
And the first turtle did go over to Evos, and both junglers are going to be tracking towards there, as the purple buff will be cleaned up by Mark-Tz first. Kimboy would just have to show presence for now. Have to use his health as a resource and trade it for priority, but sadly, Evo's not going to make it any easier. He does have to revitalize. Traction pulse, consume both fuels, and Randy ready to reciprocate. Great tectonic to the back line. The AOG comes out, hits an air ball, but they're able to jump onto Randy in a 1v1. Meanwhile, Erlan gets assassinated. They trade Kimboy's life for it, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Cyberhero.
Yeah, the time of the trailer, see if he wants to find another, but with Erlan and Randy down, there's a good amount of their front and their damage. You see Keith trying to reset it. Albert did not get the retry. Cyberhero gets the big win in the end.
And that is a pretty good swing. Cyberheroes now sitting at a comfortable 900 to 1k gold lead. Sky Piercer out for Mashiro. This is where things can ramp up for him, and Qlet's gonna look to make it happen. Erlan's gonna try and dance around, gets hit by the Land Shaker anyways. Everything unloaded onto Erlan as he gets assassinated. Mashiro will take that bottom tier 1, as this Lapo isn't going down anytime soon. Second Land Shaker almost hits on the Swalo as he steals the Bravest Fighter away. And Cyberhero are on the board. As we do find Mark-Tz. Albert follows up with the Shadow. No more iframes there. Mark-Tz is gonna eat the full brunt of it. Find the Cyclone Eye, but Albert takes care of him.
Wrong place at the wrong time there for Mark-Tz. Cyberhero getting wins, but sort of evens it out actually for Evo. The fact that they took out the jungler, my goodness, Key. On point with the tectonic charges in this game, man. First, the big flicker tectonic charge in the middle of that team fight. I really thought that would have been way too far, but he just maximized enough of the animation. And then now here, the center is like, okay, you want to trade? I'm not going to hesitate to use my ultimate here, man, even though it's 2v1 and we're just fighting for minions. I'm going to be getting that kill.
Not enough respect given to the stolen Bravest Fighter too, as Suelo just swings away. And Evos try to regain priority to give Erlan that bottom tier 1. Steals the Death Sonata, able to escape the Traction Pulse too, because Mashiro was looking for his second Sky Piercer stack. Turtle will be spawning in the top side in 25 seconds, and we saw the 1v1 between Albert and Q1let. Still, end of the day, I think Cyberheroes not too disheartened about that. AOG though gets used by Kimboy to get out.
That's two massive utilities for the roamer here. 10 seconds he led heading into the turtle, which means now that Killet is gonna have to play sort of like the roamer card here in terms of helping set things up. While Kimpoy will get vision. Looks a little bit better now for EVOS. Key has his ultimate. Looks good for them.
Whoa! Another tectonic charge. Key is on the money. Martisi too with his retribution. So they trade Fangor for the turtle. As Killet now in the midst of that fight, he should be able to disengage. Key puts up the rampart again. Kimpoy now needs to make a decision where to go. Turns around, gets his health back. Deals with 4 members of EVOS, and Cyberhero disengage.
Once again, that tectonic charge coming in big time here for EVOS. Key actually just made the blade armor for himself. Killet goes in?
Tries to literally 1v4 and almost kills Suelo. Lapu Lapu, one of the strongest heroes right now, thanks to that damage reduction given. And they actually repel EVOS just like that.
Hey man, say what you want, but I feel like that was actually just good hero understanding and understanding what was happened right beforehand. Even for Martisi here, who was able to utilize the skill to cancel out the animation of the shadow kill tossed out there by Albert. And yeah, I think Killet knew that he could actually afford to try to go for that 4v1 because of everything that EVOS threw in the last big team fight. He knew that the cooldowns were still up and that there wouldn't be much that EVOS can throw at him to actually take him down. Randy spots Mashiro. Cyberhero still actually applying the pressure here despite the wins that EVOS has been getting.
Yeah, Killet actually gets away with the flicker, but Erran on the chase, and let's get the passive shield back up, but Killet should go down. As Cyberhero is not able to provide the backup, Randy keeps everyone in check. Another tectonic use, but still doesn't cancel the AOG. Kimpoy manages to escape.
I think that was a little bit too much by Cyberhero trying to rattle Albert in the orange buff, who was still able to get it. Although he had to spend the shadow kill as he was also trying to get a Killet there, but he did flicker out in time. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, it was just a 4v1 because on the other side of the map, Martisi was opening up another pathway for Cyberhero. Although that wouldn't be too much of a bad thing for EVOS, as the Lord is spawning there. Albert blasting Fangor and even Mashiro at the center of the map with a great shadow kill. No shadow kill for him in this Lord, but that means Cyberhero needs to recover just a bit to get into better for this one.
Yeah, pretty unlucky the roll onto both Fangor and Mashiro. Still another wall, tectonic incoming. You can feel it from Key. He's just waiting for that moment. And that moment hasn't come just yet. Now he uses it. The AOG gets committed. Mashiro gets hit, but easily gets out. And now Killet is just going to swing away. The shadow kill from Albert finally takes care of Mashiro. And without the Granger around, Cyberhero basically ran out of majority of that damage. Randy will keep on chasing, pulls Fangor back into his death. As the AOG now gets used, but it's a bit too late. As EVOS found 4 bodies. Erlan trying to dance around Martisi. He just cannot catch a break. EVOS finds a wipeout and is lore time.
He is the key. Once again, the tectonic charge only landing onto one, but I believe it was Mashiro. And at the end of it all, he was just stuck. Let's see in the replay who it was. Oh no, this is already past the tectonic charge. But the wall, even a rampart just in time to change out the exit of Killet, who did eventually get picked up there by Suelo. And Martisi not being able to do much up against Erlan under the Zaman force. Getting those shields shields back with each dash and just outplaying him. Now EVOS can continue this as the Lord. I think now it's going to be even tougher for Cyberhero to get any semblance of momentum going unless they find an EVOS error.
And the stolen AOG actually saves Suelo and ends up killing Kimpoy as he tried to follow with his AOG. First tectonic miss from Key, but a small matter. The Lord still pretty healthy in the top lane. Kimpoy will be back in time for this defense. But I feel like Cyberheroes might have to start giving out those tier 2s.
Yeah, if they overcommit in defending this, they're going to be losing lives here. Something that they cannot afford. They will still have Holy Shields up for them. Still not an endable angle for EVOS. And still relatively close. Just a 3,000 plus gold lead here for EVOS. As we look at the items, Skypiercer already there for Mashiro. Has been for a while, but I doubt he has a lot of stacks to work with. Meanwhile, the Dominance Ice was eventually built down the line. Usually we see Dominance get built first for Gata Kachis, but I believe he decided to go for the Radiant Armor Rush. Kimpoy taking too much!
And he get out though. AOG used defensively again, so no AOG for the upcoming push. Protection post does get committed though. Vanguard get very dangerous. Had to flicker away, so Albert doesn't find any collection with the Shadow Q. Gillette actually jumps back in. He was looking for Albert, but finds the rest of Evos instead. He has to flicker out, and another tectonic from the Grok, and this is why Grok has to go, man.
Two big errors there. And we see once again why this is such a feared pick for EECA teams. Grok and Key showing how the Southeast Asians do it. EVOS now, let's see how many more base turrets they can get. Still 10 seconds and up until the other members of Cyberhero come back. Will they try to go for it? Might be way too risky unless they find another big play and capitalize on more Cyberhero errors from Kimpoi and Killet.
And Albert actually gets the execution onto Mashiro as they take out the bottom inhibitor. Second one of Cyberhero that has gone down. There's a push setting up in the top lane. Martese has to fall back as well. EVOS can just see if they can take this last inhibitor, but even if they don't, the Lord is spawning in 30 seconds. That's an endgame angle.
Yeah, no matter what happens here, unless like EVOS really mess up, they should be fine. Key already in base, knowing the threat that he can pose with the Tectonic Charge, which is up again. They're perfectly lined up. Will he go for it?
Oh my god, the stolen AOG Suelo just flattens Fangor right in his base. 4v5 now. Gillette jumps forward, but sadly, EVOS have already bought the distance. Martese, he's gonna be the hero right now, but Key knocks him back. Albert assassinates Mashiro. Both the main carries of Cyberhero have gone down. They need 13 more seconds for Fangor, but I don't think they will have 13 seconds as Kimboy becomes the third casualty. Gillette will have to hold the fort all on his own with Martese. Middle wave is coming in from EVOS. This is their chance to end the game and take the lead in the series. In a 3v5 situation, Gillette unleashes the Raging Slash. They clear the wave. Top wave is in, but EVOS will call it quits for now. There is a Lord to be taken.
If I'm Cyberhero, huge sigh of relief that, oh, finally, they left our base after everything they've done to us. But, oh, wait, that means we're actually going to be giving the Lord without a problem for Anti-Cuirass just built up for a Kimpoi, but at this point, it seems like Cyberhero just needs damage to stand toe-to-toe with the damage that EVOS has. Endless battle already for this Hayabusa, who is deathless. Albert and Suelo have done so much in this game. We talked about the Gatot Kacha that came into the first phase for Cyberhero. Great answer by EVOS to pick up the Valentina as the fourth pick. Besides the fact that you're nerfing what Kimpoi can do with this Gatot Kacha, you're also stealing the AOG away, which now Cyberhero, just when they thought that they had to worry all the time about the tech charge, they also have to worry about the AOG. They have to worry about the game ending here.
And the Suelo again, just superhero landing as Mashiro just dies. He comes in a tectonic charge. Kimpoi can't really do too much. Same for Fangor. EVOS just has too much power in this fight. Martese gets hunted down by Erlan, and it's just Kimpoi against the world. Killet trying to clear out the minion wave, but can't really do much. EVOS takes game one.
Tough, man. Way too tough there for Cyberhero. They look just completely out of their element. A little bit better in the early game compared to what we saw from them in the earlier portions of this day in the series. But EVOS definitely, they came out of the gate right away with the lineup that they decided to bring out. Again, that's the threat that gets posed when you have a Grok and a Hayabusa together. You expect that that team with that specific hero pairing at the center of the map would want to be aggressive. Yes, Cyberhero, because they had the Kimmy, got some early wins. They did get they weren't able to get the first turtle because it was stolen away by Albert, but the damage getting pumped out by the Kimmy was actually enough to sort of mitigate a little bit of what EVOS can do until eventually they just lost it, man. There was just way too much, I think crowd control actually was one of the biggest things the Cyberhero had to deal with the AOG stuns from the Valentina ultimate that was getting stolen away. Of course, everything that he was doing with the tech charges. And then you also still have Terrifies from the Valentina. Fantastic performance by EVOS. I really like how they decided to play this game.
Yeah, I think both Vanguard and Mashiro, they were just playing dodgeball with abilities, right? It's either you get hit by a stolen ult, you get hit by a Grok ult, or you have a shadow plastered onto you from nowhere. Which is why I think Grok is, unfortunately, in the position. I feel like it's even more important to ban the Grok than the Fanny at certain points, right? Like, there's more answers to a Fanny than there is to a Grok. if you're on blue side and Grok is open and you don't take Grok, you sort of like lost half the draft, at least based on what I've seen in the past 2 weeks. Grok just wins games. So in this case, I hope that if Cyberhero, regardless of which side they're on, if they're on red side, Grok has to go. If they're on blue side, they gotta take that Grok, man. It just does too much.
Yeah. Again, going back to the sentiment that we were echoing earlier, for ECA, Grok, one of the most feared roam picks that you could show up with in the region, they decided to give it. Usually you'd think then they have a plan for it. Seems like at one point, though, the game plan just became, all right, Killet, you're going to have to help pick up the pieces of what Kimpoi left behind here, because he was straight up shattered. Every time they get a chance to see the God at Gacha, they just throw everything at him, and the damage just wasn't coming in quickly enough for their picks, for the Granger and for the Kimmy. So they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board here, Cyberhero, to see if they can even it out at 1-1, or will EVOS start this off with a 2-0 lead in this best of 5? We're gonna find out when we come back after the short break. Welcome back to Cyberhero. Winter is coming, and winter might be coming sooner here for Cyberhero if they do not get this game 2 win up against EVOS, who did take a commanding lead in game 1. We are very much well into the draft already. Holy moly. Okay, so trying to process what's here. They decided to pick up the Cho. I think this is going to be going into the gold lane for Cyberhero. It's already a Kimmy, Lancelot, Gatot, still the same center of the map, but the fact that they're still giving away the Grok, I feel like is very problematic. They don't have the Valentina anymore. Great. They decided to ban that out, give it to Farsa. Gata Kacha could be a little bit better here, but now the problem is you have a CC to contend with. However, now things have adjusted a little bit for Cyberhero, where in the sense that now they have the Alice to hope for as their anchor heading a little bit later into the game. But the problem is, can they even get the Alice in a comfortable spot here? Because it's still the same problem in the center of the map, HusKKiee.
Yeah, and not only that, where's the damage except from Kimmy, right? Sure, like this Cho is gonna do damage. You're gonna try and one shot the Hayabusa or the Farsa, especially the Hayabusa if you catch him. But the question still remains: if Fangor gets dropped, I don't feel like they will have enough damage at all to deal with Key, to deal with the Arlet too. This is gonna be quite complicated, especially you have a Phobius as well. So, I mean, Fangor has to play the game of the series on this Kimmy. He has to be untouched to have an impact.
Hey man, if you were playing Magic Chess, that Cho would definitely be bringing the damage. But it's bang bang, not go go that we're seeing right. So that is a big question for Cyberhero. Besides the Kimmy, the next main option is your Lancelot. But again, the question is when you're up against a Grok, Farsa, and Hayabusa mid trio, and you're a poor little Lancelot that only has Kimmy in the center of the map and a Gata Chacha. Yes, the Kimmy provides damage, but in this scenario, you're thinking, I wish you had a little bit more hard impact crowd control that you could dish out a little bit more consistently. Those long freezes or those long stunts, but that's not really what Kimmy brings for a team. So they're gonna have to find a way to balance it out. That they're making sure that Marquise is comfortable in his farm, but at the same time, they're also being able to get farm onto Fangor. This is a good start though, as they get a pick onto Erlan in the bottom.
Yeah, and Marquise actually hit level 4, didn't have to expand that out, so Albert didn't have a kill angle regardless. And that's the good thing about having that Cho goal, right? You get to move pretty fast. Angor kind of airballing the bubble, but it's okay. It's just small details. But the fact that the Lancelot is the one that got the first blood means that he's going to be a hit for a while, get the purple buff in a little bit, hit level 5, and then contest the turtle. But still, this is also Randy's wet dream as a Phobius. So many dashes to take advantage of. Like, again, if Vanguard gets dropped, Randy can just keep on pressing his ult all day. And speaking of which, Throne of Ruin does get used. They jump onto Suelo, and Randy can't really save him. But now Randy can just do everything that he wants. There's literally no damage to take him down.
Huh, so it seems like what we thought would be happening, it's happening in reverse as EVOS just keep getting caught out in the wrong position. Who's going to get this turtle?
Pretty much a done deal once that Rampart came out. But Key again in that tectonic charge. Vanguard not even hitting level 4. And this is going to set him back even more. Kimpoi forced to hold the wave, but that means that the other lanes are going to start getting affected. Suelo's not going to give him that luxury. Key once more on this Grok is being an absolute menace and is about to spill into the jungle of Cyberhero.
Yeah, imagine you had a really great game number 1 and you've probably just made peace with it that, okay, I'm not getting my hands on Grok in the game 2. Wait, it's open? They're willing to give it to me after everything I did to them? Okay, and he's doing it again. Those ramparts, man, and those enhanced basic attacks, knockbacks that he's getting, really just messing up Cyberhero in their flow. However, though, you still have to acknowledge that Cyberhero does have the lead. They were able to get those wins early on. But as this game goes on longer, the question for Cyberhero all throughout the day is, can they do better? And it seems like they can't.
It's so hard to just walking up to Key itself puts you at risk of getting taken down. And we saw that little stagger from the Earthen Rampart more than enough for EVOS to unleash this Hellfire onto Vanguard. That's the second death this game. He's 2 levels behind Swalo. Another ramp up put out. You get a confront. Albert was able to get away with the Shadows. AOG and Shadows into the Throne of Ruin as Albert goes down to Colette. So kind of a lucky pick up there for Cyberhero. That should stabilize the game a little bit.
Yeah, this should be their opening, but with the state of the map right now, they really can't make a lot from the pickoff that they were able to get onto Albert. Great sense by Colette to actually stay on his Shadow. And the fact that I think it also just aligned for him perfectly. It's like, oh man, I'm not going to use my Throne of Ruin on anyone. Oh wait, no, look, the Shadow is here. What if I'm really lucky? Nice, I get the kill onto Albert. So, great day for Colette in that regard. But of course, they're going to be looking for bigger match wins now as the next turtle spawns. Ultimates up, lots of it. Seems like there's going to be a slight advantage for Cyberhero in terms of the numbers. Fovey is still running down from the top.
It can affect War X. Erlan, Albert as well. Had to spot Shadows. You have to be careful though. There's a Platonic Charge and also the certain call AOG and Throne of Ruin, but Evo turns around and just unleashes their own damage. But for Cyberhero and Mashiro able to get out from now to let as well escape. The pinpoint trace is live for the turtle.
Oh wow, Cyberhero. Still, I think that's a good call in the sense that, hey, if you're worried about the Grok starting things up, why not just be the one to start things off first, right? Seems like it's going to be much better, but this time it's Evos biting back, despite Key being at around 50% health. He is still setting the tempo and forcing Colette to go back home after taking so much damage. Mark also taking a lot there right now from that Farsa, as Evos still trying to keep things in favor for them. Cyberhero, on the other hand, still trying to get some value from this Cho, who is already up to a War Axe. Let's see if it's going to end up becoming the full assassin build Cho, or a little bit of a hybrid, as we see sometimes through the gold lane options for that hero. In the center of the map, though, Albert and Evos find Fangor with his pants down.
And they will be able to trade Albert back. Good stuff from Kim Boy. Gladly trades his life for that as Marquise gets quite a big kill. Although Albert also not getting the game that he had like game 1 where he went deathless. This game definitely punished a bit more. Again, have to be very careful with all these entries, even though they have the setup there. If you get roundhouse by Mashiro, that's almost a guaranteed kill.
Yeah, Mark TZ, we're just gonna pretend that we didn't see that. Let's just say you were able to avoid the ramp point. Yeah, that's what you were able to get out of that Phantom Execution. Third turtle already spawning here, but no, Kim Boy's gonna get caught. This is bad for Cyberhero. Already used the Revitalize. His AOG is still coming off of cooldown. Cyberhero need to try to commit something to force some ultimates and utilities out of Evos before the turtle starts.
Yeah, with Randy standing in front of Mashiro like a brick wall, it is pretty tough. So they have AOG, but just no Revitalize. Cyberheroes essentially didn't lose that much. But again, getting through Randy and Key will be a problem that they will have to constantly deal with. And not to mention that Mashiro doesn't really get the luxury to just walk around again. Fango eats everything. He just does not get a good hit. They get the kick on the Slado. Slado flies away. Marquini gets tied up in the curtain call. Erlan with the clutch save as Slado survives. They turn it around to take down Marquise instead. Evo is just doing everything right that fight.
Man, Suelo with the flicker and then the wings by wings. Just to add to that, he also was still able to deal damage and kill too. What a fantastic escape by Suelo. Cyberhero, though, I feel like they were just forced into that scenario. Fangor needs to do a lot more in terms of actually watching his footing, watching his positioning, because he is getting caught out way too easily by Key. And this has not been a one-off thing. This has happened all game long. He is now 4 deaths. But then at the same time, can you really blame the guy going up against a Grog and a Hayabusa? This time with a Farsa now, yet again. The mid trio was one of the biggest problems for Cyberhero. They changed it up a bit. It's no longer a Valentina. But at this point, it's like you're deciding to pick, all right, which torture method am I actually a little bit more comfortable with? At the end of the day, you're still getting tortured, man. That's not going to be fun.
It's pretty tough right now. I think for Fangor, he has already fallen behind. And not only that, we saw the power of the curtain call too. If Marquise gets caught in it, all the mobility that the Lancelot has, just goes down the drain. Now Fredo is like 5-1, the most bad player on the team right now. A lot of it enabled by Key, he himself assists in his pocket, and it's just so hard to do anything productive with Cyberhero.
Randy just built up the dominance ice too, and of course with the new passive that it gets, as you get even more defense with the more heroes around you with max 40. Look at the setup again by that Rampart, the stun and the burst coming out of Suelo. I was just about to say the Killette is going to be the next hope at the end of the tunnel here for Cyberhero, but they're also doing what they can to actually make that Alice struggle. Make sure that the Alice is not getting a proper footing in this game. So Cyberhero, a lot of work cut out for them. There is still hope. There is still a chance, but EVOS, they are not letting them see that hope or even get a good grasp onto it. With the Lord spawning here and with the 3,000 gold lead, it should be comfortable for EVOS to take a commanding team fight win before the Lord even starts. They say to hell with that. We're going to start this Lord. We're going to force Cyberhero to react because we know that they are in the lead. A kick gets found there, but another wild charge by Key finds Fangor, and will that be over? Because that Throne of Ruin from that Alice can only do so much against the onslaught that EVOS is bringing. He gets out. Mashiro gets to flicker out or TP out as well. Killette goes out through the blood. And Mark TZ can only try, but there's only so much that he can do. Yet again, Cyberhero has lost him in trio. They have lost the fight, and now EVOS will get the first Lord comfortably as expected.
This is going from bad to worse, and I think with the state of the game, EVOS might have just accelerated the end game with this Lord take. We've already talked about the lack of damage from Cyberhero to chew through EVOS. Not to mention that defending high ground will also be quite challenged. And to add insult to injury, Vanguard is just not having a game at all. Gillette has to get up with the Green Key again with the Rampart. It's just making everyone's life hard. It's not something to get them going. In fact, supposed to turn around with the calling card. And that 3 members getting knocked back by the Mighty Spin Pinpoint, just straight up destroyed as Albert comes in with the Shadow Kill. Doesn't find anyone, but there's still a Lord marching down top.
Man, I think it's very clear now. Unanimous. Pretty sure even in the comment section, everyone agrees to take that Grok out of this game, bro. My goodness.
This Grok is just too good, too strong. The current call even committed death. Vanguard is 6th death this game as the Holy Shield mid pop. Get a bit of a pause and also a breather for Cyberheroes because they definitely will need that. With how the game is going right now, Cyberhero, things are looking, I mean, doom and gloom doesn't even begin to describe the situation they're in right now. This could be an angle to just look forward to game 3 with how dominant EVOS has been.
Yeah, something really needs to change in terms of the drafts. It seems like the Kimmy's not working out anymore. They decided to go for the Cho gold lane, but there's no burst to follow up. You really only make the most out of the Kimmy and Cho together if the Kimmy has a good early game, and even if it's one of those Kimmys that decides to rush Sky Piercers, that is still a very tough thing to try and achieve, where you get kills early, get stacks early, and then suddenly you're riding high on having a Kimmy and Cho together. But you're not going to get that, especially with a very strong angle. Messed up your rotation all game long. Nay, all series long, man. So if this isn't evidence enough for Cyberhero that they need to take the Grok away, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I'm grateful that this is the best of 5, because if this was a best of 3, this would have been over, right? EVOS would have cruised away with a 2-0 win. At least it's the situation of, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I have to make some changes. And hopefully, if the game ends right after the unpause, at least Cyberhero can look back and think to themselves, yeah, maybe this Grok has to go, right? Maybe game 1 was a fluke, but game 2 is proof that Key is just too much of a nuisance with this hero. You gotta force him on something else, make him a bit more uncomfortable, or at least make it a bit more favorable for yourselves.
Yeah, and I also understand why they decided to go for the Cho gold lane. They needed something more of a direct answer to the Hayabusa threat. But
Mhm.
then, yes, you did see some times or getting some kickoffs on the Cho. But then at the end of the day, Albert is still getting those shadow kills off, even though he gets blasted to like what down to 20-30% health. He's still
Mhm.
gonna be fine. There's gonna be a moment where he's gone from the map, but then at the same time he's dealing damage. That's why Hayabusa's a great hero. So if you don't have enough damage to take that Hayabusa out instantly after the kick, then what are we really playing for here, man? Like what's happening, dog? Like what are we doing? So
Yeah.
it's just right now for Cyberhero. Although I feel like by hopefully once we get to game number 3. By the way, game number 2 is not done yet. There's still a chance that they could turn things around, but right now it's just really tough because the Kimmy hasn't gotten a game at all. No kills, 6 heading into 7 deaths if I'm not mistaken, barely any assists. That maybe we're seeing Cyberhero hopefully heading into a game number 3 where they've understood, okay, Grok's a problem, High is a problem. We can't just put in one hero to try and solve the Hayabusa. It needs to be a really good pairing here. Maybe they've seen enough of this grind that is the Grok and the Hayabusa together that they have solved it. But let's see.
Another 4-max economy charge. At this point, he is his farming highlights, man. There goes let. I didn't realize that this, this game it is felt a bit longer than it should have been. To let actually be back. I thought the shadow kill actually took a pinpoint, but he did AOG out of the way, and that's the whole base late Baron just by Evos' one push. And Mashiro, I mean, most of the time you probably won't even find Albert because his shadow will be aimed at Vanguard. But even if you do find Albert or attempt to, there's Randy to deal with. He's just sticking on to Mashiro. He's just at the point guard going man to man. There really is no shaking off this Phobius.
Yeah, they may be playing in EECA right now, but Evos has given Cyberhero's base a Brazilian. It is just laid bare at this point. And with all those turrets gone, with the deficit that they have, a comeback would be a miracle. It would be a huge, monumental achievement if they could actually find the turnaround here. And if they do, Evos, they're going to have to mentally recover from that because they have taken control of this game. They have taken control of this series. That if somehow Cyberhero finds a comeback, that's going to be rough, buddy. Fangor now has a Divine Glaive. Is it maybe just enough? I don't know. We'll see. As Evos will try to end. They have the Lord and they should be healthy. Cyberhero, do they have enough? Is the Divine Glaive gonna be enough right now? Let's see. Lord marching in. Evos trying to find an angle right away. Instantly Key with a flicker in. Wild charge as well. And it looks like that's going to be it. Even though they find a kick, there's too much damage, too much of a lead, and too much of Evos for Cyberhero to handle. They jump on Kimpoy. Fangor can only watch. A Cyberhero will fall down to 2 games. Evos 1 win away from securing this series and moving forward, avoiding elimination. There needs to be a massive recalibration here for Cyberhero.
Yeah, this isn't going to be an uphill battle. We have seen miracles where teams drop the first 2 games and come back swinging the other 3, but with the state that Cyberhero has had to endure in game 1 and 2, it is an acceleration of just brutal punishment from Evos, right? Punish in game 1 for letting the Grok 2, but punish in game 2 for letting Evos play the exact same draft, but also making the win conditions harder for themselves. So I think this upcoming break, Cyberheroes, you gotta change it up a little bit, right? Maybe forego that Kimmy. Go for more of a traditional mage. And if you want to take the Kimmy, that Grok has to go. Something has to give. We haven't seen a YSS yet. I think there are still certain bans that they're not willing to let go. Maybe it's time to also just do a bit of give and take, but Grok is a must ban if they're not playing it.
Yeah, if we're going to get side changes here, I think that's where we're going to see the most drastic difference in terms of the strategy the Cyberhero and EVOS are bringing into the series. Because so far, EVOS is just like, cool, you let us get away with this twice.
Yeah.
Thanks, I guess. So what now? Actually, so many questions now for Cyberhero. I think they really just have to go to the basics of 2025 modern day MLBB, something that we've really felt even since the second half of 2024. You really have to take care of your advantage in the center of the map. Your mid trio needs to come first. The roam, okay. I don't really have the biggest problem with the Gacha. I mean, I feel like in whatever lineup you put him with. It's just EVOS reacted very well to it in game number 1, and then for game number 2, I feel like it actually could have done much better, considering it's just a Farsa that you're trying to deal with. On the other side, you have an Alice, but it's the mid laner pick. You mentioned the KKiee. If they want to stick with it, they have to make sure the Grog gets taken out, definitely. But I think I'm a little bit more on the boat of we've seen enough KKiee. We've seen enough KKiee for Fangor. They're gonna need to change up that pick, and if whatever they're gonna end up with is most likely gonna be one of those mages that stay in the back line, then you're gonna have to look at Albert. How do you mess up Albert? Maybe take away the Hayabusa, because he's made this Hayabusa look for this entire series. I think that also warrants a respect ban. So if there's two things that you want to take away, it's the Grok and the Hayabusa. You gotta make sure that doesn't end up with EVOS anymore if you're Cyberhero.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the front lines of Cyberhero actually were doing a pretty decent job given the circumstances, but it's the back lines that are getting caught up. Like Fangor and Mashiro in game 1 didn't get to play the game at all. And game 2 is just Mashiro tells his team, I'm gonna take the front line. I'll be the one that is there to disrupt the flow. And then Fangor just doesn't get to play the game. And it's still a different approach, but the caveat was still the same. I think even if you don't get to take away both Grok and Hayabusa, just eliminating Grok itself would do you wonders, right? At least you save the pain of getting displaced every single time you try to walk up, and then it leaves a slightly extra room for Cyberheroes to think about how to deal with the other members of EVOS. And that's probably the biggest thing. Even a hero like KKiee in the hands of the best players has glaring weaknesses, and sometimes it's just the game is just not meant for KKiee. You are better off falling back into traditional mages.
Yeah, and it's also really tough to look at the other lanes here for Cyberhero, looking at EVOS in terms of, okay, what actually is the problem that we need to try and tackle? Because the EXP lane and their gold lane, they're having a great time because the center of the map is so well controlled by them. Yes, early on in game number 2, Cyberhero was able to get the pick to start things off in favor of their Lancelot. But then once you take it out of that, you go back to the problem at the center of the map with that Grok and that Farsa and that Hayabusa making Fangor struggle. Suddenly, all the efforts that you can get in the early game from just typical MLBB. You rotate, you show up in the side lane, you get a kill, or you don't. But if you get a kill, that's actually a great start for you. But then if you're constantly having to trade your mid laner, then that is a problem. Because in this scenario, we said it earlier in the draft, bro, their mid laner is actually one of their main carries in their lineup. They needed that KKiee to be set. But they were still playing as if this mid laner pick that they have is a little bit more of what we call a support, the position 4 in other mobile languages. But no, man, that's your main carry. So I think beyond just the decisions that they're making in the draft, there also seems to be a little bit of I guess I would say a gap in terms of like retailoring their play style for the actual pick that they end up with.
Yeah, I think overall it's just you take there isn't really like a full. I think the idea is there, but it's not fully fleshed out, right? Sometimes I feel like if you are having a rough time in a series, just fall back to comfort, right? Something that is easy to execute. The more chances you have to execute a plan before it blows up in your face, the better. And certain drafts are just so conditional. Like game 2, if your KKiee falls behind, the game is pretty much done and dusted. I remember like after the first turtle fight, KKiee was still level 3, gets caught out mid, dies, comes back, and is 2 levels behind the Farsa. And at that point, like there's really nothing much you can do, right? You don't get priority, you can't move out of the lane, you don't do enough damage, and then the Grok just sits in front of you. So plenty of things to think about. I personally feel like maybe it's time to unlock the YSS, for yourselves. If that's what it takes, if you want to run a double fighter lineup, I think YSS is a pretty good choice because Martisi has the mechanics, and Lancelot, he's just having a rough time into like Grok and Grok, Phoveus, and Farsa. But YSS, you give him enough time to farm, and then Fangor can sort of hold the line with more of a better mage.
A lot of questions, and let's see if Cyberhero will be the right answer. They are now down 2-0 up against EVOS, who are 1 win away from advancing in the lower bracket and avoiding elimination. Cyberhero will be right back. And welcome back to Winter is Coming. EVOS is up 2-0 up against the hometown members in Cyberhero. Big problems. Hopefully, let's see if they were able to fix it. Heading into game number 3, a lot of questions in terms of the draft, in terms of their overall execution with their strategy. And I think right now, my biggest question is HusKKiee. What else can they pick? What else should they try to pick and play?
I think it's less about the picks and more about the bans, right? Like if the Gra goes through, then most of the picks don't really matter as much. I personally don't really want to see the Kimmy. I don't think Kimmy is a bad pick per se, but if you have 2 games in a row where you are just getting jumped, then maybe a change of scenery would kind of do you good, right? Kind of put that win condition elsewhere. Maybe put it in your gold laner or put it in your jungler who. Yeah, we talk. Okay, I wanted to say we talk about the YSS, but it's actually on EVOS, as they are on blue side and Cyberheroes on red side. So they do get the Yi, Fredrin, and Kalea, which I have no problem with, right? We literally saw almost a similar rendition earlier on when EVOS went up against Verso Time. It was the Fredrin and Kalea that really made life tough for them. Verso Time did run the Arlot on Castle, but Cyberheroes will ban it out.
Yeah, I think EVOS might also want to look at a potential Alice ban here yet again. If not the Alice, maybe the Lapu. Something that can just add a little bit more frontline. Oh, it's a Cyberhero actually who decides to take it out. Maybe they're going to be the ones already eyeing on the pick up an Alice in the EXP lane, as it just meshes incredibly well with the Eve. Although, no problem at all with the last 2 bans here for EVOS with the Bruno and the Harith. Those are 2 of the best marksmen or goldeners, excuse me, that you could actually pair up with the Eve. However, the Granger will still be open for them. And if ever they want a little bit more crowd control and a little bit more oomph, a CC would also in very well with the remaining lineup with the Kalea Fred and should be really good. And just as we expected, a side actually brought in the biggest change in terms of the draft. Oh, it's Farsa popping up, but don't think that's gonna be the right one there.
Yeah,
maybe that's a pick cosplaying as a Farsa, maybe. But yeah,
it has to be a Granger, right? Like I'm willing to believe
yeah.
that it's a Granger.
Hopefully. Oh my goodness, Cyberhero!
Right.
If this is EVOS, if this is accurate, I love this. I love this for them. I like the Tesla. They needed another strong front, although they should be lacking there. There is the CC that pops up. It is most likely Granger that did get picked here by Cyberhero. The Claude adds a little bit more of the die, but the difficult thing about it is he's playing it into a Fredrin who could potentially easily just chain him down with crowd controls. Add to that, there's a Kalea as well. Not gonna lie, on paper, overall, I'm liking the Cyberhero lineup just a little bit better. Wait a minute, Cyberhero actually went Arlot, XP, and it's a gold lane CC.
So the Arlot ban actually wasn't an Arlot ban. Now we never know. Yeah. We will never know who actually got banned. So almost the same version as what we saw, again, barring the Bruno, which was banned out by EVOS. I'm okay with this because you have the Yi. I feel like Yi right now is one of the hardest scaling mages in the game. Even if your gold lane is a fighter, if the Yi gets her item, she actually just blasts her way to a win. And it really doesn't matter who the opponents are. And in fact, pretty good against someone like a Terizla and even a Dusin, because you can sort of outrange her in most situations. Although the one thing they would lack is the burst to follow up on a Tsunami Slam, but they sort of make up for that with the amount of crowd control they have.
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of crowd control, and even though they don't have the traditional burst that we'd like to think of, one of the reasons why Arlot and Sissy have done so well for a good amount of time in the metagame for 2025 is because they are deceptively painful. You think Vengeances from Arlot isn't gonna hurt? You think the Yo-Yo Blitz isn't gonna hurt? Bro, you are so wrong. They hurt way more. One of the problems here, though, for Cyberhero is we look more back into the root of the problem, the mid lane. The heal and the juicing together are actually really difficult to try to manage the mid lane against. And Kimpoy felt that instantly. If you look at the big picture, team fighting, overall composition, I actually like Cyberhero, who plot twists actually have a Joy EXP
Wait.
lane.
So-
It's not over yet, folks. There's more plot twists. It's a Joy EXP lane, and we were right. It was actually a gold lane Granger. Whew, this stage is full of surprises, man.
All right, so a bit more traditional with a bit of spice there. Yeah, so the Arlet did get banned out, and it's not a Farsa goal nor a CC goal. Wow, it's a lot of things that keep us guessing. But you know, this is sort of what we expected, a bit more of a traditional approach, barring the Joy XP. As long as you don't get caught by a penalty zone, you can actually move around a bit. But like you said, right, the root of the problem is still Key and Suelo, Kilda and Bufin, tons of damage, great crowd control, and also incredibly hard to shake off.
Yeah. This Joy EXP lane, a revisit of a popular idea back from 2023, late 2023. With having Joy EXP lane, you do get a little bit more burst. So there's a lot more damage for Cyberhero, but let's see if they can make the most out of it.
Oh, see the first attempt to be crossed up a good RWM. Vanguard, he walks out of it. Velo gets on top by Marquis. He needs a bit of help. So a Brazos Grab slam down will be enough. And Erline, at least he's placed into wet damage here between Marquise and Kim Poi. Evos won't be able to get much another kill, but they do get the turtle away. So still a minor win for Evo.
Yeah, great zone out. One of the difficult things to make work about a overall glass lineup with a lot more damage and carries is that you put so much pressure back onto the jungler, this time on the Fredrin. So the Fredrin is actually going to be the main anchor here alongside Kimpoi. In some scenarios, I look back at look at how they play the Fredrin around Carl Easy, the GOAT, is that they actually make Carl a little bit more of the actual roamer. He's fronting, getting vision. JP is elsewhere, providing value, while it's actually the Fredrin that you're going to be seeing more of. I think it's not going to be exactly the same as they are playing around the Kalea. However, there is a popular playstyle wherein you get the Fredrin to front, and the Kalea is just playing back. And it's going to commit a pick-off with the Tsunami Slam, plus with the Flicker from the Tidal Strike, based off of the information provided by the Fredrin. So let's see which way Cyberhero decides to go down. Because so far right now, it seems like it's just a shared responsibility between the two.
And man, Mashio is not having a game at all. Absolutely cleaved by Key. Most of the leg work done by Albert. Nice Velo, who still has to purify, so it shouldn't be a problem there. Crimson Beacon again. Used defensively. Evos steps on the gas once more.
Yeah, excellent timing there by Evos. The fact that it left Suelo alone in the river up against what could be a devastating trio to deal with. He could get taken out. The thing was, the timing was just perfect. That, yeah, Suelo saw the 3, but he really couldn't get anything out of him, and Evos already got kill. Empoy gets Key, though, and that could be good for Cyberhero, considering that the roamer is going to be down for Evos for this turtle, but I think he just has enough time to get back. Evos still has to get their Suelo and Erlan trying to buy time, but I think Cyberhero has this, man.
Albert not even going to bother contesting this. So easy retribution there for Cyberhero. In fact, he did find Qlet in the top lane. And wow, straight up solo kill. That's not even close. And that's through the vengeance of the Joy.
That is not good news for Cyberhero. The fact that that can happen to their Joy, that just goes to show how well Albert has farmed up in this game. Has a level advantage, and of course, Cyberhero is not really getting the invades that they want. They're playing a little bit more of a slower tempo. Yeah, they're not going to be able to do much to actually stop Albert unless Albert oversteps or commits his traceless in the wrong direction in the team fight. But Mashiro gets picked off again!
And Key is everywhere in the jungle of Cyberhero. They use it out of the end, but instantly the bolt hits him. And that is just Albert going to town. Marquise left to his own devices and basically tenderized by Rendy's hammer. 4 down for Cyberhero. Evos are starting to really pull ahead of the curve.
I think he has just straight up solidified himself as the MVP of this series. Although we did bring it up back all the way heading into game number 1, but you're really looking out for 2 roamers in the specific matchup. You're going up against 2 teams that really like to fight or put a lot of value into winning fights. It's the Grok and the Hilda. So the fact that EVOS didn't get their Grok, but they still got their Hilda, if I'm not mistaken, they picked it up very early in the draft for this game. It just goes to show that they went into this with a very clear idea of how they want to play. They want a roamer to mess up every single rotation the Cyberhero wants, and they want to set the tempo. Here's an entry.
They get the RKO, but Albert should be able to get out of this. A good traceless turtle bolt as well. The appraiser's wrap damage not enough, and they've already lost Fangor and Mashiro. Again, the calls from Cyberhero not given much to work with. Erlan does end up going down to the 10,000 votes of Killet, but small price to pay overall. In fact, they're still chasing Suilo, trying to fight Martizi. Martizi gets out, but Killet will clear out the wave. Actually not in time, the catapult still stays alive, so the mid-tier 1 ends up going down regardless, and Albert works on the turtle and gets it for his team.
At this point, you're thinking, what can Cyberhero learn from this whole experience? Another kill there, though, given away by EVOS. Can't afford to give too much of that. Although they do still have a comfortable lead that they can just rest their laurels on all the way to coast to the end. Unless Cyberhero find a way to get Mashiro a little bit more farm, who's just been locked in by that Hilda. Rush the Heptases as the first item.
They get the grab into the RWM, but man, Key just chops Kim Poi into bits. So, he's gonna get lift off into a turtle boat. Albert is he's on a roll. He just got a BOD second item too. That's how far ahead he is. 100% kill participation. By the way, 4 kills, 8 assists. This Zishun Shin, just like the hero, he's about to save his nation. Again, penalty zone. Martizi able to dash away very, very easily as Erlan takes care of the top tier 1. Key, he's gonna chop Mashio in half. Mashio can't go anywhere.
Bang!
That's the cleaver now right on top of his dome.
Cyberhero just look completely out of it. They've been outclassed all day by their opponents, and especially this one here. We talked about it earlier. We said it. Cyberhero's lineup on paper looked good in the big picture. A bit of a risk to pick up that EXP lane Joy. They did need a bit more damage, so that covered what could have been a very slow early game. But at the end of the day, it's Key. It's Key, it's Suelo, and Albert who have completely dominated Cyberhero this entire series. Key, especially 3 games in a row, playing some of the most disruptive roam picks in the metagame today.
And a 2-man penalty zone. Again, the Tsunami Slam doesn't really do too much. They do get Randy as Key actually gets away with Daylight Murder. Just chops Vanguard in half, gets away with the flicker. Holy defense mid, it's gonna pop right about now. Cyberhero should be able to hold the fort, but they are, what, 7,000 behind? And Killet, he sees Key and he doesn't want to have anything to do with him.
That was so messed up, man. If I'm Cyberhero, that hurt. The fact that Key still got away, and with a flicker too, and he went in deep behind that base turret to get that kill, man. Yet he still got away with that. That just goes to show the playing field that EVOS is on right now, and Cyberhero desperately trying to get on the same level. Lord easily taken here by EVOS. You see the item and gold disparity, almost double the gold of the Fredrin for the YSS. The gold laner Ranger struggling up a Skypiercer, but cannot get the stacks in. Erlan comfortable farm as well, although he did suffer that death. At this point, the rest of the map, so EVOS. Rendy has played his role perfectly here. 2 deaths, but at this point, with a slower EXP laner that sort of substitutes and acts as a frontline sponge, you've done your job, man. EVOS has done their job. And let's see if they can finish it here in this game number 3 against Cyberhero as they're marching in with the Lord.
Kimboy he's trying to get as much vision as possible, but every time an EVOS member shows up, he just has to show respect. I mean, it's pretty much a big problem when the enemy roamer is solo killing both your cores. And that's the state the Cyberheroes are in right now. Killet comes in from the side, tries to give them a bit of the electric shock. The RWM committed, but not really doing too much though. They take care of the Lord. The midway should be managed too, so I guess the silver lining is that Cyberhero will barely hold the fort. at the cost of the mid. Oh, that penalty zone. Oh, Randy. This marvelous engage, and Fangor is gone. EVOS now can again step on the paddle, re-engage with that aggression. Cyberhero will have to hold on. Kim Poi just got the fleeting time, but the only fleeting time right now is Cyberhero's chances in this tournament. Tries to really work magic, but he's just gonna get chopped in half. HusKKiee, a tsunami slam with no follow-up amounts to the death of the Kalea, and this is game over. Winter might come and go, but EVOS is destined to stay in this tournament.
When you play the game of zone, you win or you die. Cyberhero fell, EVOS wins. Just when we were talking about Rendy doing his job, he delivered with a massive 4-man penalty zone to deliver the final nail in the coffin. Rendy wanted to end the man, and he got it. EVOS was just perfect this series. From the draft, from their game, it's like they knew exactly how they wanted to win, and they delivered.
Cyberhero put up a decent fight in game 1, and I think EVOS just figured them out based off of that, right? They came in with a more refined approach in game 2. They were given the same tools, and they showed Cyberhero how it's done. I gotta say, credits to Cyberhero. They deserve the flowers for trying to kind of reassess their approach in game 3. They came up with a more classic approach to the game. Granger, Fredrin, Kalea. They did throw in a little bit of seasoning with the Joy XP lane, but against just lane dominant heroes that EVOS has, like the Hilda and the Jusin, all of that idea that they had sort of went out the window because there's no way for them to hold control of the map.
Yeah, you can see here that for game number 3, Cyberhero, as you were mentioning as well, they lean towards the idea of, all right, they want to fight. Let's show them what we can do in a fight. Let's pick up a lineup that does very well in a box, in a very specific formation. But what are you going to do when you have one very specific piece in the opposing lineup built to just not care about formations? Because Hilda now, and as she always has done, can just run straight up to whoever she sees as the best target, whether it's the mid laner, whether it's the gold laner, and deal us a substantial amount of damage that suddenly your plan changes. And now for Cyberhero in this game, they just never really got the plan going because of what the Hilda was doing to them. The Hilda and Juicin pairing together. Again, we were talking about it, wherein they might not seem like, if you're looking at it, the best cohesive lineup in terms of like a team fight. But what can they bring together before the big fights happen? That's how you win with this specific pairing. Taking control of the mid, getting those guerrilla style pickoffs, running back to your lane after that you get it. They played it perfectly. They understood the strength of this duo in the center of the map, and that just meant Albert had no problem at all farming.
Yeah, and Key, the only time he went down was he was camping at the tri-bush in the bottom lane, and he somehow went down, right? Probably got caught out waiting too long. But aside from that, I don't think I've seen him recall the entire game. He would just go in for a one-hit KO, and he just sits in the bush, gets his health back, and rinse and repeat. The jungle for Cyberhero basically belonged to him. It's truly an Amazonian experience that Key delivered.
Yeah, he was an absolute wonder man in this one. Of course, with what Hilda has changed into with the adjustment to her, that her first skill no longer gives that increased basic attack. It's that shield and the movement speed, really good. In just a bit, we're also going to be seeing if I'm not mistaken, our schedules for tomorrow's matches. But now we have to hear from EVOS right now and how they feel about their win. We're just going to be waiting for the question to be asked here, of course, with the help of our lovely translator and our hosts on stage as well. It'll be good to hear how EVOS is feeling after that win, what they did heading into this to prepare better.
На этот раз победители второго полуфинала Виноров завтра, возможно, будут играть несколько серий, но при этом сегодня отдыхали. Проигравшие сейчас не чувствуют ли себя лучше, чем, условно говоря, Верса, которые сразу отправились отдыхать, но по факту с Эвосами-то они находятся в одной и той же позиции. То есть получается, что не лучше ли играть 2 серии, как это возможно будет делать Эвосы. Возможно, 3 серии, которые будет делать Верса.
Okay, so since Versatime they won, they played like 1 series of games and they left to rest, and you played 2 series of games. And tomorrow, you and Versatime, you will both probably have to play like several series. And don't you think that it's a little bit that you're in a better position than Versatime because you played several series today?
I think we just lost today, but how do I say? We lost today. We must accept that. But tomorrow, I think we will be a better team to face them.
Okay. Хотя они проиграли сегодня, и они готовы это принять, завтра они будут лучшей командой, чтобы победить Versatime.
Отдыхать будут ребята в первые как раз-таки BO3 серию, потому что будет играть Winner Bracket. В случае, если Верса просто проиграют первую серию, они потом будут сражаться за место в гранд-финале. И если вдруг они выиграют, они еще и 3-ю серию будут играть. А вот как раз-таки Эвосам не нужно будет этого делать. В этом и основная суть. Уверенная победа, 3-0, мышцы не дрогнули, везде стампы, везде все хорошо, все четко. Моральный дух команды поднялся ли, или все остались спокойные, понимая, что результат ожидаемый?
So after winning like 3-0, was the spirit of your team lifted, or did you stay like stable because you knew that you would win?
I think it feels more confident for my team and for myself especially. But tomorrow, I think we will make a stronger one.
Yeah, okay. Я забыла, что... Окей. Победа была хоть и ожидаемой, но все равно это очень подняло дух команды Evos. И завтра они постараются показать более сильную стратегию, более сильную игру, чтобы точно выиграть.
Финальный день. Это всегда тяжело. Мы хотим, чтобы вы пришли отдохнувшими, чтобы вы были настроены сильно. Будут новые зрители, которые придут фотографироваться, обниматься или там что-то еще делать. И, как всегда, по традиции, пару слов ребятам, которые болели сегодня жестко за вас, с плакатами, с криками, с бицепсами и флексом.
Okay, so tomorrow you need to be rested. He wished that you will rest well. And a couple of words for your fans who cheered for you today. I think those are the fans, right? Standing right here. So a couple of words for fans.
Of course, thank you to joining us today. How do I say? We are very grateful to have you people in here, guys. It's how do I say? Very good to be supported by you guys. So tomorrow, don't forget to support us again, and wish us luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Erlan. You have to know that you have fans all over the world, not just in your country or region. That's why you're loved everywhere. Thank you. Спасибо большое Эрлану за его.
Great to hear from Erlan of EVOS, of course, thanking the supporters. And he did admit that this was a confidence boost for them, especially with the loss that they experienced earlier today against Versatime. And they did acknowledge that getting this win just lifted up their spirits, and they should be ready to give an even better showing tomorrow, which I feel like I can bank on, because it wasn't like they played terribly in the series earlier against Versatime. I think eventually they just ran out of gas against an opponent that I think they didn't expect to give them that difficult a time as Versatime did.
Yeah, I think like when you are up against an opponent who is just as, I wouldn't say ruthless, but is willing to play your game and willing to just keep butting his, at one point it becomes a battle of attrition, right? And I think Versatime really caught them off guard with how willing they were to get down and dirty in all these scrappy brawls. But it is only going to get tougher from this point onwards. You know, they had to play a BO5 for this lower bracket. They effectively play like 6 games today, and then tomorrow they have a lower bracket run, and that lower bracket run can be a pretty nasty one with a BO5 translating to a BO7 in the grand finals. So for EVOS, it's gonna be crunch time, right? If a maximum of 12 games ahead of them, and they will need all the prep that they can get.
Oh yeah, if you thought today was a doozy of a day, this is only day number 1. Tomorrow, winter will come, and the summer that they have longed for, they're just gonna have to wait a little bit longer because it will be the final day of winter is coming tomorrow. We're gonna be starting a little bit roughly around the same time, but stick around maybe for updates. There is a chance potentially things might start sooner than expected, as tomorrow we're gonna be seeing the total completion of the tournament. HusKKiee said it. Lower bracket BO5, upper bracket for the grand finals BO7, the upper bracket finals between Onyx and Verso Time, those scheduled for a BO3. We might even be surprised. What if that's also BO5? Then tomorrow we have 17 games that we might have to cast. Who knows? Maybe. Let's see. But it will be a jam-packed action day as Verso Time, Onyx PH, and the EVOS are the remaining teams of winter is coming. What did you think about day 1 that we saw?
I mean, it's full of surprises, right? Aside from some very interesting picks, there definitely were moments where that they caught me off guard. For me, definitely, for me, it's Verso Time because EVOS. I think that itself is the series of the day for me, with how Verso Time surprised everyone. Though I would say that since we were sort of ganked by the BO5 today, you know how in our local leagues, well, not for Malaysia yet, but in your local league, we get like BO7 for lower bracket finals. You know what? Maybe a maximum of 14 games is what EVOS will get tomorrow if they get lucky with with the state of things. But that's a story for tomorrow, and at least they get to rest early today, and then they would have some ample time to really prep for the upcoming opponents. Because I think Onyx PH, if anything, is here to win, and they're gonna try to win it as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, they look like they are on a completely different field. Although it was up against Cyberhero, who we saw throughout this day has struggled. So what if maybe the magic that Verso Time brought against EVOS will also even give Onyx Magic and Onyx Time a run for its money? Bro, I just realized we're getting Onyx Time versus Verso Time tomorrow.
Yeah, so it's that's a lot of time. We were literally I wasn't prepared for that, but we were talking about like what are the taglines for the teams, right? And I'm for Verso Time, I am pretty sure that if we want to go straight forward, then that's pretty much the line for it. But here is the playoff brackets for tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. We're not sure if the upper bracket finals is going to be a BO3 or a BO5. We're going to just have to wait for it. But yeah, it's Cyberhero who advanced. Went down to the lower bracket and fell up against EVOS, meaning that EVOS from Indonesia will advance. Verso Time will stand as the lone EECA representative here at Winter is Coming. Again, one of the top 4 teams in the region consistently, usually trading places with Cyberhero, but this isn't the Cyberhero lineup that we are familiar with from MCC in the past tournaments all throughout 2025. Although with Verso Time, they have stuck with their main guns and it has worked out very well for them. But I agree with you. And we saw it. Onyx PH look completely ruthless and look like they're just hell-bent on continuing what has been a good post-MPL Philippines Season 16 run for them. After a disappointing result there, they did qualify for the Asian Games in Nagoya, Japan next year by taking down Liquid for country representation. So they know they're representing the country and they say, hey, what if we get a few trophies on the way to that?
Yeah, not only that, they also comes at a time where Coach Wynot departed from the team, right? So they were definitely dealing with some changes in the team on their way heading into Nagoya next year. And so far, I mean, Hayes has been really taking out the mantle pretty well. He has been there for most of Coach Wynot's tenure, anyways. So I do like this Onyx PH. I think that they are going to give us a pretty good show, and tomorrow is going to be their time to really prove that they are still one of the top dogs.
Yeah, on behalf of Mirko and Naisu, this has been Renmar and HusKKiee to close out the day here at Winter is Coming. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final day of the tournament.